Hello, y'all. Welcome on in. I have 29 days to make a game like Puyo Puyo. I will make this game in less than the month that I have. This is the game like jam. I'm working on an entry for it, and it is about making a game like Puyo Puyo. You've heard of roguelike Souls-likes? This is Puyo Puyo-likes. Puyo Puyo is a game that came out in 1992. And it is about matching things, specifically 4 colors in a row. I'm doing the training level. 4 colors in a row, and when you match them, you get some points. But not only do you get points, but it sends little garbages over to your opponent, and the opponent has to deal with that. The more combos you get, the more garbages you send over there. By combos, I mean you match 4 colors, it falls down, and it matches more colors and more, and that cascading is what makes it all work so well. So I am decidedly not that good at this game, but I'm really curious to try and make the game, so that's what I'm going to keep doing. I got it started yesterday, although I made some errors, and I'm going to fix those errors. We've been doing this game like jam for 3 of them. This is the 3rd one. The one before this was Balloons Tower Defense, which was quite difficult but also very interesting. Hey, what's up, Jonas? Welcome. Good to see you. Jonas, by the way, had the most creative twist on the original and the overall victorious entry in our last one. Ghostbusters was that game. You guys should definitely check it out. It's a super good one. It's the Jame-like game. It's the Jame-like game. So, I mean, if you're not familiar with balloons, so this game is like a tower defense game. This is the last one. We're not doing this one today, but just to like give you a sense of like what it's like and to give some glory to Jonas's victory. Well, I gotta celebrate. I don't have prizes, so I gotta celebrate the winners of the jam somehow. You can also win this last jam. You don't even have to compete with me. You don't have to compete with me on the last jam. For real. For real. Like, I don't submit mine for entry, and mine's not going to be that good anyway. but you guys should definitely enter in the jam link to this most recent one. I'll make sure I put a link in the chat, so that way you can join in on that. Here we go. Bam. Link is in the chat. So this was the original balloons. You know, it was like some balloons and you pop them. Check out Jonas's and Jonas's team's awesome iteration on this. So it has like these little like music notes that you put down, and it like pops balloons based on the music notes, which you can't hear it right now, but you just have to trust me. It sounds really good. Here we go. There you go. So it like makes music while you're like playing the game, which is like super fun. So if I put more stuff down, it's gonna do like more instruments. So many creative ideas. So even though this is the game like jam, it's important to realize that you are encouraged to make a unique variant on the theme game. You can do whatever you want. I'm sure some people looked at balloons and said, that looks too hard. Well, guess what? You can make it less complicated if you want. So, by the way, this was my balloons like that I made. I made a thing about junk food that you have to stop from getting to a baby. So there's like sweets, these are brownies, and they're moving all along the way. And I don't know that I made a more simple version of it. I mean, I certainly didn't do like bullets, like there's no actual visual bullets that shoot out. So there's little compromises you can make along the way. For my Frogger-like, that was the one previous. So we had Frogger-like jam, where we also had some awesome winning entries. Oh, and another overall victor. We've got Traumatized Edgeworth in the house. Welcome. You're forcing yourself to commit to it because you had a hint of inspiration. Oh, we're gonna get, you got stiff competition this time around. We got a Puyo Puyo-like coming from Traumatized Edgeworth, who made the most creative twist, the overall winner for the Frogger-like jam. It was Ballor was this one. Super creative and great game. There's gonna be a lot of music. We don't wanna step over anything else. Okay. So I think if I remember correctly, oh, you got to insert the coins. Oh, right. Insert, I'm going to insert coins. Click anywhere, insert coin. Ah! Oh, I did it! I inserted coins! I have money. I will do this. I will do this. Look at this. If you guys are familiar with Frogger, I mean, just like for a second, like try to understand how unique this is. See if I can actually, there we go. Now we're cooking. Bam, look at this. This was based on Frogger. So you don't have to make something identical to the original game. It can be different. But the idea is that you have some inspiration for what to make, so you don't have to sit here and be like, okay, my game's gonna have this and this and this and all this crazy stuff. You don't have to do all that crazy stuff. You just don't. You don't. So my Frogger-like actually cut out some features that the original Frogger had. So my Frogger-like I called Bunker, which kind of has a similar thing. There are some features like you don't get like the enemy that comes in on later levels. I didn't put every single thing. I even added some things. I added some like score that shows up, you know, just have fun with it. All right, that's the most important thing. So I hope you guys will consider joining in on this game like jam, because it's gonna be a really fun time. All right, guys, I'm gonna start working on my entry again because I got some work to do. I got some work to do. I realized that I need to get a little deeper into the entity component system that I'm sort of implementing. So I hope I do that. Okay, link is in the chat there for the Puyo Puyo Jam. Hope you guys will join up into it. So how far did I get yesterday making it? Well, obviously I did some breakdown of the game yesterday. I also meant to not stream yesterday, but I accidentally did. Hey, what's up, Ohor? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming back. I meant to only stream today, but I thought yesterday was today. So I do have the pieces, they fall down, we can bump into walls, but unfortunately the way that I was detecting the other pieces is not good, because I've decided I'm gonna make my own collision detection. I do have areas, you can see those by those little blue, it kind of looks like a tetramino. That's actually just the collision detection being made visible. And so I am just visualizing that. I have some work I want to do. So I'm going to keep improving this because it is not quite the way I want it to be. So the rest of the stream is going to be me trying to get my game made. I would love to have, here's my ambition. I'd love to have movement today. All the movement, we can get all the pieces, all the movement, they spawn, they fall down. I would love to have colors or like varieties. And I would love to even start working on the matching. That is probably too much for today. I have a lot of streams planned for this. You can find all of the dates on the jam page. So these are all of my sessions except for this one. That's the showcase. Hopefully I won't need to schedule any emergency ones. We are currently on this one. Look, there we are. This one. Wow. That's the showcase. That's hopefully trippy. So yeah, I might be over ambitious, but I would love to have like a lot of extra time because I got some big ideas for this game. My plan, I guess I'll tell you what my big ideas are. Hey, what's up, Bart's? Welcome. Bart's helped me a lot yesterday planning things out and figuring out the way the game is supposed to work. So my idea for the game, even though this is barely that, my idea for the game is that there's going to be 2 modes. As you can see, I've only got 1 play area, but Puyo Puyo has 2 play areas, right? The one that you, the player, have, and then the opponent's play area. And so what I'm thinking is, because I really want this to work on mobile. Jesus. I really want this to work on mobile. And in my opinion, it looks a lot better on mobile if it doesn't have 2 things on each side. So like what I am planning on doing is having 2 modes. One mode, and there's gonna be story and stuff, one mode is you playing and controlling the pieces. Another mode is autoplay, where you aren't actually playing, you just sit back and watch, and maybe, you know, like those games where you maybe like click something just to like do a little extra this or that, that will be available, whatever that is. I don't know what that is. Maybe you can like minimize or send garbage, I don't know, whatever. Something. I haven't thought that far, but I do want at least to learn how to make the AI. So I am going to have both of those modes in mind, but I want it to be like one or the other. So I have a lot of ideas in mind. And then this isn't quite the full view. I probably am going to zoom it out a little bit more. Let's make it embedded. I'm going to zoom it out a little bit more because I want to have... I have some more ideas too. I don't know how much I'm gonna spoil about it, but it would zoom out a little more, and there would be like I'm thinking it's gonna be about digging, and you're going to like keep going deeper and deeper, and definitely yes, like an idle game. Exactly, that's the word I was looking for. Yes, it's gonna be like an idle game, but also you can play it normally. It'll be both, and then and so like the characters I'm gonna think are like at the top, you know, and they're like the thing you're fighting against, and they're like, hey, you're digging my home, how dare you? And they're gonna like throw trash at you, like stop digging in my home. And then like you can bonk them, like when you would normally send garbage back to your opponent, it'll instead be you like throwing crap at them, like stop throwing crap at me, I'm trying to invade you. So that's like vaguely my idea. I'll go over it more in the member stream. By the way, did you know we do member streams on this channel? We sure do. If you hit that join button below the video, or it's on here, let's pull it up here, or it is on the channel page as well. You can learn more about the membership. You'll get awesome things like an entire live stream on Monday. So even though I said those were all of the streams over there on the jam page, the reality is, oh, we have to, okay, it's not actually gonna appear. All right, cool. All right, whatever. Anyway, there's a join page, and you get that extra live stream. Every Monday, I'm going to keep working on my game. Let's see if I can find that join button. Every Monday, I'm going to keep working on my game, and you can get access to the extra live stream. There we go. There's the joy. I was like, I'm trying to do this at the same time. You get all these awesome emotes, which you can use during the live stream, and they'll pop up on screen while you're watching and stuff, which is something. You also get access to members-only Discord and some other features like extra videos, extra behind the scenes things and stuff like that. So check out that join button, see if you're interested in becoming a member. I'd really appreciate it. It helps this channel grow more than anything else. So thank you so much if you're willing to do that. All right, let me work on my game. So yeah, I definitely want to do some kind of like a idle concept in there, but we'll see. All right, so for now, I'm not there yet. First, I gotta get the movement and stuff. So the way that I was doing the movement before, or not just the movement, but the detection of collision was a bit inferior to the way I would like to start doing it. So what I'm gonna do is make special components. So what components do I already have? I have this movement component, all right? We're gonna get very game devy now. I have this movement component that gets attached onto, so in Godot there are these nodes that's going to get attached to the player. So when the game starts, let's actually go to this script. When the game starts, it is going to spawn a piece. Specifically, it's going to spawn a piece of the type player. And that is going to put it at a certain position, the spawn position, and then it's going to add to that piece a component. That component is going to be a movement component. Now that movement component is currently checking to see if it has a wall on the left, the right, if it has a piece on the right or the left, or a piece below it. I'm gonna rework that a little bit. But what this is really primarily doing right now is it is allowing us to move to the left or move to the right. It also has a timer built into it, which I might need to change a little bit, but we have a timer, and every 0.5 seconds it moves us down a little bit by a certain speed. So that's why when it starts moving as we go. So it spawns the piece, it attaches a movement component, and then it starts going down. So the reason why I have this component system is because once that piece lands, I want it to no longer be movable, right? It needs to become a piece, a normal piece. So at that moment, I want that movement component to get removed. And then, and this is where I haven't done yet, but I'm planning on adding now, I want to add another component onto it instead. And that component is going to say, now you are a set or a placed piece, right? So I'll have a placed component and a movement component. And so right now, the pieces themselves all have the same collision detection. So it looks like a tetramino, but in reality, it's not. In reality, it's just this one block, right? That's all that it actually is. However, we have these two areas here, and those areas are looking for stuff on the right and stuff below. You notice they're not looking for anything above or to the left, and that is something. I don't know. I think I am going to keep that, but I'm only going to keep that for the placed pieces, because technically they don't need to see everywhere around them. We'll see. I don't know if I'm going to continue that, because then, anyway, I don't know. We're going to come back to that. For now, what I'm going to do instead is, instead of having the player and the placed pieces share the same kind of collisions, the player is going to have its own special collisions, and the placed pieces are going to have their own special collisions. In fact, I don't know. Well, I might even say that the pieces could have a much smaller collision area than the player, but we'll see. I'm not exactly sure how I feel about that. We'll see. All right, so I'm gonna try to make that work right now. Basically, again, what I wanna have is with the movement component, that has its own collision that is attached to the player. Now, here's something important to keep in mind, right? We have to rotate the pieces. The pieces have to flippy dippy. So if I have one piece, it's going to need to know that its collision has changed when it gets along the edges and while it's bumping against things. So my vision for that, which is what I'm gonna work on first, my vision for that, okay, so let's imagine we have our player. I'll make the player yellow. And then for the collisions, so there's two pieces, right? There's the bottom piece and there's the top piece, right? So there's the bottom piece, you can see is like highlighted. It's kind of hard to tell in the yellow. Okay, the green, see how it's flashing? And the top piece rotates around the bottom piece, right? Hey, Henry, welcome. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you to Jonas as well for supporting the channel. I appreciate you guys a lot. Happy Friday. Welcome on in. I want to set up some good collision on my pieces. My pieces have some collision problems. And yeah, so I need to make sure that that collision is adaptable to the different rotating positions. So here's what I'm thinking. The bottom piece is going to have collision on the left, collision on the bottom, and collision on the right. Okay, now if it has the movement component, I'm gonna want it to spawn a top piece. Okay, so it's just going to say, I have the movement component. That means that I'm going to need to have a piece on top of me. So let's move this down here. Oh gosh, there we go. Let's make this bigger. Oh yeah, now I can breathe. And then on top of that piece, or the piece on top, I'm going to add collision here, and here, and here. Okay, so it creates all of that kind of detection, right? Which is a lot of detection for sure. I don't even know. Do I even want to do this? I mean, does it really need to anticipate that far out? Because before, you know, I don't know that I actually want to do this. what if, because before it did need to know what was next to it, but this time it just needs to know what's right up against it. So like, what if I didn't do that? What if, like, this mattered when I was combining both of the collision systems on each of them. Like, that is to say, the placed pieces and the falling pieces. But at this point, I don't really need to do that. So why don't I just put the collision, like, inside of them? Right? And then when we rotate it, it just moves. It's weird, because I was still kind of stuck in the old way of thinking when I had them sharing the same. I think that was my mistake yesterday, was just having them share the same collisions as the others. I'm doing 3D, but I'm gonna build it in 2D. So my plan is to design it in 3D space and then but represent it in a 2D way. And the reason why I like doing this is because I like the style of using 3D meshes, of using 3D lighting, and other magic trickery that can happen when there's 3D space. So yeah, so I'm doing a little bit of both, I would say. But technically it'll all be 3D. So you can see here what my board looks like, right? And obviously we'll make it fancier at some point. But yeah, I'm gonna do a little bit of both. You know, and then we can also have this idea of like the camera maybe like pulling out and like coming over. You know, we can do like fun things, and I want that. I want that flexibility. It's just, I tend to prefer and enjoy making things in 3D. So I'm more familiar with doing it in 3D. Yeah. All right, so let's set up this new collision stuff. So I do actually want to keep some of these areas because I still want that for the placed pieces. I just don't want it anymore for the movement stuff. Now, right now, this is all on the main pieces, which I don't want. So let's move that off of there and into its own component. So I'm going to make a node 3D, and I'm going to call this component underscore placed. Yeah, just make it the placed component. And then take these and pop them on in. You finally started to learn Unity from April, so I think I might go with Unity 2D for this jam. Yay, join the jam, let's go! Wow, Unity, that's awesome. I'm always so impressed, Henry. You are always trying different engines and using something new. I've seen you code in JavaScript. I've seen you use Scratch, Godot, Unreal Engine, RenPy, and now Unity. I'm so impressed with that. And I'm really curious to continually hear, like, what's your favorite? But maybe you don't have a favorite. Maybe you're just like, you know what? I like different tools for different jobs. That's fair. That's fair. But you have such a valuable insight by doing that. Really, really good. Okay, so this is gonna be my component here. Now, this might change depending on circumstances, but for now, I'm going to save this branch as a scene in my components folder, and this is component placed. I'll come back to this another time. For now, I'm just gonna actually delete it. It's out of here. See ya. So now my pieces are just that. So if we open this up, you won't see the debug blue collision shapes. Actually, it's just gonna break because it's like, hello, you got rid of everything that I knew to be true. So I have to fix that. You love playing around with a lot of engines. I love that you love playing around with a lot of engines. Let's go. Like game dev, like, look, engines are not, some people don't even use engines, man. You know, or they just use libraries. So, like, you know, having that breadth of knowledge is really valuable to, like, not lock yourself down. And they're fun. It's fun to see, like, the different ways that you can approach structuring the development of a game. Love that. Okay, so we don't need to set up all of these areas like I was before. That is completely unnecessary. So this entire ready function goes in the trash. All of the area stuff goes... I mean, I might want to keep... I don't think I need to keep any of it. I think I can just throw it all away, if I'm being honest. I'm just literally putting it all in the trash. But, you know, I'm really glad that I did what I did yesterday, because it just helped me realize the way I want to do it. Check sides, match detected wall state. So we still need. So right now we're gonna be able to bump into everything, right? Now the way I had this set up was I had all of these signals around, and these signals would get sent to the movement component. So the movement component is like checking if things are blocked or not. But we're actually going to be changing a little bit of that. I don't think we're going to need to emit any of that anymore. So that's all going to go in the trash as well. I might keep some of this stuff, but just move it to the other place. So we'll see. Let's get rid of that. If is on floor. I mean, just really all of that. I might as well just cut 100% of this and bring it over. Yeah, all of that. Give me all of that. And we don't need grounded. This is what the piece has become. And I'm gonna move it all to the component movement, or the movement component. I'm gonna get rid of all this. I might end up recreating some of this, but I'd rather just have a fresh start. You know, sometimes that's the way to go. Now, if I'm going to be putting collision on this, I probably can't have it as a timer, because timer doesn't have position data. So I should reconfigure my component in general as well. The only thing you've been finding hard is Unity UI system, since I either have my text too small or too big. Oh, like making UI in Unity. You know, I never really got that far. I feel like in Unity I started making like a platformer, and I didn't get to like menus or anything like that. All right, that sounds like a thing that you could overcome. But maybe you mean Unity's UI itself. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of all this for now. Actually, I'm probably gonna still want this. I don't know that it matters if it's a piece or a wall. That mattered. We'll see. Well, you know what? Let's leave that for now. Okay, and then I'm gonna paste all of that code. Godot is a bit easier for UI stuff. Wow, Godot's UI tools are easier. You heard it from Henry. Okay, so I'm going to change this type from a timer to a node 3D, since we're going to be adding... heck, I could even make it an area. Nah, I'm not going to make it an area. I'm going to make it a node 3D. Which means we can't extend from a timer anymore. I need to extend from a node 3D, naturally. And obviously timeout isn't going to work, so I have to create a timer within the component, and we will onReady that. And so I'll say timer timeout, timer start, and timer stop. Okay. Yeah, we don't have grounded anymore, so for now we just say pass. Yep, none of those exist. That's true. That's very true. All right, so we have to do a lot of passing for right now. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to add an area 3D and a collision shape. Now, luckily, the collision shape will be very easy to create, because all that it is a standard box shape. Now, what I'm curious, if I run this, it'll just be, oh yeah, right, we have problems. Yeah, it's a Node 3D now. We're gonna first let me find all the errors since I've made changes. Okay, good, nice. So you can see it has that blue around it. That's that collision that I just created. And now there's not blue everywhere else because I got rid of it. So it's just gonna clip through everything at this point. So we gotta fix that. So I kind of want to just start right now making the piece that can rotate around. I think the sooner I have that, the better. If I build everything as if you don't have a piece that you have to worry about rotating around, right? Then I think it's just going to be harder. And again, just to iterate what I mean, let's put this over here. Just to iterate what I mean. See that rotation right there. I want to make sure that it's able to change its collision properties in real time, and I think the sooner I set that up, the better. So to do that, I say that's just part of the component, the movement component. So how's it gonna make a piece? Right? I kind of need to, like, I guess you could just add another piece. Yeah, just add another piece. Like, the piece itself is like a component in this sense. All right, that's fine with me. So then I'm going to get that piece and let's not put it up there. I'm going to say variable piece. Actually, we already have it over here in the main scene. I could get it from the main scene. I guess I could do that. All right, yeah, let's make this, let's say class name main scene. And then I'm gonna add a static variable called ref. And then in the init, I'm going to say ref equals self, and now I should be able to just reference it here. It just might be easier. And so when this first happens, I want it to, it's gonna be interesting. I want it to, I guess just onto itself, just like add child main scene dot ref dot piece. Just like put it in, just drop it in, give me the piece. So this is a cool trick that that people in the community taught me, and what it lets me do is by making a static variable and making sure that this script is a class name, and then in the initialize function, which runs before ready, we're setting that reference to itself. So then I can actually reference that script anywhere in the code. Now it's not quite the same as like a global, because well, it's basically global, more or less. But where it has limitations is if I have something instantiated multiple times, then it's not gonna know which one to reference. So what's nice about this is this main scene is in one place, right? So it's always gonna be there, it's always the same, and so I can say, let me look at that from anywhere and make sure that I'm getting the same data. And in this case, all I need is that information about the instantiation. We'll see. It should work. It'll probably work, right? So if we are adding the child, I obviously want that child to be added. If this works, all it's gonna do is it's gonna put it right on top of it. But or not on top of it, but in front of it, or they're gonna be like on top of each. They're gonna be in the same place. But what I want is for it to go on top or above it. So in order to do that, really its position would just be +1. I think that's gonna be pretty simple, right? I'm gonna make a variable. Yeah, maybe this will work. Let's create a variable called, and actually, you know what? Let's put this up here. Variable piece, and then what if I just make it main scene.ref.piece, and then that way I can call this piece and potentially say piece position y plus equals 1. What is that? What is that like? How broken or not is it? Oh, it did not like that. You want me to on-ready it? I can on-ready it. I have no problem with that. Nice. Okay. We do have a debugger issue. Can't add child already has a parent grid. Whoa. So I have to reparent it. That's interesting. Whoa. Can't add child. Node 3D at 2. It's component movement because it already has a parent grid. So that's really interesting. So wait, okay. If I pause it and go to remote and we look at grid. So it seems like it's actually trying to move itself. That is wild. Because that's what it is. Okay, that did not work. Okay, good to know. So I don't think I can do that static reference that way. And even if I call it like something else, that's not gonna matter. Surely that doesn't matter. It's interesting because I guess because we're instantiating it in the preload. Because I'm instantiating it in the preload, it's already instantiated, right? Whoa. Well, welcome dungeon. I think, and I could be wrong, but I'm guessing since I'm saying instantiate here, right? There is the one that is instantiated. Yeah, that's okay. This is the one that's instantiated. Therefore, what I'm saying is, hey, that same one that you already instantiated, can you put that one in there again? So if I wanted to make it different, I would have to not instantiate it here. Call this a packed scene where I use it at this part, say piece instantiate. Can we do as? Is that allowed? Should be no, but is pack scene. Oh, okay. So I would need to then make another variable. Piece to add will say piece to add node 3D equals that, and then piece to add or rather grid piece to add child piece to add. Okay, that works for me. You know, it's kind of roundabout, but that's okay. So then I'll say over here variable piece to add node 3D equals piece dot instantiate, and then we say piece to add. Oh, I think I need to change a couple other things. I just realized. Back over here, we have to make sure this also, all of these here have to have piece to add. Okay. All right, let's see if this functions better. Nope. Oh, gotta update that as well since we changed it, removed the instantiation. It's not a node anymore. Alright, here we go. Bam! 2 pieces. Let's go. Alright, we're cooking. We're cooking now. Speaking of cooking, I'm gonna take a bite. I like cooking. I like cooking. I like eating. I've got some root vegetable curry. Leave a thumbs up in the on the video chat if you like this live stream and you like cooking. Yo, I nailed it with this root vegetable curry. What in the world? Hyper smash that thumbs up button, guys. Get those likes up. It helps so much. It means more people find out about these live streams, and I can cook more game dev and cook more food and just be a happy, healthier person. To our health! Like button, and cheers. Dang, what in the world? God, that's so good. Okay. Forgive me. I'm here for like 11 hours, okay? I gotta stay fed. So, let's do this. I'm gonna add the pieces, and this time I want to rotate the piece. I think I'd love to start doing that. So, I need a key for that, because currently there is no key that actually does that. I've got left, right, down, up. I'm just gonna call it like button 1. Button, no, yeah, well, I don't know. Yeah, button. Can I call it button 1 and button 2? I think that would be nice. I am gonna put counter and regular clockwise rotation. That is something I want. Button 1, button 2. The official theme game version doesn't have that. Hey, what's up, Rorik? Welcome. How you doing, friend? Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I appreciate you for that. It's good to have you. How you been? Hi, Liz. Hope you and everyone else in your family is good and all that. So I want to what was I gonna do? Wait, what was I trying to do? Buttons, rotation. Oh, I was just gonna demonstrate that in the theme game, you can actually only rotate clockwise. The official theme game, it's only got one way. And the reason I chose this one is because it's a little simpler than the console version, because this game came out on console, but it also came out with an arcade version, and it has less it just has less scope. So I figured that would be a good thing. Whereas the original game, or the console I should say, not the original, but the console versions of the game actually all have counterclockwise and clockwise. So, you know, the rotation, the piece rotation isn't the reason why I chose one over the other. It was because this one adds like extra modes and stuff that, again, I just feel like increases scope unnecessarily. But indeed, in the console versions, you can go clockwise and counterclockwise. So I don't see any reason to not do it. The reason why it wasn't in the arcade version was just, I guess, I don't honestly know why. I guess for like buttons, like they only had like a couple buttons on the arcade, I guess. Maybe just to like make it unnecessarily harder so people put more coins in the machine. I don't know. You're still in the concept phase of this game. Have you guys started yet? I think a couple people have started. Folks haven't shared anything on the Discord though. By the way, there is a Discord channel. If you guys want to share your progress, post your images, your game dev documents, whatever you want, the game itself, videos, start getting some like feedback, you're welcome to do that. And then let me know when I'm here live streaming. I'll like, if I'm here, let me know that you posted something in the Game Like Jam thread, and I will gladly show it off and share it. So we had that for the balloons, the Frogger likes, and it was just like a really fun way to stay connected. So if you do want to share your stuff, let us know. But a couple people have definitely started. It's tough. It's tough because you have to think about like the grid movement. You don't have to. That's the thing. I mean, I say you have to think about the grid movement, but you really don't. Like, you can make yours however you want. But I think so far folks are leaning towards the grid-like stuff. So that requires a lot of thinking. So it'll be I think what's going to happen is it'll be slow to start making the game, and then I think it'll start picking up, and it'll be easier and easier to make the game as more components come into place. Just kind of a vague prediction. Roderick says, I might do a complete different minigame, keeping the AI battle and story mechanics. Nice. Yeah, I'm planning on having just like, do I have an error right now? I don't think so. Just having like one screen at a time. So instead of there being two, you know, playing areas at once, just having one playing area. And then you can either do idle mode where it auto plays for you, or you do the mode where you can control it. Is kind of where I'm leaning. So I love that. Like play around with it, you know? Because I think more so than the balloons likes, I think that you can actually experiment more with this one, and it still feel Puyo Puyo-like, right? If you have like the pieces and you rotate them around and you try to match them, and there's like garbage that gets in your way, I feel like those components are pretty much all you need for it to feel Puyo Puyo-like. And then beyond that, there are other things too, like the story, the AI. There's more you can add in. Things that seem to connect with each other, you know, like the blobs like look at each other. That stuff, to me, that's extra. The core gameplay that makes it feel Puyo Puyo-like, I think, has a lot you can build onto. You're forced to sign in to watch? What? You were forced to sign in to watch this stream? Are you serious? That's really weird. I don't even understand that. I could see that for leaving a chat. What? That's crazy. Please don't do that, YouTube. Don't be like X. Come on now. Come the heck on now. Jeez. I don't know. Maybe that was just like a one-off thing. Maybe they're experimenting with it. Alright, so let's make this piece rotate. I added button 1, I added button 2, but they don't do anything. I had to pick some keys. Dungeon tried in a private window and it worked fine. It could be, honestly, sometimes they experiment on different accounts. Like, they'll have some, like, I don't know, seemingly arbitrary reason why this group of users are in the test and all the rest of these people aren't. And then they'll just like try new features, new layouts, new this, new that on those people. So it could be that Pawn has like some kind of special thing. Or maybe they thought Pawn was suspicious. Any match 4 game should be in. Any match, yeah, kind of any match 4 game. I think there are a couple extra things, but for the most part, yeah. And that's also why I picked this game, in part, right? Because it has such a ubiquity. I mean, friggin' Candy Crush, which I don't think is 4 match. I don't remember how many you match in Candy Crush. It's been a while since I played that. But, it's the idea of falling pieces that you match is so popular and so common that it's essentially like a fundamental skill at this point. So yeah, exactly. You can really do a lot with that. And it's, if anything, this is like an excuse for us to learn how to make such a game. Plus, it's got a fun, cute story. Well, it's not really a cute story, but the art is cute. You have 1 week vacation, so this turned into a 3-week challenge for you. You have 1 week vacation, and so it's a 3-week challenge? Wouldn't that be a 1 week challenge? Draw and design something on the go. Dang, well, take care of yourself, all right? That's one of the rules, okay? That's one of the rules. Remember to take breaks and stuff. Take care of yourself. Use a VPN? Okay, that might be why. They're like, this is sus. Welcome, Pawn. Thank you for supporting the channel. I appreciate you. Thanks for being a mega supporter. Means a lot. Sorry you had to go through that. The security at the door. No entry. I am a mega hyper. No entry unless you have ID. Okay. Taking your laptop with you. Nice. I guess I'll just use the default for now. I'm not going to think too hard about the buttons. I do want this to work on mobile, so I'll refine these buttons later, but I think for now... No, but dude, you're doing WASD? Give me some other keys. Do the, do comma and period. Give me those. I know you told YouTube to ID me in the door. Hey, when Pawn comes, I just keep an eye out, all right? Be careful. Make sure Pawn actually has ID. Pawn's a shapeshifter. Or there's a shapeshifter on the loose who sometimes shapeshifts into Pawn. Oh, you're not taking your laptop with... So you really do have... Oh... So you... Oh, okay. Now it all makes sense. I see. You have 1 week where you can't work on it. Got it. I love that. Not bringing a laptop on vacation. Brilliant. Amazing. Sounds like you're following the rule to take breaks and stuff. Nice. So that means you only have 3 weeks. I feel you. I feel you. I mean, at the end of the day, I only have the handful of streams that I'm doing. You know, but then you do have to cram all that work into that time, which is real. All right, I'm going to add some more buttons. I'm going to do comma and period, which has like those little arrow brackets. Just for now. You know, we can refine that later. Okay, so input event. I might clean this up a bit later. Why don't I ever use event? I never use event. I don't know why. I just usually don't. But like, maybe I should. No, because then you're locking it into like a single event. I don't know. If event pressed and key code that. If event is input key. Right, so then you have to like do all these extra checks. Right, so that doesn't look interesting. It's cleaner and more flexible to use a provided input map feature, which allows you to define input actions and assign them different keys. Right, but then should I not use the input? You can set up your input map and then use these actions like this. So, I mean, it's even in the documentation suggesting that I use process instead. Fluid consumption. Fluid consumption. Thank you, Roger. Input map in process or input function? GD script. I'm just curious, like, I don't know, like what thoughts are on using one versus the other. Started to understand trench broom entities and brushes enough to... What the heck is a trench broom entity? What a word. What in the world? Godot? Is that the Quake? What the heck is this? Map maker for Quake. 1, 2, 3 and early source games. Wow. That sounds cool. Neat. That looks like something. Funkado. Wow. Wow. Neat. Musical godot. It's a funky godot. That's some funk right there. I don't know why I went with like a United States Southern accent with that. Incredibly well explained and documented. All right, I bet it's cool. I bet it's cool. Anyway, input event for checking input. Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm reading and exactly the question I'm having. He's counterintuitive to me. Yeah, they weren't talking about the process. Both have their reason. If you open, for example, a pause menu with escape, yeah, let's come over here. You would put it in input because you only need to do something the moment it's pressed. On the other hand, assuming you move your character with WSD, you would check every frame if the button is pressed. And if moving the character by movement times delta, I don't know. Yeah, I guess. Try to do nothing in process. I did a multi-touch and I had to abandon it because input functions were not quite there yet. This is 5 years ago. It's good to know. Want to let people add custom levels and content to the game if they want. Nice. That's impressive. Oh, the issue I'm trying to handle? Yo, I mean, look, you know, it's not an issue. It's more a curiosity. Like, you know, why do I want to use the input function or not? Do I want? I don't know. More of a curiosity about that than anything. Not really an issue. You know, so if I move the movement to process, I still don't know that it's that necessary. This isn't like, it's gonna be too aggressive, right? It's gonna happen more frequently than I want. I can't ever tap it. See, it's like moving a crap ton. It's moving so much. But obviously we could do it by delta or whatever. Fusing it, but make sure the current event is the right type and is press/not press, not an echo. What do you mean? Echoes when you hold a key. Right. Well, I do actually well, that's kind of a weird thing. I like the echo, right? So if I like tap it. Oh, that's interesting, Roger. Oh, I actually really appreciate. Okay, because here's what I've noticed. When I first use it, yeah, when I first press it, it sucks. But then it's perfect. It's exactly what I want. I can move it very gently. I should show you guys when I'm pressing. Please tell me I didn't press the wrong button. Oh. Keyboard. Show the keyboard. Oh, we got it. So you see, if I tap it, this is exactly what I want. And then if I hold it, it eventually starts to pick up, which is exactly what I want. But yeah, sometimes it does echo right at the beginning, and it's super annoying. Wait, yeah, help me. I didn't know I needed that help. Make sure the current event is the right type and is pressed / not pressed / not an echo. How do I check if it's not an, how do I do that? Because I do want it to repeat after the first one. Right? It's just like right at the beginning, it's super awkward, you know? Which is what I'm trying to deal with. Really? So if I just say, make sure the current event is the right type, leave out the is echo to make it repeat. What? Is echo. Whoa. Returns true if this input event is an echo. I'm very confused. Oh, would I like add this somewhere else? If you want a concept base repeating at all times, it would be a bit more chaotic, so I can drop an example in the Discord. This sounds unnecessary. Like, is it just me, or is this seeming like it shouldn't be this complicated? I think this is too complicated. Oh wait, but where's the echo? If event is echo. Oh. Thank you. Event is the return variable from the function. Gotcha. Oh wow, now it blocks that. Now, right, so then I lose that ability to hold it, which I did like that ability to hold it. Oh, but no, it still has the problem. That didn't fix it at all. That didn't fix anything. Because I still can do the echo. And then, that definitely did not fix it. Yeah, there's something else. There's something else going on. Very interesting. Very interesting, but that didn't work. I don't think we'd want it to be an echo. That would be pretty terrible. Okay, well, look, it's barely an issue. It's just like, sometimes it gets a little feisty early, but I think it's fine. I don't think there's actually a problem. Well, see, like right there, it did it a little prematurely. There's like a weird like glitch that happens where sometimes it does it even though I didn't quite push it that much, which is a weird thing. All right, we're going into the input movement right now, apparently. Oh, Jesus. What the hell am I looking at? It creates an endless loop that waits X time every time until you are not pressing the given key. And prevents starting 2 instances of the loop. What? I see there's this delay time that's like defined somewhere else. I mean, my morbid curiosity wants to see what happens. But I feel like somehow it's a mistake to indulge this. But you've not helped me on this before. I'm just kind of curious to see what happens, though. I can't help myself. You typed it on memory? You did what? You did what? Is going on? What even is happening here? This is wild. I don't know about this, man. Left action may be the key press to cause the move left in the first place. Yeah, I got that. Dude, this is what is even happening here? Wait, oh my god, what are we doing? This is a mistake. Set delay time. Oh my god, why am I doing this? Obviously I don't have a left action logic, but what's wrong with my indentation right there? Here would be my left action logic. Yeah, I gotcha. I think something is wrong. It says unindent doesn't match the previous indentation. I don't understand what we're doing with this break. If not that... Okay, just wait a second, dude. Chill. Just wait a second. Just wait a second. Stop. Look at the error. Unindent doesn't match the previous indentation level. Look at the error. It doesn't matter what I put here. Okay, I could put... It's not fixing it. I don't understand why this is happening. Like, I feel like... It should be in the line with the if. Okay. Dude, honestly, I don't understand what you're talking about. I feel like you did too. Right, but I don't think that it allows that. I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that I'm allowed to do that in GD script. I think that you're doing something that doesn't make sense. You're the first person to say, oh, it's Dr. Mario. It is very similar to Dr. Mario. No, it's okay. So I'm working on a game like Jam. I'm making the mistake of allowing chat to code for me, which is always a mistake. But, oh my gosh, I did do that. So the Puyo Puyo is the game. Get in here! Get in here! The link is in the chat if you want to join up in this. So we are making games like Puyo Puyo. This is the Game Like Jam. We do this every other month, different games. The last one was Bloons Tower Defense. And this time it's Puyo Puyo. And it is very Dr. Mario inspired. It is different, I agree. But the original creator of this game themselves said that they were inspired by Dr. Mario. So it makes sense that there would be those similarities, right? Two pieces that you rotate around and you try to match up for, and then the pieces fall down. Well, actually the pieces don't fall down in Dr. Mario. In Dr. Mario, they kind of stay put. But yeah, so it's definitely different. There are a lot of differences, but I think it scratches a similar itch to Dr. Mario, and it just has like this extra concept of like combos and stuff. But I see the similarity for sure. All right, what do we got here with this chaos backseat coding? Yeah, I'm on the error line. I gotcha. Unindent one time. Okay, I've unindented one time. I gotta put a timer on when I'm done with this. It's nice of you to help, but my god. I've unindented one time. I unindented one time. I unindented one time. I give you one more minute, and then I'm not doing this anymore. Your help is appreciated. It's the next line. Oh, it's the next line. Thank you. Thank you. That is what I needed you to say. That's what I needed you to say. Is that it was the next line. Okay. All right. Excellent. Jesus. Input event key pressed is made up. That doesn't exist. The arcane knowledge cannot be conveyed in simple terms. So that's not a thing. You made this up. Input event key and event is pressed. Now this is supposed to do something. Okay, and then if I do another one, what if it's just perfect and beautiful and it's everything I could have ever hoped for? Just like imagine it was worth it beyond my wildest dreams. You are the chat. It's just you. You're the only one. So, what I'm noticing is I have to hold it for it to move. I kind of like the speed. If I wanted to move right away first, move the await after the logic. I'm actually very intrigued by this. You know what? This is pretty good. Oops, I meant to put the keyboard up here. Hey, I like this. Oh, too low. Oh, I see. Yeah, I gotcha. This is nice. Let's say move, hold, delay. Or button, hold, delay. Wait a minute, this is awesome. Is this amazing? You've definitely helped me with this kind of stuff before. That's why I broke my rule of coding so hard with chat. As I have said, I wield arcane knowledge, so long as one can understand it. Let's make it 0.1. Oh, yes. Yes, this is nice. Being obscure has never helped your case. That's fair. This is pretty good. This is like very good. This is like highly good. Oh my gosh. And I need all of that stuff in there? There's a lot of stuff in there. This is perfect. There's no more initial, like, bizarreness. It's the minimum. Alright. Something I do wonder, and one variable to say if it can create for the loop. One variable to say if it can create the loop, one check, one await the logic. Right, well I guess I was thinking like all of this, but I guess so. I mean, you know, like all of that, like is that really necessary? Like is it? You know? If you want to make it simpler, you can get rid of the second if event is input key for write. It just prevents it running every time you move your mouse too. Whoa. Okay, so just like pull this back. Oops. I see what you're saying. Put that in there like that. Wow. So what this is, I kind of want to comment this because I just would never even write this. So this is saying, ensure a keyboard key is pressed. And then, I mean, why even say event is pressed? Like, why would there be an input key event that isn't pressed? How could a key input be happening without a press? And then the other thing is, like, oh. So here's something else that I'm gonna throw at you, alright? I want this to be functional on mobile. So, and I'm not asking you to go deep into it right now, because I plan on adding that compatibility later. But ideally, and I know there's like touch stuff and gesture, like all that is a whole other can of worms. Moving the mouse is also an event. True, but it wouldn't be a key, right? So I would think input event key is keeping the mouse from happening. But I see, the release pressed as opposed to released. So that makes sense, that makes sense. You know, so I would think about, like, ideally, you know, if the touch screen is pressed on one side or whatever, if you gesture to the left, obviously that's a whole thing to figure out in Godot. But if you swipe to the left, then action left fires, or whatever. Because I have this input key and is pressed, I just wonder if that swipe would now no longer be detected. Whereas if I didn't even bother with that and we just did this, you know, then, because here's the thing, like, all those are events, so that's running the code more times than it needs to, but we're already saying, hey, only if it's left. Yeah, that's for later. Yeah. Alright. I mean, alright. Ensure keys pressed. Oh, and then you were saying I didn't need to do this either. If you're just checking if it's a key press, you could do an elif for other cases. That's true. I know it doesn't. I know it doesn't have good built-in gestures. Yeah, it does have terrible stuff. Yeah, I already know. I've tried. It's bad. I know. That is going to be a learn-along of a such. Either a member-focused learn-along or a public one. Probably a member one. Yep. Because I'd love to have like a mobile template that already has a lot of that like implemented, or like examples of ways to do it. But yeah, no, I know. Yeah, I was about to do that. I think I'll make a... Oh, I guess I could make this a constant. Yeah. Shy always adds the controller on screen for mobile stuff because the gestures are tough. Yeah. I mean, you know, I think it depends on the game. I think what I hate about controls on screen is that it's not tactile, so depending on the game, it can be really frustrating because you might miss the button. So there's actually a Puyo Puyo-like out there. I don't remember the name. Maybe it's like... It's not this. Oh wait, it is this. It's this one. So this is a Puyo Puyo-like that's on the Google Play Store, and it has gestures in it. Now it's not using Godot probably, but it doesn't have buttons on screen, and it lets you swipe to move pieces left and right, and you tap on the left side of the screen or the right side of the screen to rotate it clockwise or counterclockwise. You swipe down to move them down really fast, and it works pretty well. It's a little fiddly, but so then for the Frogger-likes, let's see if I can find the Frogger game that I played. Was it this one? Yes. So there's this. This was the best Frogger-like back when we did our Frogger-like jam that I found. And it's not really a Frogger-like. It's basically just the exact same original game. But it has these on-screen buttons, and it's freaking miserable. It's like impossible to play because like first of all, it's very small. I think there is a way you could make the buttons bigger, but it's so small and it's really hard to like press the right ones. And so like you're trying to like, it's just, I can't explain it. It's just like, it's almost impossible to play with any degree of skill. So I think in many cases, the on-screen buttons are the way to go. But there are those situations where it's not as effective. I honestly think ideally it would be good to have both as like an accessibility feature, but you know, that can be asking a lot too. Programmers fear me, designers fear me, developers fear me fear me. My solution was to take the initial position when a click/touch happens, then append an array with all positions until the touch and drag stops, and the gesture direction is based on the first plus last. So if you hold click in my games, an arbitrary long array is being created. Oh no. It's such an interesting problem. It really is. Yeah, so I mean, I definitely want to do a learn along about it. Maybe I could make it a public one. Maybe it could be a public one. You can just emulate the same gestures with a mouse, honestly. Yeah, totally. Exactly. Right, so as soon as I'm ready to start setting that up, I'll do it with a mouse first. Yeah, exactly. That's a huge tip for making this work good. Rippling lines get erased in your head if you have any non-capped action appending into an array. Yeah, I mean, I found that out in my Bloons like. I had a giant memory leak. That was just an array that was just ballooning hundreds of thousands of times. It was crazy. Alright, so let me give you a credit, Roger, because you've done me an amazing favor. Not only do you keep me hydrated, which I didn't give you credit for that yet, but you have made a tremendous contribution with regards to movement. So thank you. We'll give you one for each for left and right, so I can give you extra props for that. In an open world procedural game with items, crafting, and everything, dear God. The entities loading and unloading left the signals, which is fine, except when you blow enough up to create 100 megabytes of signals. That's fun, though. That's a fun thing. Not fun, but fun times. Exactly. Alright. Anyway, I need to get my rotation. That's what I was trying to set up forever ago, was some rotation. So I think what I'll do is I'm going to say handle horizontal movement, or we'll just say horizontal movement. Make a function for it. Maybe you can just check until like the 5th position, because then you already have a general direction and it won't feel delayed. What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Alright, I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna put it in there. Oh, we should carry the event with it. And I'm gonna make this its own function. Check distance from start point to current point, and if it's far enough, use them. I don't understand. Func, horizontal movement. What's the problem you're trying to solve? I didn't realize that there was a problem. Oops. Oh, gestures. Oh, okay. I was like, wait, what with this? Okay, now that I know what you're talking about. You do it based on distance covered. Check distance from start point. Yes, that's what I would do too. Yes. To current point, and if it's far enough, use them. Then you'll need to, yes, that's what I would do. Same thing, same thing. I just feel like waiting until you stop holding the screen might be problematic. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, exactly. First point, and then it's like, oh, look, now your point is X distance from that first tap. Because Godot can already check when you touch it, right? And that you're touching it. So capture that value, and then when this is a certain amount, now it's a gesture. Completely agree with that. Yeah. Yeah, but Dungeon's idea is fascinating. Don't entice me, because now I want to, like, start making it. I won't, though. I won't. Probably. Maybe. Horizontal movement. And then I think I was setting up like variables though, wasn't I? Oh yeah, I was making this a constant. Can we just call it? No, I'll say button hold delay. Then I need to update that over here. Sold your soul to 48 demons now? Okay. There's... okay. 23 other creatures. Okay. Making this soul custody. Okay. Alright. Wow. Yeah. We do 2 variables and just have it discard the other data if you want to be smart. Oh, I wanted to make a constant for constant move speed horiz. And that's gonna be 1. Smart and Fun do not need to meet. I do think you guys should meet Lili though, who has joined us. Welcome, Lili. Thank you for being here. I hope you're feeling nice and cozy. Pleasure to have you. Yeah, that's a good kind. That's a good kind. Okay, button hold delay, and then move speed horizontal, which I'm gonna pop right in here. And there. Alright. So yeah, it's pretty good. A part of me almost wishes there was like more of a delay. Let me see what happens. Like before it starts checking that you're holding it. Like I imagine... Here, let me just see what this feels like. Oh, actually, no. This actually is just like what Roger had me do. It actually feels incredibly similar. Wow! Dang. I know what I'd do without you, Roger. And I don't like the way it looks. It's good. It's good. It's perfect. I gotta commit that. She is a little chunk. She is a little chunk. We found like an official chunk chart the other day, and our cats are like if there's like not chunk and there's chunk, our cats are like just right on the chunks. Like they're just like there's like full chunk, and then there's like barely a chunk. They're like they are right. They're right there. Comfortably chunk. Traumatized is starting to get an idea that's looking promising. Let's go! Something like Tetris Attack meets Yoshi's Cookie. Oh yeah, Yoshi's Cookie! Wait, somebody the other day was saying that they played a game like Puyo Puyo and it had like Yoshi's on it in the arcade. And I couldn't think of what it was. I forgot about Yoshi's Cookie. Dude, I played that game when I was a kid. Wow. I totally forgot about that. Thank you for like putting that back in my brain. And whoever that was who was here yesterday, I hope you get to hear or get some kind of relief knowing that that was the game you were thinking of. Wow. I enjoyed that game and it had the word cookie in it. I haven't played that in so long. Load. Okay, Nintendo, you're Nintendo. I get it. I get it, you're Nintendo. Okay. Just let us play. Wait, is it running extra slow? Is it just me? They do look like knockoff Yoshis. That's really funny. It's so funny that they said it was not, because they specifically said that the game had knockoff Yoshis in it. Wait, this doesn't feel like Puyo Puyo. Wait, but yeah, it kind of does. I am playing because it was a game that I forgot existed. I played it when I was like a child. There's another version of Yoshi's Cookie? This game is weird. This game is crazy. What? What even is this? I don't know if this is the game that they were thinking of. Oh, an NES. This is the only one that I ever played. Whoa. Wow. I was a Super Nintendo kid. I was too young for regular Nintendo. This is low-key better though. It's just like cleaner, and there are no Yoshis, which is weird. Like, where's Yoshi? It's just Chef Mario. There's not enough Chef Marios in Mario canon. Where's Yoshi? Where the hell is Yoshi? Wild. Okay. Anyway. Wow. I'm leaning into the distractions today. Rotation. Input event. Rotational movement. Whoa, it's the same amount of letters. Let that sink in. Okay, event. I'm gonna put this in the other order. Function, rotational movement, event. Banana rotate. What in the world? Why is it not auto-indenting? That's the most frightening thing I've ever seen. Oh, because I didn't put a colon. I'm not gonna Google it. I refuse to Google that. I won't do it. This ain't no member stream, alright? That's member stream behavior. I'm just gonna type in something and Google it because you say it. Okay. I'm. Wow. Yeah. That is. She fears the rotate. I do. I do fear the rotate. You already know I do. There it is. It's banana rotate. It's a banana and it's rotating. And this guy is meme facing all around it. Now you know what banana rotate is. You're welcome. I did that for you guys. Okay. I guess, do I need to check this forever? I guess I could, you know what I could do? I could put this even before here. Pull this back. And say that these only happen if that's true. And then we can add in the extra check if input. Now, okay, but the next question I have is, can you hold rotate and does it matter? I don't think so. No, it doesn't matter. Okay, cool. Good. Thank God. Okay, so we're gonna say input is action just pressed this time. That way it only takes it in one time and we can't like hold it. There's no echoes. If we press button 1, I need the extra piece. So not only do I need to spawn in the extra piece, here, but I need to be able to find that extra piece later. So I'm gonna create a variable called top piece. It doesn't matter if blocks are on the left and right though. It does a full 180 in most versions, which is interesting to me. That's true. Wait, what does matter? I don't understand. Not. Wait, what does that have to do with holding it? I don't understand what that has to do with holding it. Maybe you mean. I don't know what you mean. What do you mean? Oh, okay. It does, but it does a full 180. I know what you mean though. There is, when I've been looking at like strategies, I do see like people talk about there be this like way to flip it 180 degrees. But I don't think this version has that. Thank goodness. But you are talking about something. I know you are. Okay, so I need to define piece to add, or top piece. I should probably do that sooner. I guess so. Here, we'll do that. And then I'll change these to top piece. Oh yeah, these variables, let's put these up here. Oh, I was gonna do a GitHub commit too, like 20 hours ago. Going lift? I guess I kinda like going. I'm gonna make it moving, even though it's longer. It'll just match with the move left, move speed horizontal kind of situation. Okay. If it's button 1, which is going to be counterclockwise? Well, that's, I guess, a question that I have. I mean, in the arcade version, that key moves it clockwise. But is that true in the console version? Because it kind of makes more sense to me that the button on the left should move it counterclockwise, and the button on the right should move it clockwise. But, like, is that true over here as well? No, it flips them. That's chaos. We're not doing that. I don't care. I don't care that it does it. That's ridiculous. Left is counterclockwise, right is clockwise. So I guess what I need to do is I need to define, like, currently this is all, okay, let me try to explain where we're at here. The code or the script that I'm on is right here. This is the script. Okay, it's on this one. And so I've currently told the top piece to be Y position +1. Now, if I want it to rotate to the left, contrary to what those arrows are saying, if I want it to move to the left, there's a couple different ways I could do it. I could say plus equals. You know what I'd rather do? I'd rather change its position relative to the center. And so say, I don't know. Because otherwise it's going to have to know. Because I don't actually want it to rotate. Technically what I'd want it to do is like, so I could do -1 on the Y, on the X, and -1 on the Y, but that's not always gonna work for every direction. So I feel like it would just be better just to teleport it to the different positions. Although then you lose the potential for, like, you not really, you just tween it. Just tween it. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Tween it. So that way it actually moves. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I think we just set the different positions and then tell it to tween to it. I think that makes the most sense. So then I'll define all those positions. So let's say variable or constant . Top position. Vector 3 equals vector 3. Now, but that has to be relative. That's the thing. Because it could be anywhere. So well, it could just calculate it, right? I could just calculate it. So if it's adding it onto the center, if the center of the script is, or the code is right here, to go to the top position, that means that it's Y +1, it's X1, or X0, Y1, and then X0. So these need to be thought of as additive, or like offsets. They're offsets, essentially. So I'm gonna say top offset, or maybe top offset top. 0, 1, 0. And then we'll say left. Again, offsetting from the center on the Y, that would be, we would want it to bring it. Now that means it's gonna have to bring it back to 0. So I wouldn't even want it to be zeros, right? I would need to make sure that it, instead of 0, I'd actually want to fetch the positions of itself. So I'd want like its own position X, its own position Z. I don't know if it'll like this in the variable, but set it to its own position Y. And then we want it probably -1 there. Its own position Z. In theory, something like that. It'll like a constant checking. Oh, they're constants. Oh, good call. I mean, now I'm curious just to see. Let me see if it gives me an error. I think you're right. But let's see. Oh. We got other problems. Yep. Okay, there's... Oh, that's so funny. Like, not knowing you have an error because an error is somewhere else. Okay. Yeah, good call. I mean, look, I would have found that out eventually, but I appreciate you, so I'm gonna give you an eagle brain for that. Okay. Let's do variable, not make those capital. Okay. And then we'll do right. Now here's the other problem with this. There's a lot of problems because this needs to update every frame, right? So I'm gonna have to move these from the top of the script to like the process in order for this to work. Do the bottom first, but yeah, this would be just one. So I'm gonna actually get rid of all of this. Oh dear. And then in the process function, I mean, does it need to be in process? It really only needs to know it at the moment of rotation, right? In theory, yeah, but if you're tweening, oh, a tween might not work. Because if you change your position in the middle of the tween, what even happens? But it's relative to the center. I don't know, something about that seems kind of weird. Yeah. I'm kind of curious. I feel like this is not going to work, but I'm very curious like what's going to happen. So I am going to put it here, knowing full well that that probably isn't going to work. But I want to see what it's like, because it sounds fun. Oops. Now, obviously, I don't want this for every single one. That would be bad. So I'm gonna say capture or current bottom piece position. Get current bottom piece position. You guys are not really getting. I guess we are. Are we getting or are we setting? I don't know. I guess we're getting. If that button is pressed, I want top piece. And I'm not gonna tween it just yet. Top piece position equals, well, but you have to somehow tell it to cycle through those. So it's gonna have to know which, I mean, that's, I think 2 arrays or enums will probably be best for that. Seems like that would make sense. Rotate counterclockwise. Well, it starts out on top, so it'll always be on top. Top, left, bottom, right. Clockwise. But these would have to click through. This is crazy. I feel like it should just be one, and then depending on which one you go, rotate positions, rotate position. And then you either go this way through the array or that way through the array. Keep changing your mind. Maybe you do want to just do a falling block game more like Puyo Puyo. It sounds like you're inspired though. Which is like probably one of the most fun moments. Among the most fun moments when game developing. When you have like a bunch of different ideas. And it's that moment where it's coming down into a single idea. Love that. Sometimes just starting to build it can lead to more inspiration too. Okay, so we'll keep track of its current rotate position. So if it's going, I mean, I think it's just going to be a little less confusing if I actually make it go literally increasing the numbers is clockwise and decreasing them is counterclockwise. Although we'll have to define how looping it works exactly, so I'll have to like set a range. I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to do that. But we're going to figure it out. So I'm going to say match, rotation, position, whatever the current rotation position is, match it to rotation, rotate positions. If it's top, then we want to set it to top. Button 1 is going to be counterclockwise. So that means I would want it to be top, offset, left. Kind of crazy. If it's on the left, it then needs to go to the bottom. If it's on the bottom, it needs to go to the right. If it's on the right, it needs to go to the top. Similarly, I'm sure we're gonna have issues. If it's on the top, it needs to go to the right. If it's on the right, it needs to go to the bottom. If it's on the bottom, it needs to go to the left. If it's on the left, it needs to go to the top. This isn't gonna work. I just want to say that. But I want to see how it doesn't work. Oh, kind of worked. So I'm not actually updating the positions, which makes sense about why that wouldn't, but that kind of worked. So I need to change the current state that we're in. So if we're on the top and we move to the left, now we need to say, okay, we're on the left. Rotate position equals rotate positions left. So that way it knows that we did move, right? So in this case, once we're on the left, whoa, this is crazy. Right, bottom. Then we're on the bottom. Okay. Now we're on the right. I could probably write a function that does this too. You can't use addition for enums. I'm using addition for enums? Because I'm using equals? Oh, I can use. Oh, I see what you're saying. Right. Oh, yeah. So right, that was my original idea, and then I just stopped doing it. Right, so that way you could go plus and minus. And will it cycle through and it'll start over at the beginning? I kind of like that. That's clean. So I have to set a range, because if it goes to -1, I don't even know how I'd write that. Like, I couldn't do that. That would do it. And then that's not gonna work, is it? That definitely didn't work. Integer used when an enum value is expected. Oh, wrap it? Oh. Maybe I gotta do it. I'm not sure I know how to do that. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna ask the other chat. Now I'm curious. Other chat, what say you? Iterate or add, subtract through an enum when pressing left or right. Wrapping around, etc. If it's less than 0, it's the max. If it's more, it's the min. Yeah. Whoa, what the hell are you saying? No. You know what? I'm done with this. Wait. Oh, you know what I should say? GD script. Let's do this. One more thing. Let me be more specific. Oh yeah, I still hate it. No, I don't like it. This is boring. Nah. This'll work too. Let's see if I can paste that. Nope. Okay, so I'm just gonna grab this. It's interesting, but like, I feel like it's a distraction. Because this works too. So if we move to the right, we move to the right, we move to the bottom, we move to the bottom. It's not like it isn't gonna be just as effective. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. That's what I'm talking about. We rotating paces, baby. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Wow, that worked even better than I could have imagined. Love it. Yes. Frick yeah, dude. Okay, so let's commit it. Oh, I didn't commit it a long time ago. Whoa, oh, GitHub desktop. It updated and it changed. It's got a filter now. Hey, that's kind of nice. I like that. And it's got these checkboxes. I like this. Nice change. Added rotational and horizontal movement. There's a little more that happened, but that's okay. Okay, so if I wanted to like interpolate around, which I do, I want it to like appear that it's moving. Oops. So if I didn't mean to restart the game. So if I show you on here, can see that they don't just jump to the position, they actually smoothly interpolate to the position. I would like that. Would I be able to use move toward here? Have the mesh and collision shapes be separate entities and tween the mesh, maybe? Why would I want them to be separate? I want it to collide. I think the collision should move. Hey, what's up, Kai? Welcome. Thanks for continuing to be a supporter. First member of the channel. Still coming through. Appreciate you for that. It's going well. Today's actually the day that I meant to stream. I accidentally streamed yesterday. I was like, today's Friday. It wasn't Friday. Today's Friday. So it's going good. I think I accidentally discovered that I really like doing 2 in a row. Because I'm streaming less often now. But it is and isn't true. I feel like I'm just streaming with a new schedule. And having like more days, before I kind of had like stream day, day off, stream day, day off, stream day, right? And it turns out that kind of sucks. Whereas if I have like stream day, day off, stream day, that's not that bad. It's actually not that bad. 2 in a row, 2 does more work. But also, like yesterday, I made some mistakes putting my game together. And so now I can come back and like fix that the next day, which is also really nice. So there's a lot of benefits. I feel like it was a happy accident where maybe this is sustainable. After a day off, you need to get back to work. Exactly. And so having 2 days off is just so much nicer. You never need to worry about your collisions be off the grid. You snap your collision objects between the mesh. Interesting. That's I feel like I'm gonna need to come back to that and think about that. I'm gonna rotate my collisions and find out the hard way that you're correct. Day 1 of the jam. Yesterday was day 0. Yes, yesterday was day 0. It's okay. It happens. Right, so I need a speed for this. I don't know. Do you want a delta? I don't have a delta. What does this look like? The process function? Right, so that's why I need move toward. Okay, I can't use. I always forget why I can't use move toward until I get to that third statement, and I'm like, oh, right, or that third argument. Okay, so a tween is definitely going to be more effective here. I'm going to go ahead and say 100% I need a function. So I'm going to make a function that rotates the pieces. Function, rotate piece, and it's going to need to know the direction. Actually, no. Well, it needs to know. We could just call with where it's going. Yeah, it only needs to know, the only unique information here is left, left, bottom, bottom, right, right. That's the only unique information. So if I make this function that calls with, I mean, I could do a string. If I'm being honest. But then you kind of end up with it being multiple times. I think what's going to be easier is if you just pass those in there. I think that's going to be easier. So I'm going to say direction, and that's going to be a vector 3. And then this one is going to be a enum, I guess? Can you type it as an enum? So direction, new position. Oh, I guess I would say rotation. Yeah, we would say rotation positions. That would be the type. Or rotate positions. Okay. And so all we would do is direction, or top piece, position equals direction, and then rotate position equals new position. And that's it. Then for each of these, I would change it to, so that goes to the left, rotate piece, top, offset, left. And the reason why I'm doing this is so I can call that tween, like just set one tween code and have it run that tween, or make a new tween for each direction every time that function rotate piece runs. Rotate positions left, and then we just do that over and over again. So in this case, we change it to bottom. I wish I could always know, like, the most reasonable way to do it every time, right? Like, what if I had anticipated this and known that I was gonna just create this function? Then I wouldn't have to go over and do it again. But I don't know, it's just not really the way that my brain works. It's not the way I tend to code. I tend to just, like, do it a way that is less than ideal first to, like, test the theory. Like, is this going to work the way that I have in mind? And then realize the next steps and what I'm gonna have to do to make it work better. And then just do that. And I think that tripped me up a lot when I was first making games and coding stuff, is being afraid of not doing it the most ideal way the first time right away. But for me, that was such an important growth point, was learning how to just slap something down and do it and realize I'm gonna have to fix that anyway. For whatever that's worth. Okay. So now, let's make sure that still works. Does. Then I'm going to try to create this tween. And I have to remember how to create tweens, which to this day I still forget how to create tweens correctly. I do. I still forget how to create tweens. Because if I try to sit here and figure out, you guys will just tell me how to do it. And then I'll have like one little problem and I'll go look it up anyway. So like I might as well just look it up how I've done it before. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. It's really helpful. I think that's on... Hey, welcome back, Andrus. Yeah, I'm working on my Game Like Jam game. This time around, we're doing Puyo Puyo. Welcome back. Puyo Puyo is a game that you may recognize more as Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, Kirby's Avalanche, Kirby's Ghost Trap. It's a game about matching 4 colors together. Literally the thing you said you were making? Wait, okay, so I've been trying to remember who recommended Puyo Puyo to me. I've been trying to remind myself who it was, because I didn't write it down. Was it you? Are you the one? Because so my limitation for this last Game Like Jam, so the first one, it was an 80s game. For the second Game Like Jam, actually that was a good move. For the second Game Like Jam, it was 2000s, and I ended up with balloons for that one. For this one, it was 90s games. That was my plan, was to find something in the 90s. And I went through so many games. And I actually created a huge list of potentials for the future, which is good. But a lot of them were either just like too obscure, too difficult to make, too difficult to play, or too simple. It was really hard, and so I did create, oh man, another kicker, I couldn't find a version to embed on the page. There was actually a game that I was going to pick. I had it all set up, I had everything planned, and then I realized I couldn't embed it, and so I had to find something else. There was just basically so many moments where I wasn't able to do the game I wanted to do. And so I looked back at the list of suggestions you guys had made, and I was like, Puyo Puyo, that sounds cute, what is that? And I was like, this is it, this is perfect, this is the one. And yeah, so thank you, Andrus, thank you. I wasn't sure who suggested it, but yeah, it was you, now that I think about it. And you're already making a Puyo Puyo-like? Oh my gosh. This game should be pretty easy, except for the enemy AI. That might take a while. I think it depends. I think you could make it as long as, like, I think it's only as hard as you want the AI to be skilled. Like, if you want the AI to be really, really good at the game, yeah, the AI is hard. But I think to make an AI that friggin' sucks at the game, I think that's pretty easy, right? Because you just have to, like, you just run the game like normal, except instead of it being player input, you just put in random inputs. And then it should pretty much work. But to actually have the AI making decisions and making combos, yes, then it gets a lot more challenging. Very true. Well, thank you for putting it on my list, because I was desperate and it worked out. By the way, I did find an embeddable version of the game that I was originally going to do. That's probably going to be next month's Game Like Jam, or the next Game Like Jam. But let's just say the embed is going to be weird. It's got to at least know how to pop Puyo and not place them randomly. It doesn't gotta. That's the thing. It doesn't gotta. Right? Your game-like game, for this, yeah, for yours, it has to. But for anybody's, it doesn't have to know that. You know? And to be fair, you don't even have to make the AI if you don't want to. Now I know for the game you're planning, you do, but for anyone else, it's not a requirement to have the AI even exist. To me, what makes a Puyo Puyo game Puyo Puyo is not the AI. And I can prove that because there are so many versions of Puyo Puyo that don't have AI. The version before the first Puyo Puyo, for example, the later Puyo Puyo games, you have plenty of single stacking. There's the mission mode, right, where you try to like clear them. So Puyo, the essence of Puyo Puyo is not the AI competition. With that said, if you are trying to implement it, yeah, that is difficult. They have to know how to pop Puyo and not place them randomly. You might want to also have them learn how to make some of the chains in case you want it to be harder. Yeah, totally. For that, there's 91. Yeah, exactly. That lacks the PvP and it's more of a PopX. Yeah, so I didn't pick that one because I actually thought it was too simple. And I just thought it was just kind of like an ugly looking game. And so and this one is like the story, so I didn't really want to pick that one. But even like the later Puyo Puyo games, they still have a mode that you can play, like an endless mode. You still have modes that you can play that don't have you versus somebody. This version does not have that, but that's okay. So whoever wants to make the most like the original, yeah, you're in for a challenge. You're definitely in for a challenge. I think the most creative twist is gonna be probably the most coveted category on this Game Like Jam. For this particular one, would be my guess. But I am gonna still try to make the AI. But I'm considering it a stretch goal. Oh yeah, I was trying to remember how the hell to make a tween. Cause I forgot. You love the art style post Puyo Puyo Fever. I've definitely appreciated some of the art styles. I like the like bouncy ones. What are the ones that are after Puyo Puyo Fever? The AI in Puyo Puyo is so funny. It moves pieces so quickly and then just does nothing and lets us slowly drift down onto the board. I'm gonna put this right here! Okay. I'm gonna put this right here! That's very funny, actually. You know, like the second Puyo Puyo art style, you're more of a compile Puyo Puyo fan. That's fair. But you like that old stuff. You love that old stuff. I do like the really bouncy pieces. Just give me like a... It's 2020. Just give me some gameplay, bro. Oh, this doesn't have the bouncing. So it's very like a jelly kind of glossy art style. Dang, that's 1080p? Jesus. I'm kind of partial to the bouncier effect. Oh, this doesn't have that either. Where's the ones that are bouncy? I love those. I do like the music on this Puyo Puyo too. Yeah, I like this music too. Dude, there's so many Puyo Puyo games. Like, I don't even know what to do. Dude, you guys are gonna think I'm crazy if you've never seen what I'm talking about. I don't think Champions has it. Wow. What if it's not real? What if I did imagine it? I'm just literally randomly grabbing random Puyo Puyo games. I think we already looked at this one. Maybe it was in like here. Maybe it was something else. wonder if it was like a different kind of mode or like tool or something. I feel like this guy's video had it. What the heck is that? What is that? What is this game right now? Puyo Puyo Tetris? Maybe it's only in like a certain mode or something, but look at how they bounce. Not when he's speeding it up. Look at that delicious, like, reacting that it has. Like, obviously, the challenge of making that seems crazy. Like, you really have to, like, have some serious code organization to get that to work right. But I just think it looks so good. It's so delicious. My dopamine is just exploding watching those pieces go. The fish character places pieces really quickly in the start of the match and then slows down after a bit. It happens in later games too, I think. Right, it's like part of that character. When Second took over, they make the music so much more generic, hyperactive, upbeat techno. Whoa. The opponent's AIs have different strategies and their own personality. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Very true. I think that's part of the fun, is designing the characters and making them behave in ways that are commensurate with their personality. Okay, it finally indexed it. So I don't have to think about how tween works anymore. Wait, what the heck? What is this? You setting a tween to null? Okay, create the tween. That's kind of interesting. I feel like I had a reason for doing it that way. Probably because this was for a plugin, so it was needing to like put it in a weird place. We don't really need to know when it's finished. The property is going to be the position. And then we just set it. That's really interesting. Why did I do that? Well, I definitely would want to create a new tween every time. I would think. I don't think you do want to do it that way. I think you could just say that. I think you could just do this. Alright. I do generally like to have like a special tween holder. It's probably pretty unnecessary. Okay, and then what we want to change, and actually that would replace this, right? We'd say the starting position, or the property, wait, the thing we're applying it to is the top piece. The property is position. What we're moving it to is going to be the direction. And then for speed, move speed, rotation. I don't know. Start with 1. Okay. And then that is going to replace this, but we do want to keep that. Okay, I've probably done something wrong here, but let's see what happens. A little slow. Something is not quite right there, especially if you spam it. So we definitely need to wait until the last one is done. The anchor point is not great. Right? It's not actually moving around it. It's moving through it. It's kind of moving behind it, which is not good. I don't know, maybe if I do a different ease, that'll make it rotate differently. Whoa. I don't know what to think about this. So I don't remember how to set the transition type. Right, but oh, just say it. Just say it. It does say set trans. Maybe I'll use that. I don't know that that's gonna help that much. I also would need to say that, again, you can't do a new one until the last one is finished. That didn't help. Alright. Well, this is not really sure what to do about that. I don't think there's any type of transition that's gonna make that not happen. I'm pretty sure. I mean, obviously I could also just like be okay with it and like not care. Like that's totally an option, right? Just say, you know what? It's not a big deal. Why does it have to perfectly go around? Could be kind of nice like that. I had to change it at least twice. More probably to come, Barts. So I feel your pain. I feel your pain. Something to think about. You know, you don't have to make it be on a grid. I mean, you kind of do, but it at least needs to settle into a grid. That probably doesn't help you. Yeah, it's just hard. It is hard. I mean, it's good to spend time on that, right? Because that's like one of the foundational parts of the whole game. Worth putting some time into. Oh, it doesn't feel smooth and responsive. Yeah, that is pretty important. It's understandable. I'm surprised back is actually helping me here. I'm gonna get a little crazy. What's spring like? Yeah, you want that to feel good for sure. Why is spring so acceptable? I don't know. I hate dictionaries so much. Text labels, said text, text to place values, zero values, index it as values, parenthesis. Zero. Yeah. Honestly, like, I just go to Gen AI. Like, I tell it, okay, I want this here's my dictionary. I want this information. Tell me how I would access it. Because we don't deserve to try to wrap our human minds around that machine chaos. I do try. I do make an effort to do it myself. And then I'm like, you know who would do this in an instant? ChatGPT. It would do it right away. Yeah, it's rough. Very, very unreadable chaos. Give me a bounce. What's the bounce look like? The speed is still too slow, also, but. Okay. I feel like I don't even notice the transition. It's so surprising. Using dictionaries too, and your code looks similar. Lots of text. So much text. Why does this look so fine? I mean, what if I is it doing anything? What if I comment that code out? Does it look different? Wait, it's not doing anything? Wait a minute. I was like, bounce should look chaotic, like very chaotic. Set ease. So wait. What's the difference? I thought to myself, dictionaries are gonna make it so reasonable, or so readable. I should use them. They do, if you only have like a very tiny dictionary. But even then. Welcome, Dormouse. Right, I actually do want easing, I guess. Okay, now I'm just curious to see if they make a difference. One level of dictionary. I mean, yeah. 2 levels! Yeah. Three is a crab and a monkey. Okay. A crabby monkey. Okay, I'm gonna try them both now. And I had to do it before that. Oh, now it looks different. Maybe? Does it? Wait, does it though? Is that just like when... Gosh, I barely even know what these are doing. Okay. I have to look it up. I don't know what the heck the difference is. I don't know. G-script. Trans versus ease. Tweens. I thought I knew the difference, but I don't know the difference. Alright. The overall movement shape. They determine how the value progresses from start to finish. Yeah, so easing. The acceleration inside the transition is easing. Whether the motion starts slow, speeds up, or slows down at the end. Okay. That's very similar. This also has acceleration. That's really similar. That's very similar. I'm just trying to fudge it to look as much like it's rotating around as possible. Oh, did you know, by the way, you guys, did you know that there's a setting to make this output not appear when you have your game embedded? I just realized there's a setting for it. Now I gotta remember what the setting is called. Oh, I know, because I wrote it down to be a short, because I think that'd be a good short. It's so annoying when I play it when it's embedded and it's got this like thing here. It drives me nuts. Not to fear. Action on play. Action on play. Like, what the hell does that mean? Here, in the run section of the settings, there's an action on play. So that is to say, oh, I see, that does make sense. When you play the game, there's something that can happen. And this is also really interesting because you can set it to open the debugger, which I've often been really frustrated when the debugger, like, how the heck am I supposed to get the debugger to start right away when I run it? You can actually have it pop open the debugger as soon as you press play, which is kind of nice. On stop, close the bottom panel. Okay, just do nothing. So now when I run this, if I have this bottom panel already closed, it's not gonna pop it open. I forgot about that. Okay. Spring. I gotta give Dormouse a credit for just helping me get this back in. Okay, yeah, I can see that. Oh, that actually looks kind of good, though. Oh, that looks kind of good. On that, give me bounce. Terrible. Devastating. You know what I've never liked is elastic. I'm sure there's a situation where elastic is perfect. You know, I will say, it's actually not bad here. Wait, why is it so good right now? It's a little shaky, which I've always hated about elastic. It's just very aggressive, but it does actually look like it's not going behind anymore. And I can spam it and it still looks good. Wait, why is elastic so good? Okay, now let's try to do an ease as well. And see what happens. I need to get that down pressing, like, immediately. The elastic is feeling, it does have that, like, aggressiveness that I very much dislike. Whoa, how does this happen? Where did all these windows come from? Oh, yeah. I wish I could set my own. I wish I could use like a curve or something. Is that possible? Damn. Using tweed method, add a custom function to control the interpolation. That's too much. I don't care that much. It's easier than it sounds. Shouldn't take more than an hour. It's already been overhauled. Okay. Well, whatever. I don't know that the easing is really doing much for me here. It's just like it's a little erratic. You know, like at the end, it almost looks like glitchy, which is why I've never liked elastic. You know, if I ease it out, it's kind of not that bad. Let me go back to spring. This is an important decision. Yeah, it's a little too slow. I'll try back again as well. Dude, I don't think there's any beating elastic besides making my own situation. And I was like critiquing it. I was like, oh, I hate elastic. Back isn't bad. It is going behind it just a little bit. It kind of sucks. It kind of sucks. But It's alright. It's less erratic, I'll say. And it's mostly staying from behind. Oh god. Okay, not if we do ease in. Jesus. Okay, I'm sorry. What other ones do we have? I don't think that many. Yeah, that's it. Ease out in? Hell no. So if I spam it, you see it hugs very closely to the center. And again, the less work I have to do, the better, right? If I don't have to set some kind of weird delay or check to see if it's finished, I'm happy. And Elastic kinda does that the best. The ease out on this one, this bounce, it's not too bad. We do go behind it just a little bit. But it's not that bad. Oh, that was back. Okay. Alright, but show me Elastic one last time. It's so aggressive. It does have a very, like, jiggle jello kind of effect. It's just doing the absolute most. I'm kind of torn. I don't know which one I like better. I just don't know. I could change the speed. I mean, what I like about this one is it feels really responsive. Let me try out in with that one. Oh no. Oh, that's terrible. There's so many different combinations. I hate to belabor it, but... Actually, oh no, that's not good. We still can get behind it with that one. Yeah. Okay, so this is option 1, right here. Which is responsive, but erratic. Right, 12 to the power 4, exactly. So many possibilities. And then here's option 2. So that responsive but erratic one. Versus this one. Which is, it just feels kind of slow. I could speed it. Nah, I hate this one. This one's terrible. Nah, it's gotta be Elastic. It's gotta be Elastic. I'm sorry, it wins. It just does. I could try slowing it down. I hate to slow it down. Yeah, you know what? I'm committing to it. Oh, I never use event. Oh yeah, don't pass that one down. Wait, don't use it here either? Oh, because we check it sooner. Nice. Okay, yeah, get rid of that. Get it out of here. Okay. Alright, so now it rotates and it moves, although we don't have the down movement, which would be nice, and the collision isn't moving with it. Actually, it doesn't have any collision yet. So that's going to be interesting. I'm gonna procrastinate collision stuff, and I'm gonna just get the down movement. So this should be the simplest one of them. And what I had sort of estimated is what it is it skips 4 blocks down. Currently, the way the movement works is the top piece falls on the y-axis by apparently 0.4. I thought it was going to be 0.5, but it's 0.4. So maybe when you press this, we just sort of offset and we just like increase this, just juice that up a little bit. What if we do it times 10 or something? Oh wait. Input down. Oh, we might want to also think about, because we actually want this to be held potentially, but we might need to add in all that echo protection that we were doing before. Oh gosh. Okay, but I would want it to like interpolate down, please. So I'm gonna create another tween. I'm gonna make a node for it. Grab all this. Probably don't want that, but it's okay. We want to say that the object position Y is moving to fall speed. Well, that's not quite true, is it? Because you want that to be an offset. So I'd actually have to define this. Downward fall speed. Right. Okay. There you go. Downward fall. I guess I'll say amount. No, speed shorter. Downward fall speed. Let's say, I don't know, 0.6. Cool. Position Y doesn't exist on a node. Oh, isn't there some other way to say position Y? You want me to do it like that? I don't remember how to do that. GDScript tween position axis property. Oh, it's colon. Excuse me. Um, no. No. That looks really bad. Oh god, that's slower. Speed it up a bit. Oh, oh, okay. Alright, yes, very, very fast. Nice. Yeah, that's not that bad. And then what happens if we hold it? So we do have the echo situation, which it's kind of hard to like tell if I'm dealing with that same issue that I had when I was moving left and right. It arguably isn't relevant here, because the issue I had before was it would start echoing on the first one too soon, but I haven't had that happen here. I will say, I feel like the echo takes a bit of a while to kick in, whereas, you know, in Puyo Puyo, when you hold it down, it like slams down really hard. And here, if I hold it, it's like waiting for my keyboard input to start looping. So I kind of think I should use the code that Roger gave us before. And in fact, I even wonder if I couldn't make a function out of it. Because the only thing that's changing between these is left and right. Literally that and then the input. So I think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna say function echo controlled press. And then it's gonna call with the input, which is looking for an input event. Is that what this is? I think it's just looking for an input. It's actually, oh, it's looking for a Boolean. Wait. Yeah, I guess it's just looking for a Boolean. Huh. Yeah, alright. Looking for a Boolean, and then it's also looking for another Boolean. It's looking for two Booleans. If it has an input and if it's moving. So I could grab this code that we got from Roger earlier. And literally this is just input. If input and is not moving, right, well, maybe this assignment will work. I don't know, will that assignment work? Because you're saying this is just a bool, but really it's a variable. I don't know. I don't know if that'll actually work. It might not work. I could be making a mistake here. That's the fun part, though. To find out. It's a little tricky, though, because we get a little redundant. That's okay. I mean, in this case, it would already be true. I don't think this is gonna work. I don't think we can... I just don't think it's gonna work. But my curiosity has gotten the best of me. So I must know. Will it not work? Oh yeah, that doesn't work. That was terrible. That was awful. I'm pressing left. And it just goes to find its people. I'm moving right. Yeah, that definitely doesn't work. Okay, cool. Well, that was fun. That was very fun. Alright, I guess I'll just copy this code multiple times. I could also ask the other chat for some advice. Hey, welcome, Raphael. You just came here to see me vibing. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. I'm working on my Bloons-like. Oops! Bloons-like was last time. I'm working on my Puyo Puyo-like. And getting the movement working a little better. Yeah, it's not a reference. Exactly. How do I make it a reference? No, I don't want to do all that. That's chaos. But can I just make is moving a reference? So yeah. An object or a dictionary? You know what? I'll just repeat it multiple times. Yeah, you know what? I think we'll just repeat the code. I think that'll be fine. A very worthy experiment. I do like the way I refactored this, though, I will say. Or just cleaned it up a bit. But yeah, this was not gonna work. Good try, though. Points for trying. So yeah, my collision last night was not in a good place. So what I'm doing this time... Also, why do it like this? Why do this? Oh, actually, maybe that is important. I am... Yes, I did get some tweening. We got some tweening. We do have some tweening. Very much. Yeah, well, so, earlier Roger Random helped me set up this nice custom echo movement. That is to say, when you hold a key down, it moves it rapidly. And you know, it just it feels a little clunky having to like do the same code over and over again like this. So I was trying to like wedge it into a single function, but it was just getting overly complicated to a point where it's not even worth it. So, and the reason for that is because I want the downward movement to have this echo effect. I've already got it for left and right, and now I want to add it in for the down as well, because I think it's good. So to be very similar to this, I don't even know that we need to call this horizontal movement, right? We could just call this directional movement. Add an if statement with a bool is horizontal? I don't know what you're talking about, man. There's no problem. There's nothing to fix. I know you guys always want to fix stuff, but there's nothing to fix right now. Thank you. That's very Unity of you. The is horizontal, the camel case. Very Unity behavior. So I'm actually going to grab all of this. I'm gonna get rid of downward movement. I don't think I need it. Yeah, I got you. But no problem to solve right now. No problem to solve. Okay, so for directional movement, let's add in a new one. And I'm going to say, copy this, down, down. So I need to make those moving down stuff. And then I need to figure out where in here we wedge this. While true, if not right here. This is the line we need to put it in there. I have a feeling because we're doing a tween, it's gonna be kind of weird. So I might even want to get rid of the tween, actually. Might not need the tween anymore. Although I think, you know, looking at Puyo Puyo, it does look like it does a tween. Okay, let's go get this moving down. Okay, I'm just curious where we're at. Oh, that didn't work. Wait, it's still broken in a different way? Hold on, comment this out. Hey Coda, welcome. How you been? How you doing? Wait, I had it broken in some other way? What was the other way I had it broken? It's going super good. I don't understand what I did wrong here. I was confused. This is actually, it's behaving in the same way it was. I wonder if I refactored this code incorrectly. Like the way, Roger was very clear that I shouldn't mess with it. And I think I messed with it. It's going really well though. I'm making a Puyo Puyo-like. Today is the second day of the third Game Like Jam. And this time we're doing Puyo Puyo. And it is a game about matching colors, if you didn't already know. It was known as Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine in North America and the EU, as published by Sega. And it was known as Kirby's Avalanche, as published by Nintendo in North America, and Kirby's Ghost Trap in Europe. And yeah, so it's just a fun game that I think is doable in an hour. In an hour. I'm still stuck. I just keep thinking, I'm like, we're doing a balloons like. We're doing the 1 hour game jam. What? This is neither of those things. We're doing this in 1 month. And I just started working on mine yesterday. I'm getting some of the movement down and stuff. But it's going great. It's going amazing. How's your game dev stuff going? It's good to see you, Coda. Hope you got moved in and everything. Okay. It is a cute looking game. That's part of why I picked it. Because of that story, those characters, right? I need to do some undoing. I think I might have made a mistake. So we're gonna Control Z our little hearts out. Like there's no tomorrow. Okay, so this was a wonderful time when everything was fine. Plotting and planning, nice. Learning some new languages, like real life languages? Or like computer life languages. So this is good, right? The thing I don't like about it, Norwegian and Russian, love that. What I love about learning multiple languages, of which I know none, other than English, but what I have appreciated observing others who speak multiple languages is that they're just able to like get more like experiences. They're able to hear opinions and perspectives from more people because they're just able to understand multiple languages. It's like all the information that you think you consume and you think that you're up to date on. Imagine all of the languages you don't know and all of the information that exists in those languages. Like, super awesome. So, okay, so this works pretty good, but, and we got rotation too, but where the problem is if I hold it, it's snagging, which isn't good. Luckily, we do have some code to fix that. I just need to implement it correctly. Bart's did something huge. Let's go. You base the second Puyo on the first Puyo by adding a rotation vector, and then you rotate the vector to the destined rotation and normalize it. Yeah, I think that's what I did. I don't do any normalizing. Yes, for the rotation, right? I love that. Yeah, just offset. I feel like I'm really glad you said that, because now I want to like have that to tell people if they're not sure how to get their rotation. Like that's the same thing. Like the first or the bottom Puyo is the one that the top Puyo is using as its reference point for where to go. And so it just has like these vectors of offsets. Okay, so that's like a good way to do it. That's a good way to do it, is to use an offset. Nice. Well done. Yeah, I've got a tween that interpolates. I use the elastic. It's just the one that actually put it outside of it. It's a little, to me, it's a little erratic, but it works. It gets the job done. Any other transition type was just like interfering with the box and clipping through it, which I didn't like. But this actually goes around it, which is good enough for me. I want to flex by knowing 5 languages, more than 5 languages. All right, that's fair. That's valid. Talking to more people is cool and awesome. All right. Computer languages make your brain hurty. They are not the same. They are different. Now I will never think to myself, if I'm able to learn computer languages, I can probably learn spoken languages. Wrong. Okay. So I'm not gonna refactor this. I won't do it. I thought I was gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. We're just gonna keep it the way it is. Okay, but some of these things that Roger did, I can't stand. Okay, I have to at least put spaces between my equal signs. It just ain't right. I'm gonna put a space. Okay. And then we have to create moving down. And then I am gonna change this to directional movement, since that's what it is now. I'm gonna grab this, get rid of downward movement, create moving down. Spoken languages are cool and based. Computer languages are evil. They certainly can be. Now, I'm pretty sure this isn't going to work well, but it shouldn't not work. Oh wow, pressing down is doing absolutely nothing. So it does not work. Let me just try this. Let me just try... doing full speed times 10. It's not gonna have that smoothness that I want. Oh wow, it's not even working. Wait, why not? Input is down and not moving down. Is that moving? Oh. That's not good. It needs to say down. And then moving down is false. Okay. That's, it should be more than that though. What? Oh! It took a second. What the hell's going on here? Oh, it's waiting on me to move left or right first. Why would you do this? Oh. But it is a key, and it is pressed, so why wouldn't it run that? Why is it so different? Moving a direction. I have a print for moving it down and moving a direction if I press down. Oh, I forgot to give Dormouse a credit. Just realized. Yeah, it knows. It knows full well. Do I... Object position... Oh! Look at that. Look at that right there. Okay. Let me retroactively give these credits that I forgot to give. Dungeon and Dormouse help get me through the tweening. So I guess that goes into movement. I do have a proper way to set up credits now. I made a plugin in the member streams. I did a little bit, I worked a little bit on the public alert along, but for the most part I worked on this in the member streams. But I made a plugin that lets me import that spreadsheet, the spreadsheet that I always use for giving you guys credits. And it looks at the numbers. I made it in Godot. It looks at the numbers, it looks at the names, and it looks at the titles. And it literally just plug and play generates that. So it'll take those exact titles, it'll take those names, and it organizes them by whoever has the highest numbers. And it just gives me this whole window. The window is built into the plugin and everything. So when I give you guys credits, know that I will definitely, for all the games that I make, be able to, with the press of a couple buttons, get that credits list in the game. It's not just like me being like, I'm gonna try to put it in there. No, I'm definitely gonna put them in there, which I'm very excited about. Alright. Now that I actually have the right button presses being looked for. Okay, now it's going a little fast. I would like to try the other code please. Even though I think it's gonna be weird, at least it'll work. Oh, nice. Wait, that was perfect. Let's freaking go. Awesome. If I hold it, it goes super far. If I tap it, it does that shorter jump. That's it. That's all I could have ever wanted. So let me see. I'm gonna compare it to the original. It seems like within like 2.5 taps, I can pretty much get down to the bottom of the... Oh yeah. It's perfect. Okay. Great. No complaints. Cool. Commit it. I would say all movement is good to go. Now, the part I've been procrastinating. Collision. It's collision time, almost as much as it's Travie time. Hello, Travie. Welcome. Oh, he's a good boy. Oh, he's a sweet boy. Yeah, just get cozy, chunky boy. It's okay. I love you. You're a good boy. Okay. Collision. So yesterday, I had collision set up where every single piece had the same collision data. Pieces that were placed and pieces that were being moved. Now, I want the pieces that are placed to have separate collision from the piece that you're moving. And I want the move, so currently the movement component does have an area on it. It just does. But I need that for the top piece. That's just the bottom piece. Right? Basically what happens is the game spawns a single piece and then it adds an extra piece on top of that. And you can see that extra piece doesn't have a collision. So I need to give it a collision, but I also need to have the collision matter. You'll notice when I hit the bottom, we just keep going. When I'd rather it actually stop us. So the way I had that before was it would look for like a number. So if it was at 1 on the y-axis, we know it's at the bottom and it should stop moving. I think I'd like to continue that because the collision isn't for the walls or the floor. The collision is going to be for the other pieces. So I'm just going to set up that first. That should be actually pretty easy. So I assume we have a process in here somewhere. We do. Check sides. I think you can... I'm gonna put this all in the garbage. Is on floor. Give me that. Detected, walled, state. Okay, actually, we can leave some of that. Let's come up to the top. And I'm gonna paste my process function. So it's gonna check if it's on the floor. If it's on the floor, I don't even know if we need that this way because we don't need to emit any kind of signal. What I would need Also, where's the downward movement on timeout? Can we move this up? What the hell? Walled state? There's some crazy stuff going on here. Okay, let's come up here. I'm gonna move this. Walled state, I think I do want that. How was I doing walled state if I didn't have... So it was just, it was like, I see. Wow. So it was gonna say, if the walled state was left, don't let us move to the left. Okay. Okay. So here we have this, if falling, keep us moving. We obviously don't want that to happen anymore. So I would say if you're on the floor, falling becomes false. I don't think we need this. Is on floor is checking to see if our position is the ground position. That should actually work already, like as it is. So let's confirm that. Nope. Well, because you also need to turn off movement, right? So I would say up here, we have a lot of checks. Not only do we need to ensure the key is pressed, but we also don't want any movement to be possible if we're on the floor. Actually, rotation might be okay. Rotation is a special case, as it happens. Technically, that would be for this. So we'll say, if falling, then allow all of this to happen. Okay, let's see if it stops now. It did not. I wonder if the downward, like that tween, isn't getting interrupted. Which is kind of crazy. Oh dear. I don't even know if we need an if is on floor. I'm gonna say check for ground. Check for... I'll say check for floor. And I'll make that a new function. Yeah, we got new position stuff, so new movement stuff. So now I have to come up with new collision stuff. It's just the reality. If we are not on floor, falling becomes false. Not only that, but I feel like I want to remove the tweens. Oh, sorry, not if not is on the floor. If we are on the floor. I also need to remove the tween. Let me just try something. Let me not press downward and just let it fall normally. Here, we can press a little bit. Does it stop? Wait, it's not even stopping there. Why not? Print is on floor. I'm actually a little surprised there. Wait, what's going on here? If its Y position is approximately equal to the ground position, which is 1. But it's like not even doing that. What's going on with that? I mean, it's definitely checking for the floor. Surely. Yes. So what's going on with all this? Is not on floor. I wonder if it has to do with the easing. Like when I skip down quickly, I wonder if it never lines up to that grid anymore. And that's why it wasn't working. Oh, no, it's still not working. And it still thinks it's not on the floor. Well, I guess I would like to see... what I'm amazed about is that this used to work. So what is its position? If it's not able to get to 1, what is it getting to? Five, 4.6, 3, 2.6, 1.4, 1. It was just at 1. It was literally just at 1. Lise, you're checking the component. You need to check the object. This code used to be on the piece itself. It's no longer on the piece itself. That's why it's not working. Okay. Bam. Okay. Oof. All right. And then we can speed on down. Nope. So I think that that's still true, that we can interpolate through the floor. So I definitely need to account for that somehow, unfortunately. Because that's taking it off of the grid once we do that. So you can just blast right past it, which is not good. So I need to figure out how to track its position while interpolating. I mean, in that case, we wouldn't want, because this is going to like be incredibly thin margin, where it's just like, you better be within many fractions of a value 2, in this case, 1. So the idea that I was having was maybe I get rid of the tweens. Like maybe it can still detect that moment, and so tell it not to like push through it and tween beyond it. I guess a way I could test that would be to say, let's pull the camera out. Excuse me, Travis. And I would think that we'll be able to see it gets stuck eventually. Nope. Incorrect. I was hoping, okay, well, let me check this then. Does it at any point detect that we're on the floor? Oh, geez. Wow, yeah, we really just murder that margin. And it simply can't see. Oh, there it got stuck. So, you know, it almost makes me think that we need to still be checking for, like, a range, which is unfortunate. Wow. I guess we could say, like, if you're within a certain distance from the ground, interrupt the tween. But what if it's a piece? Well, the piece is going to be detected by an area. You know what I think? I think we should use areas. I think that's going to be the easiest way to do this. I've decided. So no more floor checking. I'm done with that. Nope. We're going to use areas. Because then I know that that's going to be seen. Now I'm still going to want, like, I'm still a little concerned about how it's going to snap. So it's going to need to kind of detect the surface. Because let's say I tween a little past it, right? Maybe it doesn't matter. If I tween a little past it and it stops it, because the area detected, now it's going to be like, not like flush, you know? Let's cross that bridge when we get there. We're not going to do any of this wall state stuff. Forget about it. Throw it in the trash. Burn it. Forget it ever happened. Don't care about it. Not interested. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put collisions around the walls and the floor. It's going to be the easiest. BART stores the data of what's actually on grid separately from the animation data, and the animation is based on what's on the grid. Whoa. I like that. It's a good idea. I might have to do that. Barts, I may well have to do that. But even if I don't, that's a good way to do it. I like that. You tell the cells to move to a place and then make an animation based on that. That is super cool. Wow. I love this. This is what I love about doing the Game Like Jam, because many of us are making the same thing and we're solving the same problems. So we can swap notes. Noted. Didn't I make some kind of collision? No, I didn't. I did, but I got rid of it. Okay, let's give these all collision for now. So I'm gonna make this world boundary, which will just block anything that hits that wall. Right, so I would need to add an area on here. Not gonna bother making it a static body. Don't see much point in that. And I shouldn't need much more than making sure the layers and masks match up. Okay. So now I have these boundaries. And we'll just keep layer 1. I don't think they need to have their masks set to anything, probably. Layer is what is detected, mask is what is detecting. And then the component area, I probably don't need the layer right now, but I might at some point. So I'm gonna leave it on, although I don't know if I'd set it to 1. I might set it to something different, so we'll see. In the ready function, I'm gonna want to connect some stuff. Specifically, I need to find that area. And we are going to get area entered and connect it to on area entered. That movement function is ghastly, but it does a good job. On area entered, check which area. Kinda don't care what area it is, to be honest. At least not right now. Well, I mean, it does matter, because walls need to behave differently than the ground, right? So, it very much does matter, in fact. I would even say we could go back to putting an enum. So if I'm going to do that, that means, let's say in the main scene, I'm going to call this area ceiling. I don't know that I need the ceiling though. I don't know why I did the ceiling. Wait, ceiling's not necessary. Delete that. I'm gonna call this area ground. Oops. Area wall left. An area wall right. I'm gonna add a script onto the box. I'm gonna make sure all of these areas are accessible as unique names. I'm gonna on ready. I don't really have to on ready them. We're gonna connect them. Well, actually, I don't need to connect them either. Instead, I could add them to a group. And I'm gonna call this group ground. I could also just look for their names as well, instead of like groups. There's really not much need to add them to a group, is there? The thing I don't like about I mean, I might as well just check for the names, right? You know what? I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. And everyone's gonna have to like it. I'm gonna detach this script. This is not the way I would normally code something. But I have decided that it is sufficient. And so I'm actually gonna rename this to just ground. I'm gonna rename this to wall left and call this wall right. And then what I'm gonna do, you only store the playable grid with what color is there? Nice. That makes sense. The walls are just out of bounds. Okay. Nice. When the area enters, I'm gonna say if area name is equal to ground. Yep, that's how I'm gonna do it. If it's the ground, then we want to do ground stuff. Ground behavior. I think I got rid of all of that. So falling equals false. And then I'm also gonna say, oh, I guess we could do match area name. I'm doing it. It's readable, you know? It's like readable. Yeah, I can't change the name of ground and stuff. I already marked them as accessible as a unique name. So, I mean, that already would make me have caution before renaming it. Wall left. I don't know, I feel like that's some clean code behavior. I don't like clean code behavior. Falling. Oh, we don't care about that. That's actually its own thing. So I actually do want an enum for what wall state we're currently in. I think that's gonna be useful. I'm gonna set up a variable as well, a world state variable. It looks at all those. And so that's gonna set our world state to world states left. I don't know that we need a neither. Well, we do, because we have to unset it, so we'll need like an exited. Wall right. World state equals world states. Right. Oh, did you know there's also a setting in the editor to add extra space at the end so you can just infinitely scroll? What is that? Godot editor setting scroll bottom. No, not container. No. Oh, I forget what it is. Yeah. Here it is. Editor settings, cursor, scroll past end of file. I gotta add that into a short. That's a good one to bundle in, just like an editor settings short. Scroll past end of file, right there. So now I don't have to add a bunch of spaces at the end every time. Wait, what is this? Oh, yeah. Action on play. Scroll past end. Alright. Gotta keep track of that stuff. So if it has collided with... Now I gotta figure out when I'm gonna... Oh, exited. That's when we'll do neither for exited. You find out some commented words are colored in the editor like to do? Yeah, that's true. That's right. Yep. If you do it like this, there you go. And you can set your own as well. I don't remember what the bad ones are. Don't remember what it's called in here. I forgot where that was. Here, comment markers. You can add new ones if you want. Which is pretty cool. Yeah, comment markers is a pretty good one. I should probably put that in the short too. It's a good call, Barts. Thanks, Barts, for reminding me. Okay. I'm also gonna want an exited, so that way we can make sure that we unset the wall stuff. Area exited, connect on area exited. Oh wow, I'm so not used to the scroll down thing. I love it. It's fantastic. We're not gonna leave the ground. We're in the ground. We're on the ground. And so we'd want to make sure that it sets to neither. Okay, Now, when it's in the walled state, we need to make sure certain things happen. So if input is action pressed left and not moving left, we need an extra check here. Unfortunately, if we don't have enough checks already. If walled state is not set to left, if walled state is not set to right, I have a feeling this is gonna get canceled out anyway. I don't think we need to do anything because if falling will make that not be possible. Alright, tell me where we're at. What am I doing wrong? Where do I need to fix stuff? What's working? Okay, the walls aren't working. The ground isn't working. Nothing's working. Is the area working? Print. It's working. It is, but it's waiting until we've gone past it instead of seeing when we're against it, unfortunately. Which I'm a little surprised by, considering you can even see them overlapping here. Oh, I also have the areas at the wrong positions. Let me move that. Yeah, I don't really like doing that. I feel like it's like bad practice. I'm gonna copy the position of the collision and move the area to that position. No rotation. Please, what? Okay, this is actually pretty chaotic. You know what? I don't care. You know what? I don't care. Okay, let's move this. I really despise the idea of doing this. But what, I'm gonna just move it inward a little bit. I'm not a fan of that. But even that, I'm not sure is going to fix it. So it sees it when we're against it, which is good. But I can still press the key beyond that. So I think we're not getting a match, would be my guess. I should probably also put the ground up by 1. So probably the name isn't matching correctly, would be my guess. So let's say print the area name. So I can see why I'm messing it up. Oops. Ground. Oh, there's no percent. I thought that there wasn't a percent, but I wasn't sure. Alright. Show me the functionality. Nice. Oh, not nice. That actually did not work. At all. I felt that it worked for like a second. Oh, it does work. So it works, but I can still like blast past it. If I very carefully approach the edge, it will work. Very, very carefully. But if I move too fast, it's just going to obliterate it without any regard to the rules that I have set forth. Probably that's that, oh wait, right? And it's still, like with the tween, it's the same thing. That's annoying. I mean, I can't put the collision out further. That's gonna suck. Oh man. This is kind of brutal right now. I actually am not sure what the right way to deal with this is. Because I think what's happening is similar to the downward thing. Like here, we're waiting on a delay, and so if it's spamming it all the way across, it's going to ignore the boundary. Now, I'd be afraid of using like static bodies here massively. Hey, what's up, Prokigon? You think Tetris is gonna be tough? Thanks for the motivational speech, Pierogi. Always know to pump me up. Good to see you. Thank you for supporting the channel. It means a lot. That you're still here, hanging on. I hope things are going well with you. Appreciate you stopping in. I think. Just kidding. Ooh, that's gonna be hard. It's also not Tetris. It's Puyo Puyo. It's our third game length jam. Game topic. Decidedly not Tetris, although Puyo Puyo is bundled with Tetris often, and they share some similarities, but the game focuses on matching 4 colors and getting combos, which Tetris also has a focus on that. So it's similar, but different. Some say it's a combination of like Tetris and Dr. Mario, so you're right about that much. It's got nice cute characters, stuff like that. Yeah, so it was also referred to as Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. Yeah, it's exactly the same game as Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. There's no difference, other than the story and the characters. But the gameplay, identical. Literally 1-to-1. Completely the same. But this is how it was released in the United States, or North America and Europe, on Sega consoles. On Nintendo, it was called Kirby's Avalanche in North America, and in Europe, it was referred to as Kirby's Ghost Trap. But yeah, as you can see, it's got the same border. It's got even this little rabbit character is identically the same. They made minimal changes for Mean Bean Machine. Almost no differences at all. So like, look at this. It's the same game. It's the same game. It's even got that scroll list of characters. Look at that. Look at him. It's a port. It's a localization, basically. I wouldn't believe the number of people who think Puyo Puyo is a ripoff of Mean Bean Machine. That doesn't surprise me, actually. It doesn't surprise me. I mean, we only know what we know. You know? We only know what we know. Alright, so anyway, with Pierogi's vote of confidence, I will continue on. So the area is not seeing the walls well. Yeah, it's in it's bundled with a lot of Sega games. It is. That's its thing. I think that's probably how most people found out about it. Was bundled in with Sonic games. So again, the collision works good as long as we very carefully approach the edges, which is not gonna work, obviously. Carefully approach the edges, we're good. Carefully approach the bottom. Well, see, that was what I was afraid of, is that it would get stuck there. That's what I was afraid of. I mean, honestly, I think it would probably be better if I just checked positions at that point. You know? It's getting stuck. Something I think I'm going to look at is my Frogger-like, because I had a very similar problem. And I should look at how I solved it. But the difference with the Frogger-like was, A, there was a body involved. Here there's no bodies. And B, there wasn't like this ability to speed up super fast. So I feel like that makes this an extra challenge. And there's obviously the idea of increasing the size of the area. I do not particularly want to do that, but I could. It is an option, but I don't really want to do that, because then when you're moving carefully, it's not gonna line up just right. I think I think I'm just gonna experiment with things. Let's try it, even though I think it's not great. Let's try giving it a little extra room. We don't really need to do it on the Z-axis. Even though I think this is pretty pointless. Yeah, it's not helping any. It made no difference. How much in theory would I have to do it for that to matter? Out of morbid curiosity. There's no amount that I could do it. I'd make it twice as big. I wonder... That's interesting. It makes me think that what I need to do is put the check somewhere else. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I have an idea. So, when I say here, don't allow it if it's not walled, it's already in here. But guess what? We have a while and an await. We need to do an extra check in here, right? I might even say something like that. Because otherwise it's gonna loop through it multiple times. Whoa. I did clip through it, but I wasn't able to move back this time. Oops. Uh-oh. That didn't work. Wait, it's doing the opposite. I don't think you want to say and, for one thing. I think it's also a confusing statement that we're constructing here. Oh, there we go. Nice. I can't break through it. That's it. That's why that wasn't working. Hell yeah. Beautiful. Okay. Easy. Obviously, it's a horrifically long line, indented deep, but, you know, I'm not a big fan of that clean code behavior. I think sometimes things should, like, work and be relatively debuggable. Bam. Alright, walls fixed. Birds living in these nests. Yeah, you're right. You're not wrong. Dude, do the same thing. It's literally the same code. Almost. Except there's a tween. Wait a minute. I think we're about to fix this. Except, we don't have a walled state for down. Well, I think you just check falling. I think it just would say, or falling. We need to make sure that we're not falling. Welcome back, Travie. Glad you could join us again. Oh, I broke moving down. Apparently I need that one to be not. Bam! Fixed. Easy. Oh. Okay, it still gets wedged in there a little bit, but that's okay. As long as it catches it, we can always just make sure to reset its position. I think the hardest part there, and that's the tween, right? So that's the tween continuing past would be my guess. There, I wedged in. I would want to make sure that whatever it is it sees below it, it moves to the top, because I want it to be able to function on pieces. Wow, we went really deep that time. It needs to function on pieces and the ground. So it needs to say, hey, what's below me? I hit it, let me reconfigure myself to be up top. The other thing to do would be to find a way to interrupt the tween. I'm not sure about that. Or just not have a tween at all. That is something to think about for sure. I mean, the tween is nice. It just like I could easily just not do a tween and it would still function pretty similarly. But I really like the way it looks in Puyo Puyo. In Puyo Puyo, it's interpolating, right? Like normally it's going down with the grid. When you push down, there's no grid. It's blasting past the grid, which is part of what makes that so fast and smooth. When you move left and right, however, it's not interpolating in the same way. You still get that kind of grid movement a little bit. In fact, I think that's just my keyboard that's looping it. Sort of. It is interpolating. Maybe, okay, you know, maybe I can let it go. Let's see if we can get rid of the tween. I'm gonna try to get rid of it. I might be okay without it. We actually can still keep this. Except we'll just say, I think it's not gonna be as nice. It's just not. Okay, that actually doesn't work at all, because we need to say equals. First of all, it still gets stuck in there because it's jumping, which is not good. It's very bad. I mean, we could just double it. I think the fall speed is 0.4 right now. Ugh. But if I put it too high, we're still gonna have that problem of it skipping through. I guess you could change the delay. Change the buttonhole delay. Do that. Make it still the fall speed. But this time, shorten that. The whole delay is 0.1. It's gonna be very small. What makes it smaller? Multiplying it? I never claimed to be good at math, but the good thing about calculators is they answer all my questions. That makes it bigger. But if I do 0.1 divided by something, that makes it smaller. Wait, that's not smaller. 0.1. That makes it smaller. Okay, make it smaller for me. So I did it divided by 5. It's gone. Okay, that's not bad. Do it by 10. That's kind of what you were thinking anyway, right? Ah, it's still clipping. I mean, it doesn't go all the way through, so I can still, like, correct for it. Because I would expect that it does detect it soon enough. It's just still iterating somehow, or I don't know. I'm surprised. I really thought that was gonna help. That didn't help that much. And the speed is way slow. It's still too slow. It doesn't feel as fast as it did before. I will say that it doesn't seem to be worse. Like, the faster I make it, it doesn't seem to sync worse. The other thing to consider, well, I was gonna say, sort of like Bartz was saying, like storing all that data somewhere. I'm trying to avoid that, honestly. I do, yeah, I kind of want it to be a little bit more like dynamically interpretive. Like, I want the pieces to interpret their surroundings more so than keeping track of it all and sort of orchestrating the environment, personally. There is another idea I have, which feels a little hacky, but the idea would be that there would be an extra area, and it would extend down from the bottom. We haven't even gotten into the rotational stuff, which, by the way, is not set up. The collision on the rotation. But there would be an area that extends down from the bottom of the piece. And it says, if I see the ground, then don't keep speeding down. Like, you can't keep speeding down past a certain point. So then it will just gently fall. Which does slow it a lot. Right? Like, that would mean that we wouldn't get down as fast, and you would feel like an interruption as you nearly hit the ground. To be fair, in Puyo Puyo, when you hit the ground, it does a little bounce. So maybe we can, like, justify it like that. There is, like, a little moment of delay as it settles in. But will it feel unresponsive? I think I just have to try it. It's just a little hacky, you know, and I have to make sure I get that set up correctly. So it has there's some things I don't like about that. But overall, I mean, it is like more reliable to do it this way. Okay, alright, let's try it. I don't like it, but I think it might have to do. So I'm gonna call this area like center. Oh, the cat's annoying. Area main? I don't know. That means I need to update my reference up here. And then I'll make another area for area bottom. And I'm gonna extend that down by some amount. Oops, they're linked, which is not good. Make it unique. It feels a little further than it needs to be. We'll see. It might not be. It might be fine. I feel like that needs to be a little further. We'll find out eventually. Okay. Then we'll check that as well. Don't think we need an exited on that. So I want to refactor these a little bit too. Area main entered, area bottom entered. Bunk area, on area, bottom entered. And this is only going to care about the ground. If the area name is set to ground, now what do I want to do if that's true? we want to make sure that you can no longer speed up. But isn't that kind of what you're already... Yeah, but it's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. What we don't want is for it to stop the falling movement, right? We still want it to do the tick, 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 tick that gradually happens if you press nothing. What I don't want to happen is the speeding. Potentially, I could even increase this to be a little faster, and it might be okay, as long as it's not going as fast as when you're holding it down. That might even be a good fix for this, is to just say, hurry up to the bottom once we're at that point. That might actually work really good. Okay. So we're gonna say, downward, what do we call it? Do we call it movement? Yeah. I'm gonna say downward movement allowed. It's a lot. That's a long variable. Downward movement allowed becomes false. Make it true. As if we didn't have enough nesting. I guess I could also say, and downward movement allowed. It's brutal. If you're not moving down, if you're not falling, then you're stopped. And therefore speeding isn't allowed. So I would want to say also and not downward movement allowed. Maybe. That didn't work. Let me make sure I'm setting this up correctly. Print, you are setting it up correctly. Do you have any other prints floating around? We do. Okay. I am setting it up correctly. So I may just need to make that collision reach down further. It does seem to be sitting higher than it was before. So I think it could be working. There's a chance. So let's make this 1.3 so it comes down a little further. Now let's try it. At least seemed consistent. Wait, that was worse. That was considerably worse. Yeah. Wait. Something is wrong. I've done this incorrectly. Can we put this in an OR? I know, I hate to do that. It was dropping me without me pressing anything. Okay. At least that's not happening now. Alright, let's keep extending it. It's a collision that restricts itself to a grid. You might say that. Yes? Yes? Bam. Perfect. Let's see if we can make it. I'm gonna try to min-max it here. So I'm just gonna do 1.4 because I skipped from 1.3 to 1.5. And I just want to see the smallest that I can make it. Look pretty good. 1.4 kind of makes sense, or like 0.4 bigger, because that's like the fall speed factor is 0.4. So I wonder if there's some, because everything is very, so when you say restrict to a grid, like everything is very grid designed on purpose, right? So the position of that piece that just dropped down is going to be Y1, because it all fits onto a grid. It's on position X3, so we have, this is 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4, that's 5, that's 6. So I'm using the actual transform values to represent the grid, which is something I've figured out my Frogger like. So it is all three-dimensional also. Right? And so these are all at these highly specific positions. It's like if we track this here, so now it's at position 6 if we look at it like this. It's at position 6, Y, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way up to 12. So that way I can actually know, so if I wanted to do grid data, right, like I wanted to say for the piece that's at 4, 9, this or that, like Bart's was talking about earlier, we could set that up very easily, because they do all have true grid positions, in theory. And then, you know, with my cameras orthogonal and everything, it all kind of mathematically works out, which can just make a lot of things easier if you know the true positions of everything and that it fits in the grid you're trying to design. Okay, this seems quite good. Now, now let's make it crazy. Trying to wrap your head around why use collisions if the grid is hard-coded like that, but don't mind me. If you didn't want me to mind you, you wouldn't say it. So the reason why I actually originally had it set up that way, where it was based on those hard-coded positions, I did do that. Unfortunately, for the way that we are moving the pieces, this was a recent addition. That is to say, there's echoing on the positions. So when you move left or you move right and you hold down the key, it repeats that movement. So that way you can hold it down and repeat it. And we're overwriting that happening by default based on your keyboard or whatever, and instead we're creating our own echoing, and this is to avoid certain bugs and undesirable behavior. And so what that means is that it is potentially ignoring the grid positions, and things might not be in exactly the grid positions. And so if I didn't use the collisions, it was gonna get angry with me. Now, I could be wrong, because that was also when I had a tween involved, and the tween would animate it beyond the point that it was supposed to hit. The custom echoing might have it at a true position, but oh, look at that. When I'm moving left and right, if I'm moving left and right at the same time, so I need to also tell left and right that you can't happen when you're that close. It may be possible to do it with the hard-coded values, but I was running into a lot of issues doing it that way. And so I started experimenting with alternatives. So if I just move straight down, there's no problem. If I move straight right, straight left, no problem. However, if I'm moving to the left or right at the same time, we get issues. Now, I don't know if I need to normalize something. Probably not. I think I just might need to say that when we're in that time where you're not supposed to be able to speed down, oh, it's hard to reproduce. Don't allow moving left or right. Why was that happening? I don't even know how to reproduce it. Let me put the key presses up there. Yeah, but you know, at the end of the day, I'm not here to teach you. I'm here to solve problems. And if one thing isn't working, I'm trying something else. What? What is this? What was that? Let's try something. Let me just try putting that protection in and say that these also are going to ignore the loop if downward movement is occurring. And see if that at least fixes that little blip. Yes. Nice. Kind of a crazy result in general, though, even while you're falling. When you press both left and right at the same time, they're like fighting with each other. Kind of interesting. Not necessarily a bad thing. Okay, now I just gotta try to reproduce that where it sinks in the bottom. But I don't know if... I don't even know what was making it happen in the first place. Let alone how to reproduce it. So maybe it's fixed? Might just have to just see if it pops up again sometime. But so far, it seems okay. Okay, so assuming that that's all good, next step is to get the rotational stuff implemented. Now it's gonna get crazy. Because it's all basing it on the bottom piece. But guess what? Which pieces on the bottom is about to change. Which pieces are on the sides are about to change. So it needs to also behave as if that is something to collide with. Now maybe it'll be easier than it seems. Maybe it won't be that bad. Obviously there's gonna have to be cases for if you're against the wall and you rotate, right? If you're on the ground and you rotate. Now in Puyo Puyo, you can sort of like juggle at the bottom for a little while. I'm just gonna intentionally lose. I totally would have won that one. You kidding me? You like the way it bounces? Yay! Yeah, it was the only like interpolation type that looked remotely acceptable. So I was kind of stuck with it. So I'm glad that it works. It looks good. So if I'm right at the bottom, you can do this little juggle situation. Now I wonder if that gap, that downward motion not allowed, I actually think that that extra area check could be beneficial for that, right? So if you're in that zone where that area is touching, but the central area isn't touching, that's when you can juggle it. Actually, I think that's gonna work out well. If you're against the wall and you try to rotate, it actually pushes it out. So that's gonna kind of suck. Ooh, that's gonna be interesting. And I believe that there are like techniques that players have where they can like exploit bouncing off the wall. So I feel like however that's designed has some potential jank to it anyway. Alright, okay, here we go. Buckle up. It has to be done. I'm going to do a GitHub commit, though, since it's in a relatively okay state. Now, by the way, I haven't even set up the collision with the pieces. Haven't even done that yet. So, yeah. But I'd rather start solving the problems with the rotation on the walls before I get to the pieces collision. Okay. So I'm going to say movement improvement because it sounds nice, and then let's cook. So what I'm gonna do is when we spawn the top piece, I'm also gonna want to spawn an area so that way it can have that. Currently, the movement component contains the area. I suppose I could add a movement component to the top piece. That has potential. Because right now the way that it works is the game spawns a single block, right? So it starts out with one block. Boop. And then this block says, I need something on top of me. So well, actually, I'm getting ahead of myself. This blank basic piece spawns. And then the game says, hey, you know what you need? You need a movement component. And so it gives it the ability to move around by attaching a node that has movement code on it. So it adds a movement component to it. And now it can move. And that comes with it an area, the extra area that we just made, and the input that lets it move this away and that away and this way. Now, after it gets a movement component, it also says, hey, you know what I've decided I would like as a movement component? I know that I need a top piece. So it's going to spawn a blank, basic, empty, simple mesh on top of it. That's just a box. So what I could do, maybe, is I could say, also give that one a movement component. Right? Which would then give it the area that extends down, the area in the middle. Now that also means it would allow it to be controlled to move different ways. We don't want that. So I would need to give it a movement component, but one that is different. So alternatively, I could just have a separate component that isn't a movement component. It could be a top piece component. Or it could just spawn a special top piece that has some of that. But I actually think it might not be that bad to just add a movement component to it and then have like a flag on the movement component that says, am I the player? That is to say, the player is, in Puyo Puyo, the bottom piece. So you'll see that it's highlighted. It has that white around it. That's how you know that's the one that is in control, if you will, right? And the top piece just is moving around that. The one you're actually controlling is that one with the white highlight on it. So we'd say that that one has the player flag, whereas the top piece doesn't have the player flag. If it has the player flag, it's allowed to move and stuff like that. Now currently, it doesn't just spawn a piece. When I say spawns a piece on top of it, it's actually adding it as a child, right? So that means that it is parented to the other one. So I think there's some possibility for funkiness. So I'm gonna have to, what I'm hoping is that it's not gonna be too chaotic to manage the flag and the things that that flag controls or not. But sometimes I like a little chaos. Not only do I like chaos, you know what's coming, but I like live streams. If you're here and you haven't liked this live stream, you don't have to tell me, but rhetorically, what are you waiting for? Like this stream, hit that thumbs up button, hyper smash the like button. It helps more people find out about these streams, join up in this community, join up in these jams, and that's not a bad thing. That means more feedback on your games. That means more people to hang out with. So thank you if you're willing to do that. It helps the channel out a lot. Hyper smash the like button if you haven't yet. Let's get those likes up. And I'm gonna enjoy the chaos that I'm sure will come from what I'm about to do. So not only do I want to add the top piece, but I want the top piece to get a movement component. Now the place where the movement component gets added is over here. Here we have component movement, which we instantiate here. So I probably would need to adjust that if I wanted to refer to that. And we do it right here. Piece to add edge hub component movement. So I'm thinking we refactor this a bit, do a pack scene, and we do it just like we did up here that I also had to refactor. And we say variable component to add node 3D component movement instantiate. And then we say component to add. Okay, make sure that didn't break anything. Looks good. Now I'm gonna come back to the movement component. So we're adding a movement component to a movement component. That is somewhat disturbing. We're gonna onReady movement component with a reference to the main scene. Same kind of thing, component to add component movement instantiate. We probably don't even have to do it. There's different ways I could do this. It's okay. I could do main.ref in here, but I kind of like that this looks more similar to the way that looks. So now we want to say top piece add child component to add. Now I know full well, alright, I'm doing this because I like chaos. I wasn't kidding. I know beyond a shadow of doubt that I need to add a flag that says one's the player and one isn't the player. But because I enjoy chaos, I want to see what happens if they both think they're the player. Oh, it crashes. Infinite recursion. Oh no. Well, if I wanted chaos, I got it. It just wasn't very interesting. Okay. It's a Stack Overflow. If that's not chaos, what is it? What is? If that's not chaos, what is? So that's not gonna work. By the way. So it's adding a piece onto the top. It's adding a movement component, and the movement component is designed to add a piece. So it's adding a piece, adding a movement component, adding a piece, adding a movement component, adding a... So it just like exploded upward. I kind of wish I got to see that. If your brain has 8 limbs, then it's not even chaos. Okay. I bet that made sense to you. Because the octopus has 8 brains in each limb. 8 brains per limb. Okay. Oh god. I'm actually afraid. It like was slow. When I clicked remote, it was slow. Nope. I'm actually not gonna do that dungeon. I do, look, okay, when I said I like chaos, I didn't say I liked waiting patiently for things to crash. Okay, so I'm not gonna check that anymore, but I bet it's very interesting. Okay, so this is where we'll add our first flag. It actually helped me find that flag. So that's something. We could also say if it's top piece or not. I don't even need to say like if it's a flag. We could just say, is it the top piece? Is top piece. That'll be false here. But in this case, we want to make sure that immediately top piece is top piece is set to true. You don't even know what you're saying? Something about I'm good at juggling different things simultaneously. Thank you. If your brain has 8 limbs and it's not in case. Oh, I see. You're comparing me to an octopus in a flattering way. Because like an octopus... Thank you. Okay, so let's say... let's say that we do not want to add this child. If not is top piece, add the child. Add the component, all that mess. That is only if it's not the top piece. I'm going to make a function, configure bottom piece. And then we're going to put this stuff in there. Oh, actually, we probably want to put this in there too. So this is why I love making games with a particular scope. Because, like, if I didn't have Puyo Puyo as my game reference, right now, at this moment, I would be like, dude, what if you could add multiple pieces? What if you could have, like, a tetramino, like, that is crazy shapes, and you can rotate that around? I feel like I would immediately start losing track of the scope. Because I see an opportunity in the code how I could do that. But with this, it's like, no. 2 pieces. That's it. No more. Okay, so all this stuff, I'll actually just say, if not top piece, configure bottom piece. And then put all this into that function. But that's what the Game Like Jam is for, is to keep scope in check. It's like 80% of its whole purpose. And why I think it's the best game jam for me. Okay. Void. Add that in. Maybe for everybody to try at least once. At least if you're having problems with scope. Okay, so all this code only runs if it's the bottom piece. Now, there's still things I need to do, like say you can't move them both at the same time. So if that's still, there's still chaos, but it should at least not be a Stack Overflow chaos. Again, I know that this is not the result that I want. Oh shoot! Oh wait, what? Whoa, I forgot to assign the... Wait. Why are we still getting a Stack Overflow? Is top piece true? If it is not the top piece, then do all this. Why? It should only run that stuff. Okay. It should only run that stuff if it is the top piece. By default, it is the top piece. Oh. Suddenly it all makes sense. Okay, now run it. Mixed up my true and false. Alright, here we go. No more Stack Overflow. No more peace. The peace is gone. I actually didn't expect that. Why would you not create a top piece? I'm confused. How are we targeting the top piece anyway? To rotate? We're saying top piece equals piece to add. Can I see what's happening in the remote? Well, this chaos wasn't very fun. Yeah, it's actually just not adding anything. So I'm saying, no, top piece, yes, top piece true. Oh gosh, I'm still typing it wrong. If is top piece, configure bottom piece. No, if is not, wait, oh god, okay. If not top piece, false. This is the bottom piece. If it's not the top piece, configure bottom piece. It is the top piece. Wait, so why is that a Stack Overflow? Maybe I need to set the top piece sooner? Oh, duh. Look. I'm telling it that it's the top piece after we add the movement component. Okay, right there. Now we'll have two pieces? Is top piece with a value of bool. Oh, because we need to say that this is on... Oh my goodness. Oh, this is confusing. Okay. We need to put this on the piece, not on the component. The top piece is real. Oh, we're gonna make it real. We're gonna make it real. So here's the thing. I was putting is top piece on the component, which means I had to add the component before I could say that it's the top piece, which means we were getting that Stack Overflow. What I need to be doing is I need to say that the piece is the top piece, which when you think about it makes a lot of sense. Then when the component script comes on here, it can say, oh, I'm entering into a top piece, and not do the recursion. Makes a lot of sense. So I just have to make sure that instead of checking its own top piecery, we'll say that by default it is not the top piece. Instead of defining its own top piecery, it is going to be checking if get parent, because it's a component, so it always needs to be looking up. So I would even say object, if object, because object has already been defined as the parent. If object is top piece, configure bottom piece. If object is not the top piece, configure bottom piece. Then we need to say, indeed, the top piece is true on that one. Okay. Now can I have some fun with the chaos? Two pieces, two pieces. Two pieces, baby. This is the chaos I wanted. It's beautiful. It's actually not that bad. The debugger disagrees, but it's honestly not that bad. But what we see happening is they're both moving independent of each other, which we actually just want the top piece to follow the bottom piece. They don't need to move independently. Other than that, it's actually not that bad. It doesn't like some of this because it doesn't have a top piece to rotate. 66 disagreements is pretty light, and it's nothing. I've seen worse. I've actually seen worse. It was terrible. So let's add those flags in to prevent that. Yeah, I really thought the chaos was going to be more entertaining, but that's okay. You can't always. It was still interesting. So we don't want it to fall. If falling and... I mean, you don't even need the timer in the first place. No reason to connect the timer at all. I would even say put that in configure, so just don't even connect it. In configure bottom piece. It's just not necessary for it to be ticking along and moving. So they should move together now. Welcome back, Andrus. Now, the only reason that didn't move together is because I started pushing downward, and then that had them separate. But if we don't push downward, they move together. Now, it is moving left and right. I mean, that's kind of the chaos that I imagined. It's kind of cool, but not what I want. And so what I want is to say, don't even call any of this if... I mean, yeah, I can't call the input function. If it's not the top piece, I'd kind of rather it be is bottom piece, if I'm being honest with you. I'm just getting a little annoyed by all this is nodding. I just think it's stupid. So I'm just gonna change it. Andrus wants to know if you guys already have your ideas for Puyo Puyo-likes. I think I got my idea on lock. It sounds like folks are trying to think about it. If his top piece return. That's true. That would be another way to do it. Nice. Nice. Just like end the function early if it's the top piece. Oh, that's kind of clean though. Wait, I kind of like that though. Then I don't have to refactor it. I like that suggestion a lot. But I feel like I still want it to be bottom piece true. But I'm gonna give you credit for even inspiring me to think about that, because I wouldn't have even considered that. I think that's another coding consultant. Dang, Dungeon, you climbed up there fast. Andrus, I think people are too busy grinding away on their own projects. Okay, if object is bottom piece bother to do all that? Let me make sure I did that correctly. I did not. It's just something, I just feel better, like, it's the first thing that spawns. Let's tell it, hey, you're a bottom piece. I don't know, it's just like what I want. You're thinking Puyo, but the spell actually does stuff instead of being decoration. The spell, like, when... Oh, it's clipping through again. What happened? What was that? Why'd you clip through? Oh, look at that. That actually almost worked. Oh, it didn't. It was coincidence. I don't know what's making that clip through sometimes. I might need to make it a little longer, actually. 0.4 might be too small. I might need to extend that area down. So when you say spell, I know that the like main character like shouts spells out. And then when you get combos, like some magic flies across. The characters say Fireball, Ice Storm, Heaven's Ray, but they don't affect gameplay. True, true. Yeah, I kind of thought that all they did was just like send garbage over. But like, right, why would they say different attacks if it doesn't result in something different? I love that. I love how you're rooting your iteration on the existing lore, almost like improving on what was presented. I love that. Yeah, right. But it's like, you know, Fireball makes garbage appear. Ice makes garbage appear. Heaven makes garbage appear. They all just, everything is garbage. It could be cool, like, for like different effects depending on what is said. Oh yeah, right. If it's red, that could be like Fireball. If it's blue, that could be like Ice Storm. I like that part. That's a good one. Certain stuff, popping X Puyo, getting an X chain, makes the spells available and they do cool stuff. I like that. I really want to make like mine half idle game. So instead of having two side-by-side play areas where on one side you're in control and on the other side an AI is control, there's going to be a mode where you're in control or a mode where it's idle. And I was trying to think of like, well, why would you switch between the modes really? And I was thinking that when you're in control, you can unlock things that when you're in idle play or the AI is playing, you can use. So the AI could be kind of crappy, but maybe it's like the spells. It's kind of inspiring me a little bit. That's the thing about sharing ideas, someone's gonna snatch it. So like maybe if you do certain combos, you unlock certain spells, and then you can use those spells in the idler. It's very inspiring. Anime idea. Everyone has a ton of super over-the-top anime attack names, but they're all the same basic attack. And they're all slowly realizing that. Like, they didn't even know. But, like, somebody from a different, like, province or something is like, you guys know this is the same attack, right? And the whole anime is just them being convinced that that's true. And slowly realizing, oh my god, I have no unique identity. I'm here for that. Fireball can vaporize some of your enemy's red Puyo, or Ice Storm can turn some of the enemy's Puyo into garbage to freeze them. It sounds like some scope. It sounds like some big scope. But I love it. That's really interesting because instead of just being like, oh, I gotta match the colors to make a chain, it might introduce the potential strategy of, okay, which colors do I want to match? Ooh, that's not a useful one. I don't care about matching those. Or you probably aren't gonna bother with that, so you just end up kind of seeing the results be different. I like that. You're kind of like iterating on like the garbage a bit. That's really cool. That's a really cool idea. Dang, that's a good idea. Oh, I love that. Wow. Smash it all in a Balatro type thing with a bunch of fights back to back. And between fights, you get a shop to buy more spells and replace old ones. Whoa! Oh no! The scope creep is real. But, you know, one thing that you have on your side, you've already been working on a Puyo Puyo-like. So maybe it's totally within scope for you. You know? If you've already done a lot of the, like, basic things, that may be, like, perfect. Oh, I was gonna increase the area on the bottom, because I just have a feeling it needs to be a bit bigger. It's more than a feeling. Okay. Because it keeps clipping through. But overall, so far, so good. We need to make sure you can't rotate once you're grounded. That would be good. Although, not necessarily true, we do want to be able to do it a little bit. Okay, it seems better. It seems like I'm not clipping through anymore. For now. Okay, so now that I actually have the top piece, technically with collision, I need to make that collision actually matter. Because right now, we're still clipping through the walls. Which is a little surprising. I guess it makes sense because all that it's doing, even though the area is detecting, right? It is saying, oh, I see that I see a wall. It's only telling its own movement controls, hey, you can't go. But guess what? Its movement controls aren't in control. So that means I need the bottom piece to be like, hey, top piece, do you see a wall? You do? Okay, got it. I can't function. Scope creep is indeed real. Yeah. Okay. So right now, we have on area main entered, on area main exited, on area bottom entered, and these all impact the way the controls function. But I need this also to impact or be impacted by the top piece. Raycast for the win! Welcome, Stifton Block. Yeah, so I've got collisions, which are doing pretty much the job that a raycast would. Yeah. Welcome. So what I'm gonna do is probably aggregate this information, like it's a little tricky. I'm just trying to like do it in the least messy way. Not exactly. Alright. So, because otherwise I have to run this stuff twice, right? Like, I guess I could just propagate it up. That's probably the easiest thing to do. Yeah, it sounds like you know what raycasts are. Yeah, that's good. They're very useful. So, I want to say if it is a top piece, let the bottom piece know, hey, you need to have falling be false. You need to have the walled states left be set. But that means I have to like pack all that in here, and it just gets a little annoying. But I think that just has to be okay. So if is bottom piece falling equals false, else, okay. So I gotta think about how is the top piece going to see the bottom piece, right? Can I just out of curiosity, oh, we have to say object is bottom piece also. Just out of curiosity here, I want to see what it looks like in the remote tree. It just helped me like visualize this decision that I need to make. So this is the bottom piece right here. This is the movement component right there. Within the movement component, we have the top piece. That's the top piece. Within the top piece, it has its own movement component. On its own movement component, right, its areas are checking for walls, for ground. And if I say, if the object is the bottom piece, which this one is going to say, yes, my object is the bottom piece, set that object falling to false or whatever. True, false, whatever the heck it's supposed to be. False. Now on here, the top piece, it's also going to say well, instead, it's going to say I'm not my object. Node piece is my object, and that is not set to be the bottom piece. I'm the top piece. Knowing I'm the top piece, it needs to look up 2 levels. I guess I could say look up to its parent's object, because its parent is going to be the movement component. So find the movement component's object, and that will be the top or the bottom piece, which is kind of crazy. Give them script with a class name, maybe so you can call if body is class name inside the area. I don't think that'll work in this case. But that's another thing you definitely know about. You like using Godot? Sounds like you got some skills. Okay, so I'm gonna say if the object is a bottom piece, falling equals false. If it's not a bottom piece, nice. If it's not a bottom piece, 2 years. Pretty much the same. Pretty much the same. Let's go. If it's not a bottom piece, then I would even go so far as to, what if we set like a variable on here? And I'll call it variable yeah, but you're gonna have to on-ready that. No, I'm not gonna do that. Never mind. If I set it over here, that'll make more sense. Yeah, but only if it's the... Actually, you know where I could do it? Right here. If object is bottom piece, configure bottom piece. Else, configure top piece. Func configure top piece. And then I'll create a variable. Well, but that's not going to be easy to reference. That's the thing. Well, but you can't. You don't have to. Here, put it up here as variable top piece, bottom piece. Whoa, wait, I started creating that already? We're not using that. We are using that. Oh, wow. So then we can have a top piece and a bottom piece. Oh, that's cute. Okay, bottom piece. Node 3D. Love that. And so then I'd want to say that the bottom piece is equal to the object's parent's object. And that should be the bottom piece in theory. I kind of love to just see if that's true. Print bottom piece. Yeah, just print the bottom piece for me. Just out of curiosity. I'm sure it'll be fine. I mean, I might have messed up something, but maybe not. Nope. We got there. Okay. So now we can say bottom piece falling equals false. Except it's not the bottom piece, is it? Because falling is on the movement component. Truth be told. So I might also want to set up in my configured top piece a bottom component movement or something, which would just be the object's parent. Which is a node 3D. Which is a little confusing. But that's okay. So similarly, we want to do the same thing, kind of unfortunately. If it's a bottom piece, then we do walled state left. Otherwise, we do bottom component movement. Walled state left. Oop. Okay. Put that on here too. Oh, no. Except I also have to say, if object is a bottom piece, do that. Otherwise, do that. Okay. Nice. I gotta do the same thing over here. Can we please just copy it? Please. And then this time, we're setting it to neither. And that's true for this as well. If it exits the left or the right wall. Now there's also this part where we have to do a similar thing. If it's a bottom piece, set downward movement allowed to false. Otherwise, do so on the bottom component. I haven't even used the bottom piece reference. Or the top piece reference. Wait, did I say bottom? Oops, I meant to name these top. I didn't catch that. That's... No, that is bottom. Right, because we're propagating upward. Oh my god. Okay. It's kind of confusing. Nice. I'm colliding on both sides, as I should. We got collision. It looked like it sunk into the ground a little there. But now, it does let me clip through the wall there, which leads to some craziness. But as far as the walls go, without rotation, I can now move all the way, even if it's rotated, and it'll stop the movement, which is perfect. Now if I try to land upside down, so this is right side up, now I'm going to try to land upside down. Let's see if that looks good. That, interestingly, is clipping through, which is a little surprising. I wonder why that is. I'm gonna turn off the collision shapes. Yeah, right? Like, is it really clipping? I kinda can't tell. Something that I haven't done yet, but I'm feeling like is a good time, is I need to add some actual, like, sky lighting in here. I got rid of that to make something else easier. Wait, where did I get rid of that again? Oh, okay, there. These are some cool settings. But what I'd like to do is make the area piece have like a different color, so that way I can see if it's clipping through or not. Because right now everything is gray, so I can't tell the difference between things that are this or that. So let's give this a little variety then. Yeah, white works. But that's so boring. It's gotta be pink. I don't know if that's gonna appear with the lighting that I have. Oh, it appears. Okay, great. So I'm gonna flip it around. It's still gonna be kind of hard to tell. Oh yeah, maybe it's not actually clipping. It would be nice if they had like a clear like border on them. I could do something for that. Randomize the mesh's color on ready so it's easier to tell. Oh, that's a good idea. Oh, that's a really good idea. But also, I'm gonna do something else. But that is a good idea. Because then I'm like gonna set up all that code just to like burn it to the ground anyway. Well, this isn't very helpful though, is it? Make them smaller? I'm thinking I'm gonna add a border to it. Which is difficult. It's not difficult, but I'm trying to do it with the least amount of effort possible. Oh, because that's just like offsetting. Yeah, I see. Well, that didn't work. I mean, that would honestly be fine. I don't need the borders on the sides. If it's on the top and bottom, that would help me, potentially. Okay, but it has to be centered. Or it's definitely not gonna work. How the hell do I do that? 0.25? It's not centered. Anyway, if that little pink goes away, it looks fine. I didn't want to just like build a whole thing just to test it. So instead, I just would like to see if that's happening. I'm gonna hide the other pieces. I don't really need them right now, truth be told. They're not doing anything yet. Yeah, you're right, Rorik. It wasn't clipping. It just kind of looked like it was. Oh! So, okay, so that is a thing, right? Probably because we were rotating it. And so it's the area that's detecting if we're hitting the ground was moving. So we definitely need to have, I would even argue, a whole extra area, or the area that checks needs to be as big as the widest away that the top piece goes, right? Because it needs to know before it hits the ground, is the player rotating the piece? Because if the player is rotating the piece, then we need to make sure that we're setting up the juggling at the bottom and not stopping it where it shouldn't stop. And so, I mean, if I were to guess, like, the juggling would be like an opportunity, yeah, just keep it from being able to speed down. So maybe I'll make it a full length. Let me try that. I kind of hate that, but I think it has to be okay. It's halfway there. Seems so satisfying to rotate. Yeah. Oh, I'm so glad you guys like it, because I felt sort of stuck with it because it was objectively the best looking one that I could get without putting in a crap ton of effort. So I didn't really feel like I had much of a choice, unless I wanted to like do all that effort. But that is a combination of a transition type and an easing on a tween. So when the piece is told to rotate, it creates a tween, and it rotates from the position that it's at to the position it's supposed to go. It eases out, and it uses elastic. So if I were to change that to bounce, for example, it wouldn't look as good, apparently. And it actually kind of overlaps a bit. It jiggles, but it's like, it's not going fully around it. If we do something like quad, I think you'll really notice the overlapping, which is not great. It's like slow, it's kind of awkward, not as good. So I was basically just going through these and seeing which one did it in a way that kept it from overlapping. This one doesn't overlap that bad. It actually does overlap a little bit, but yeah, it's just not that good. So the one that, so then there is actually spring, but that didn't look as good either. It just has all that overlap. The one that seemed to have the best look was elastic. And again, I feel kind of beholden to it. It's the only one that mostly keeps the overlap away no matter how fast I go. But it's, so me, I'm just like, I had to choose it. So it's not good enough because I wasn't in control. But you guys saying, you're the second person to say that you like the way it looks. So that makes me think that it's actually okay. Can be tweaked once I decide the Puyo shape. So actually, yes. Well, I was about to say I might keep them as cubes, but then actually I don't think I will. I was originally gonna do something kind of like Minecraft style, like voxel chunks, but I actually have a different idea in mind. Yeah. So I might put like a separate like animation on those. Yeah. Very true, very true. I'm curious, now that I've made that bottom detection size so much larger. So that's one thing, is even though I'm holding down this entire time, you can see once it hits that point, it's like really slow. And that's because I extended that base collision out. But what that should also mean is that we can't get stuck in midair now. However, we can clip, okay, nope, we're still stuck in midair. So then in that case, that's tough. All that matters is the cube collision shape. The mesh can be whatever. Yeah, that's true. Rorik is thinking something like Legos or Dr. Mario blocks. Oh, I love that. That's really cool. You're far from that part. Yeah. I love that. I love the idea of turning it back into Dr. Mario, since this game was originally inspired by Dr. Mario. I think we have a separate... Okay, I think here's what's gonna happen. I think I need another area. I actually could use a raycast here, because it doesn't need to be detecting an entire box shape. We could just use a raycast, but I'm just gonna use an area. Because we're already using areas, and if I use a raycast, I have to change the code, and I'd rather not. so I'm not gonna. So I'm gonna keep this down to 1.5. Not Dr. Mario, like Mario bricks. Oh, I just inserted the doctor into that. Oh, like the question mark block. Oh, that's so fun. Good idea. I'll tell you guys my full idea more after Monday. On this channel, we do member streams. There's a join button, actually, below this video, and on the channel page. If you hit that join button, you not only get my appreciation, and I will say that appreciation to you, but you're gonna get an extra live stream every Monday. It's 8 to 12 hours, just like this one. I work on stuff. During the Game Like Jam, I especially work on like visual assets. And I'm going to be... yeah, right, so last time I did, during the member streams, I conceived the idea of the donuts and the brownies and the baby, which you're like, what are you talking about, Lise? Donuts, brownie, baby? Are you okay? I am okay. So for my Balloons-like game, I made Hungry Baby Rescue, which is the best game I've ever made to date. And yeah, so I like to conceive like my design and do my visual stuff in those member streams. Blender is kind of my preferred method for most of that. Again, this was like a 2D game that I designed in 3D. And so I'll be doing that on Monday. I'll be planning out the visual design, making some assets, and fun things like that. So this is about junk food not getting to a baby, ideally. So yeah, hit that join button, find out about what it's like to be a member. You'll be supporting the channel, helping this keep going. That is the most valuable thing you can do for this channel, is becoming a member. Thank you for those of you who are members already. I appreciate you. You'll also get access to emotes that you can put on screen and stuff. There's secret places on the Discord that honestly get posted on pretty often. Sometimes I'm like, dang, general chat, public general chat is asleep, but general 2 is popping off. There's a general 2. It's only for members. So consider joining. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. And yeah, so I'm going to reveal more about my idea there and plan it out. So that means by next Friday, you'll all know the truth about what I'm going to do. Andrews is starting to think your idea is too overscoped. Oh no! Oh dear. I mean, good. I remember at the end of the Balloons-like Jam, Andrus. I remember. We extended the deadline for you because you were right there all day hanging out with us. And we were chatting and you still missed a deadline. We made a whole event. We were counting down like New Year's Eve and you still missed it. Keep that scope in check. Keep that scope in check. No shame intended, by the way. That's why we extended the deadline. It's all love here. With that said, I'm glad you're looking at scope very carefully. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a couple different areas, even another one. So that was area main, and then I have area bottom. But what else could I do? There's only 1 minute. It absolutely was. But that's all you needed. It was a little more than a minute, but not much more. Because this is also going to be bottom. I'm going to rename this just a little bit. I'm going to call this area Main Cushion. It's like a Maine Coon, but cushionier. And then I'm going to duplicate this and call this main bottom, or just bottom. the 1 hour jams have taught us anything, it should be pre-submit. That's right. Yeah, you can pre-submit to this. I mean, for the 1 hour jams, pre-submitting was helpful because you could still update it after you submitted it. However, you can't update your game once the... Sorry, let me rephrase that. When you pre-submitted it on the 1 hour jams, when the jam ended, you could then still update it. For this jam, unfortunately, if you pre-submit it, once the jam ends, you can't update it anymore until the voting period is over. So that means there's less benefit to pre-submitting, but that doesn't mean there's no benefit. The bare minimum benefit is that you have anything submitted. So that way, it's not nothing. So yeah, the sooner you put anything in there, the more likely you'll have something at the end of it. Yeah, exactly. Having a mostly done game is better than no game. Agreed. So pre-submission, still important. It's a good point. Very true. Okay, this one I'm gonna make double the size. Wait, I'm getting confused. So many things here. Oh, they're linked. I see. My bad. Make this unique. Put that at 1.5. There we go. Okay, so now we have these like cascading situation here. It's a different check. We have the check for the cushion to make sure we don't clip through on accident. And then we have the extra long one for checking when we're in the juggling state instead of sticking it down where it doesn't belong. So what that's going to mean is if this bottom area here, that darker one, if that area is seeing the ground and the player is pressing the rotation key, we need to make sure that the piece is not getting grounded yet, but rather that that juggling effect is occurring. Andrews had an idea where instead of Puyos, it's burger ingredients. Delightful. And you pop them to stack them and make burgers, and you must make sure you got enough for customers. That's a cool idea. That is completely different than your original idea. My gosh. Could be fun to work with, plus you get to skip enemy AI. I love that idea. It's very Yoshi's Cookie. Could get a bonus for a priority item, i.e. what the kitchen needs now. Oh, feed the scope. Feed the scope. Edgeworth messed up and created an unsalvageable buggy mess? You might have to pivot to Tetris with AIs and storyline. You've programmed Tetris a billion times. Edgeworth, there's 29 days left. There's 29 days left. Why are you pivoting? You just gotta pick yourself up and dust yourself off and try again. Also, version control. Still, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. But also excited because it sounds like you've got like a plan, which is nice. Edgeworth, you finished your game in like a week or 2 weeks last time, so I know you work fast. So for you, this last 10 hours or so has been like 10 years. Okay, so I obviously Super chunk. That's what happens when I press Control S after adjusting the cat cam. It does that. Okay. So I adjusted the name of my area, which means I need to adjust the name elsewhere. You like that more? You're just gonna do Tetris with Puyo elements. Do what you gotta do. We don't need to save. We just need cat cam. Control S on the cat cam is bang. Maybe I'll think of some of the cool thing to add on to that. I know you will. I know you will. But yeah, I've played your Tetris. You do make Tetris. So I need to change this from area bottom entered to area main cushion entered. Come up here. We do still have an area bottom, but that's going to be something new. Area main area entered connect. Oops, main cushion on area main cushion entered. Oh my goodness. Okay, there we go. On area bottom entered. Now let me just look at Puyo Puyo. Can you move left and right while you're juggling? And if you can, what's it like? Oops. Oh god, it's kind of hard to do. Yes, you can move left and right while you're juggling. Alright, just checking. That's... Whoa, did you see that? I was clipping through that red Puyo. There's some interesting things going on here. It is not perfect. So I actually couldn't move right there very much. Okay, let me just lose real fast. It's easier to do. When it's fresh. Oh, unless I mess it up. Oh no, I went too fast. Oh, dang. I'm just gonna keep moving forward, see what happens, and adjust as we go. I was just trying to figure out, like, if I have movement left and right, how will that change? The detection. I mean, if you look, right, the bottom one's always going down. I almost feel like we don't need to check. No, that's not true. You only need to check it when it's in the top phase, right? When the top piece is on the left or the right, the bottom piece doesn't move. But when the top piece is on the bottom piece moves up a little bit. Which is a whole new kind of thing that doesn't exist as a... It's like another movement control, in a way. Now, if there's stuff on the sides... Well, I actually can't do it here. If there's stuff on the sides, you'll notice, then it does matter. So we do need the top piece. Okay. So it seems to me like what's happening is it's just... If the top pieces, bottom collision, that extension that I made, if it detects a wall or a ground, and the rotate key is being pressed, then move the bottom piece in the opposite direction from where the top piece is detecting the wall or ground or whatever. That's what I'm seeing happening. I gotta write that down. That was a long thing. If the top piece's bottom area sees a boundary, move the bottom piece +1 in the opposite direction of the boundary detected. Whew. Okay. Is that gonna be safe? I'm a little afraid of what that could yield. Maybe for easier levels with less Puyo types, you get to do hot dogs. Oh, for your burger game? Hot dogs. Bread and sausages. Then you make burgers, bread patties, and cheese. I love this. There's such like a rich like asset opportunity here. And the nachos, tortillas, salsa, beef, and cheese. I love it. Missing order sends the equivalent of garbage Puyo. This is a really cool idea. I was also thinking that like you're basically sending garbage to yourself. I like that idea. Henry isn't sure what kind of assets you want yours to be like. Yeah, that's a tough one, right? It's for me, like, I was just guided by like what kind of world do I want to create, right? What's the story I want to tell? What's like the circumstance that I want this activity to be happening in? You know, and Andres was thinking like, okay, building food that is buildable, right? So then that leads to burgers, hot dogs, and stuff. So like, at least for me, I start with, okay, things line up and that creates something, or they connect. And because those connect, it destroys things, right? And so maybe like with that like basic framework, how can you be reminded of other things in the world? And then maybe that leads you to the asset somehow. Or it could just be like absurd. I mean, Puyo Puyo is absurd. It's surrealist, right? Like what the heck? They're just little blobs that look at each other and morph into each other and pop when there's a bunch of them. There's no rhyme or reason. Like Super Mario, right? Why does eating a mushroom make you bigger? Why does bumping your head on a brick make a star appear and make you invincible? It's chaos. So you could also just kind of get random with it too if you wanted. But that's a real struggle. And I feel like the motivation can often really come from having that stuff figured out too. So I feel you. Anders' old Balatro spell thing idea was with a minimalist Space Invader kind of theme, with the black background and oversaturated colors. Oh, I'd love to see Puyo Puyo like that. So it's kind of interesting because it means I don't even need to create, let alone connect, the bottom pieces area bottom. It doesn't even need that, in theory. I am going to include it though, but I probably don't need it. The burger idea just came to you. I love it. I could even like queue free it. But I mean, it makes sense, right? Like connecting things. It's not like an illogical idea relative to Puyo Puyo. So at least for now, we could just say that if it is the top, if it's the bottom piece, I don't know. Find area bottom and queue free it. I mean, technically I don't need it. It's kind of silly to load it in the first place, but even worse to keep it around. Go with the latter. Way easier and more unique. Yeah. Yeah, your first idea was very overscoped. That's true. Although you could always just cut that one down. But then again, like, why would you want to do like a shrimpier version of your idea, as opposed to doing another idea that is shrimp? Hey Josh, welcome. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I appreciate you so much. It goes good. I've got some good movement, and I'm kind of getting some of the edge case movement handled, specifically when you're rotating at the bottom of the ground. Campfire food. Oh, like, oh, what if you did like skewers, like food on a skewer? I was thinking like a wait, what's campfire food? Oh, s'mores, or like toasting marshmallows. I guess s'mores. Wait, what else is there besides s'mores? Like a squirrel meat? Is that campfire food? That's the thing about sharing your idea. Sometimes you gotta inspire other people, but that's the beautiful thing about sharing your idea too. Okay, so I'm actually not gonna want to bother connecting area bottom unless it's the top piece. Personally, I don't mind people being inspired by things that I do. But I know not everybody feels that way. Okay, so is this functional right now? Whoa. Yes. It is functional. Oh, we clipped through the bottom. How did that happen? Oh, well that wouldn't happen. That's because we were rotating near the ground. That's what we're gonna protect against. Instead of that like juggling concept. So yeah, Josh, it's good. It's good progress. I still don't detect the other pieces, but I'm just trying to get the wall detection so I can actually bump into the walls, even if I rotate my piece. Stuff like that. S'mores, campfire, cinnamon rolls. I've never even heard of a campfire cinnamon roll. Sounds tasty. Edgeworth has a cool idea. At the start of a match, you could select from a few types of attack modes that affect the opponent's board in different ways when you attack them. I love that. Unlock more of them later. See, that's like, I'm already thinking of that for my idle iteration. So you guys help me so much by just sharing ideas. I'm like, ooh, I'm gonna take that. If you don't do it, I'm gonna do it. No, but I don't even mean it like that. Like, I think also it shows like these are iterations on Puyo Puyo that kind of make sense. Like, maybe Puyo Puyo deserves to have this built into it. Maybe it's a missed opportunity that it isn't already there, you know? Let's take that opportunity. Now is the time. Okay, so everything is fine. Except, I want to implement this. So now only the top piece has an area that's detecting stuff. I guess I could test it. Print. Top piece sees whatever. Area name. Oh, because it's detecting other stuff. Ooh, yeah, don't do that. That's not necessary. I'm gonna make sure that area bottom is not detectable. I'm gonna set its layer, or its, That's tough, because I might want this stuff to be able to detect other pieces. Well, I think it's just gonna have to be able to see. I mean, that's just like more collisions than I would like to have. But I don't know that there's really much to do about that. I think it just kinda has to be that way. Alright, that's fine. What if the different colors of Puyos had different health values? And by breaking, say, a blue one, you'd get a red one. Breaking the red one would clear the spot. Wait, like a balloon's like Puyo Puyo balloons like? That's awesome. Ooh. That's pretty cool. I kind of like that idea. That's a good idea. You should make that. I've noticed that, Dungeon, that your entries to the Game Like Jam have all been mashups of genres. I think there's something there. Man, you'd really... I like that because it's really about like clearing lines and like just like hacking away at stuff. Oh yeah, Josh, how's yours going? Working on your mini RPG before you head back to the Puyo Puyo. We're essentially at the same portion of the game. Oh, nice. So you're good. Right, you were making a Dragon Quest like. I've got that on my list. Although you've already made it. So maybe I shouldn't pick it so you don't not have a thing to add in. Although I guess you could always like make something new if you wanted to. Nice. You're a jam rat. You're out here making multiple things quickly. That's jam rat behavior. We need some jam rats in the chat for that. Mine won't appear on screen though. Seeing everyone else's games is always a treat. It is, right? I know. I know. I know. There's the jam rats. I actually thought of doing that for my balloons like, but I figured having Puyos not pop so others fall down sort of ruins the chains, which is the most satisfying part of Puyo. That's fair. I will say, I hate the chains. No, but you're right. Dude, that's not true. Because, yeah, when I get chains, man, I'm like, yes! Look at that! Oh, 6 chain! You know, you're right. It is really satisfying to get chains. But with that said, I don't think it's like necessary. And you know, on the other hand, it could make the chains even more satisfying. Because if you get chains after like you've whittled down their health, that would be pretty special. But I think that that's a really fair point, actually, though. You can always make something new. That's true. That's true. Maybe make something in the HD 2D format if the game like drops for Dragon Quest. What's the HD 2D format? You're working on a more narrative project right now, so you're not gonna enter this one. Ooh, interesting. That's fair. We'll be back month after next. I was gonna join the last jam, but unfortunately I didn't feel like my project was complete and it felt super buggy. Yeah, Bloons like was tough. Bloons was a tough one, for sure. So that's fair. Dude, Puyo Puyo chaining is hard. It's so difficult. HD 2D, it's hard to say. HD 2D is the format that Square Enix calls their 2D remakes. It's kind of like a sprite diorama. Neat. So you'll just like try like a different approach or something. I like that. Yeah, I don't know any of these games that you're talking about. I just don't know them. Okay, it looks like it's working. The top piece is seeing what it's supposed to see. Sounds awesome, Josh. I mean, a part of me is kind of curious, if I'm being honest. Oh yeah, I've seen this. So this is just like with like normal maps. Like 2D art that has 3D lighting on it. I guess it's both, right? So they have the normal maps on the 2D sprites, and then maybe this stuff is actually 3D. This door, for example, maybe that's 2D. Maybe that's just a texture. That bag, that sack, that could be 2D with some normal maps on it. Yeah, this effect is awesome. I love this effect. It's fun. I experimented with the style once for Ludum Dare years ago. Yeah, it's a really, really cool. Yeah, dude, I'd love to make a game like this. Cause like 2D, 3D mix, it's kind of like my whole thing. Or in my mind, it's my whole thing. It's what I would like to aspire to. So it's actually really inspiring. So I know that it sees things. Depending on what it sees, it needs to do certain things. So this is the juggling mechanic that I'm trying to kind of set up right now, where you can like sort of bounce off of things. Namely, the bottom, but the walls too. Still gotta set up other pieces. I have a feeling the other pieces won't be too bad. So like when we're down here and we spam this, see how we kind of spin around like that? That's what I want to set up. I guess we'd also want it to be true on the bottom piece, potentially as well. And the bottom piece would need to be in that cushion space, right? Before it fully snaps in, could be where you're allowed to juggle it. Now actually here on Puyo Puyo, you're allowed to do it even after you hit the ground. There's like a grace period. So hit the ground, but I'm still able to do it. Sort of like a coyote time, a little bit. Like there's just a delay before something. See, it like even hits on the ground. But there's a timer. It'll stop letting you do it after a while. So boom. But then it can still spin. And actually, you can probably observe the timer too if you get here and before that piece breaks off. That seems to be like this like timer. So I think that's actually a pretty important element because it gives you time to correct instead of committing to a choice. I think that's actually going to be pretty important to implement. Which does make me think. I mean, I do still need the check on there. Anyway, it's something to think about soon. And is going to be relevant momentarily. The another side is an AI. Yeah, it is the AI. Yeah, the other side is the AI. Correct. Correct. If it sees wall left, I would want to say bottom piece, position X plus equals 1. If it sees the right wall, bottom piece, multiplayer in Unity. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, even this one has 2-player. Oh, that's probably... No, that's not why. I was gonna say, that's why they got rid of the other button. That's not why. So yeah. Doing that would be also really good. I'd be very impressed if you got that put together. But it doesn't have to be online multiplayer, right? Okay, and then if it sees the ground, I want the bottom piece Y position to get increased by 1. This is gonna have problems, right? Whoa! Okay, hold on. There's a couple other things that need to get added in there. Mostly for the... Oh dear. Okay, hold on a second. No. Couple things. Number one, that's if sees a boundary. I forgot something. When the rotation button is pressed. Very important. Very, very important. And what I'm not sure of is if I want to include this in my other rotation function or not. Like, I don't think so. I don't think the rotate is very complicated. So I don't think we need to do that. So in fact, I'll just say if input, I think we do just pressed for that. Yeah. It'll be if it's button 2 or button 1. Either one. Don't forget to like the stream. That's true. Liking the stream helps a lot. That's an excellent point. Thank you for pointing that out. I see we have 37 people hanging out with me today. 37 of you are here. There are 15 thumbs ups. Now I know we get a lot of lurkers. I know it builds up over time. Y'all step away. I understand that. Y'all are working on your own games, doing your own things. I get that. But if you could just walk on back, pop open the window. If you're on mobile, the like button will be on top of the video. Just tap it. The like button will be probably in the bottom left. If you're watching on desktop, it's underneath the video. Probably like right around there. Hit that thumbs up button. Let's get those up. 38 of you and 16 likes. That is brutal. That is brutal. It helps so much. Those likes make a huge difference. I'm gonna be checking back in, okay? I'm gonna check back in. We're not gonna let this fly. If button 2 is pressed and, well, let's start with it's or. It's not and. Is action just pressed button 1 or button 2? Is that gonna work? Is that gonna work? Absolutely not. I could also just make it pressed, but that seems problematic. But I wonder if it would at least work? Oh, kind of. Sometimes, but not every time. I have to show you guys what I'm pressing, otherwise you don't know what the result really is. Oops. That's not my keyboard. Just a vacant cat cam. Okay, let's try that again. See, nothing happens, but then it does. Nothing happens, but then it does. It's like happening when we move away from it. That's wild. And then indeed, if I hold it... Oh, this is also the rotate button. Over here. Well, this is all kinds of crazy. This is gonna be harder than I thought. I wonder if it'd be easier. It might be better to like put this in the input a little bit, like the input function. But then I have to check the area at the same time, and that needs to happen at a very specific time. It's kind of tricky. You know, I could have like a enum that's getting constantly updated. I also wonder if it's a timing issue, right? Because when you press the button and then it rotates, by the time it gets there, it isn't necessarily going to still be pressed. So what it actually needs to know is not that the rotation button is pressed, but when rotation is happening. Which means our tween. So I could say something to do with when the tween is running. Is running. Bam. So then I just need to be able to access that tween and say to check it while it's running. You think the enemy AI is going to be a big roadblock for most, including you when you were going to do the other idea? I don't know that I agree. I think, and maybe you'll be right, I don't know. Because to me, I still believe you can make really stupid AI. Like, you can just have the AI. If you already have... If anything's hard, it's setting up maybe 2 instances of the game. You know, figuring out how to spawn a second instance. Yeah, I don't know about that. The videos are wiki about the AI. But, you know, yeah, I guess if you're going... I agree with you. Here's where I agree with you. I only agree with you if somebody is making as close to the original as possible. In that category, I completely agree with you. But also keep in mind, for our game like Jam, it isn't exactly like the original. That's not the trophy or the category. And I'm gonna point you to Joshua's Frogger-like, Pico-Froge. They do have their own AI pattern. They do. Josh's Pico-Froge is an excellent example. We had a lot of entries for this jam, and it is quite different from Frogger, right? You did, and the thing is you made it close. You captured the like vibe of Frogger. It has the feeling of Frogger. It's giving Frogger, but the art is super different, right? The level progression is really different. There's a lot of little details that don't quite match the original. But this is still just like the original. So I think someone could potentially find the like easiest AI they could make, which is as random as, you know, as random as pieces just being dropped and moved based on a random function. You know, it could just randomly choose positions and just drop them in super easily. I don't think that's difficult. I think that's pretty simple, actually. I could be wrong about that, but I don't believe that I'm wrong about that. And then, from there, have your different character designs with their different dialogue and different stuff, and then just tweak that a little bit, right? Come up with some even borderline arbitrary things. Maybe like set variables like speed. Maybe the harder ones have a faster speed. Maybe some of them rotate the pieces more often than others. Maybe you have a different randomization curve for the rotation on each enemy. But you don't have to match exactly what the original has, and it can still feel just like Puyo Puyo. You know, don't try and imitate the game one-to-one. I think that's a mistake. but I think you can still follow the scope of it and make a lot of things very similar without making it play differently, right? So don't think about somebody who plays Puyo Puyo in and out competitively all day, knows it from start to finish, can speak every line, every spell. They know the spells that the character says and says them along. They memorize the dialogue. You know, that isn't the person you're trying to favor when making your game most like the original. The only people who can vote on these are people who made games for the jam. Those are the people who are going to decide if it's most like the original. But you know, for your own sake, if you want to make it exactly like the original, I mean, yeah, you're in for some danger. It's gonna be hard. But this isn't the copycat jam. This is the game like jam. So just something to think about if you are that person who's worried about the AI. You really can phone it in if you get all the other components right, in my opinion. Like this is actually harder than Frogger. It's very rigid. Frogger has a little more flexibility to it, believe it or not. This doesn't even have the bonuses, right? The little fly that appears and gives you extra points. It doesn't have that stuff. And yet, I would not disagree that this is the most like the original of the entries. So I think this is a really, really good example of how being like the original doesn't have to be identical. Yeah, it's awesome. It's so good. I learned a lot making it, and about limited game engines. It's a love I never knew I had. Yeah, it's beautiful. Right, because this was made in Pico 8. Which literally, I think that's part of what makes it so similar to Frogger, is you literally had similar limitations that the people who made the original Frogger might have had. And you had less time to make it. You can dissect it so the AI sees what Puyo links are on the board and look for unblocked ones with the most Puyo already on them with the color curve boost has. Yeah, right. Just be careful with the dissection. Alright? Listen to me. I know you don't like to listen. Oh god, that sounded horrible. That's not what I mean. Let me rephrase that. I understand that it's hard to hear when you're like, this is the way it has to be done. That's what I mean. I know that that's hard to like push through when you have like a way that you're set on that it should be. But allow yourself to let go of it being perfectly dissected. If you can. You're doing your Puyo-like in Picotron this time around. So you're also using, right, so it's like Pico 8, but maybe a little more generous, or at least a little different. Right, you said it's like going from NES to Game Boy Advance or something. You have to figure out chains because the system pops Puyo groups as soon as it sees them without setting up strong chains. Yeah. Fun fact, there's an unused sprite in Pico Froge that you left in for a friend. What? That sounds awesome. Yeah, Picotron's more generous. I mean, Puyo Puyo was made on hardware that was more generous than Frogger was made on. Press bars heard of that one. Good luck. These fantasy engines might work in your favor with their retroness. It is a fantasy engine. My nerd brain, when you said Pico 8, has similar limitations. Must correct. Oh yeah, right. You do nerd out about this stuff. Edgeworth gets to the point of like making sure they have specific chipsets from the exact type of games that would be that game. It's always really impressive. But yes, I know. You're right. When I say similar limitations, let's just say more similar than, say, you would have when using Unreal Engine. Okay? Comparatively similar limitations. Like Dodger said, each character has a playstyle that sort of reflects their personality. Yeah. So who knows? Maybe if you wanna like dissect it a little bit, what if you just figure out the AI as soon as you can and design the characters around the AI you can make, right? Something like that. Andrus is like, no, Liz, I don't care. I have to make it perfect. You don't. You would have to, but you don't have to. Make a retro game in Unreal 5. I dare you. You're right. Okay, you're right. That is not easy. That's a good point. Also, welcome, Pressipire. Thanks for being the supportive member that you are. Joshua's like, challenge accepted. Yeah, Josh knows Unreal Engine really well. As a matter of fact. Oh yeah, we need to say when the rotation is happening. So we need to check when that rotation tween is occurring. And then if that rotation is in the midst of its behavior, then, and a boundary is detected, then bounce it. Very specific scenario. So that means I need to be able to access this tween somewhere else, or I need to be able to access which area is being seen here. One of those two. Gonna be able to wield any engine soon. That's scary. He's too powerful. I've had pretty bad luck setting a tween as a global variable, but you know what? I'm pushing my luck today. I'm gonna call this rotation tween, which means I have to also rename all of these. Declare this elsewhere. If Respire gets time to work on a Puyo Puyo-like, your AI is just gonna be a pachinko game because I'm lazy and AI is tedious. Yeah, exactly. That's the way to go. Andrus is thinking of diving into tracker music in your game, but think you'll stick to Fruity Loops and your sound fonts and samples for now. Yeah, that's what Edgeworth does. We talk about Edgeworth like they're just like, nobody matches music to games like Edgeworth. It's true. Okay. So hopefully I can check if rotation tween is running. Do that. But I don't know. We'll see if that works. I don't know if it's gonna work. It might work. It did not work. Oh. Okay. Oh. We got some internet lag. Haven't had that in a while. My gosh. We've been too lucky lately. Normally that number in the top left should be around 10,000 kilobits per second, plus or minus 1,000. Just tanked a little bit, but it's climbing back up. It was buffering for a second. It was just a little hiccup. It said, Furnace Tracker is fantastic. It's like the best thing that's happened to chiptune. I saw Furnace the other day and fooled around in it for a bit. I gotta try it. Although, you know what? I also don't really make games that have that. I actually don't care. It looks cool. But I really haven't. I really don't usually make games that are true. Like old school retro. This looks like a nice program though. Kind of hardcore. That was the fastest. Ooh, that's cool. I don't care. I've ever seen. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just keeping it real. You kind of have to be devoted to learning it if you want to use it. It's not just something you. It's not just something you dabble with for a bit. Whoa, Liz. It doesn't need you. That's fair though. It does seem pretty serious. Okay, my tween is... No, it's not set yet. Of course it's not set yet. I guess I could set it to null. Oh, is that why I set my tween to null last time? Wait, how did I do that? Those graphs were pretty, right? I agree. Oh god, I've got things open. Oh, I need this though. Tween equals null. Okay. Yeah, Furnace Tracker. Just look up Furnace Tracker. It does look really powerful if you know how to use it. Oh, Edgeworth was saying that, like, Andres, you can't just dabble. Oh, right, so that doesn't help, because I still can't run that on a null value. Okay, that's fair. Pressbar dabbled before noping out! Returning to my safe, fruity, and loopy space. Yeah. It's easy to learn if you have prior experience with sound trackers. Right, it's for, like, niche audio designers. Okay, fine. If rotation tween is not set to null, okay, you predate DAWs. Ooh, wow. Okay, let's try that again. Internet just looks like it had a little hiccup. I think we're okay. Okay, great. It's running. Is that an ant? How dare you? Summer is coming. Summer is coming. That didn't work at all. Why not? It's not even kind of working. Print. Rotated on wall. Or whatever, a boundary. Oh, we have another print that I don't need here. Anders loves himself some Fruit Loops and the bajillion sound samples and my 53 sound fonts and my 83 add-ons. Yeah, that's understandable. Fruit Loops is awesome. Okay, I don't know if tween running is doing what I think it should do. Also, I'm able to phase through the wall if I rotate next to it. So there's some things going on here that I didn't know existed. That is surprising. It doesn't predate analog dots. I suspect not. I'm very confused what's happening. Returns whether the tween is currently running. It wasn't paused and it's not finished. Okay, but it's definitely running. I wonder if it's just not like tracking it in the way that I think it should be tracking it. Like, I feel like if we say, well, first of all, tell me that it's not null. Oh, it can't even do that. Okay, this is tough. Does it run ever? Yeah, sure, do it on input. Don't take your word for it. I would never. Print. Rotation tween is running. Does this even work? Oh! Well, yeah. I know. Okay. But what if it isn't null? Okay. Like right here, I know it's not null. Okay. But that just says tween. Is running. That's so weird. Why doesn't it say true or false? If rotation tween is running. Oh, my bad. I forgot to do the parenthesis. Did I forget that down here too? I did not. Okay. Okay, yes. That is saying true, which is good. I mean, honestly, it might just make more sense to do the check there. If it's gonna work right there, then maybe that just makes the most sense. Edgeworth looking to be schooled. I have another idea, which is that when it starts, we could set a Boolean, and then when it's finished, emit a signal that unsets the Boolean. I think I might do that. So then I'm not going to set up this tween here. Pressify is like, I will take you to class now. The ball's in your court, Edgeworth. What say you? I'm just kidding. You asked to be schooled. Put me in a courtroom so I can yell objection. So I'm gonna go back to this just being called regular old tween. We're not gonna check any of this mess. And instead, oops. Instead, I'm gonna appreciate Travi. And when the tween is created, I'm gonna make a boolean saying rotating Edgeworth is like, I will take your challenge. Doesn't look real to Edgeworth. Rotating equals true. Now, one thing to keep in mind is this is going to be running on both pieces, which is like okay, but something to keep in mind. You feel like the interview I was going to do for the 1 Hour Jam funeral is going to happen once this or the next Game Like Jam ends, so the vid that talks about this jam's feel compared to the other one. Absolutely. Really, it's just going to be whenever it's going to be whenever I get around to it. Essentially. And I'm working on it. I have read all of the responses and I have put them in a spreadsheet manually, and I've started writing a script, and I've started identifying questions I want to ask specific people about their interviews and whether I want to contact them about doing video, text, audio, and all that stuff. So I've started to make some progress on that for sure. And you know, the more I work on it, the less, like, I started out planning on, the 1 Hour Jam is something we used to do every week, every Friday on this channel, where we make games in 1 hour. That stopped happening, but it was such an awesome thing that I want to make a video about it. So I set up a survey, which you can still take the survey. It's a little harder to get to now, but you can still take it if you go to the Hypergame Dev website. That is not the Hypergame Dev website. If you go to the Hypergame Dev website, you can still find it. You got to scroll all the way to the bottom, go to Hyper 1 Hour Jam Retired, and then you'll find the survey here. I'll put a link in the chat. If you haven't taken it yet, it would really help me. Just whoever you are, take it. Go ahead. Literally. It'll account for whoever you are and whatever you've got for me. But my plan is to make a video about the jam. And originally, and you can really sense it from the survey, originally I was hellbent on making it focus on comparing the 1 Hour Jam to the Game Like Jam. But the more I work on it, the more I'm like, you know, I think it'll be better if it's just about the 1 Hour Jam. And then maybe sometimes, once in a while, and especially at the end, it'll throw in some comparison to the Game Like Jam. But you know, I didn't really enjoy this like framing of the 1 Hour Jam is really great, but the Game Like Jam is better. You know, it felt like it wasn't doing justice to how awesome the 1 Hour Game Jam was. You know, to just like crap on it with Game Like Jam win, 1 Hour Jam lose. So that's why I want to like not focus too hard on the comparison. But there will be a bit of a comparison. A little bit. I'm over-exaggerating the intensity of this conversation. That's my job, all right? I will create this rotating variable. I guess that could go over here. Variable rotating Boolean false. It is not starting out rotating. Get set to true. Then I need to emit a signal. So we'll say tween finished connect on rotation finished. Rotation tween finished. On rotation tween finished, I would like you to set rotating to false. Okay. So now I'm going to say if rotating, and you do that, see that stuff, do the thing. What do you think about that? No! Okay, alright. Interesting. What is your problem? Let's see if I can monitor this rotating variable in the remote tab. Okay, rotating is false right now. It's true. Oh, it's working. You can see it appears over here, right there. Oh, you can also do if rotate position is greater than 0, by the way. It's kind of fun. Because if it is here, there's nothing for it to bank off of. But that's not telling me when the moment is. That's actually not that useful. Okay, so if we have a rotating moment that stays true or false, why doesn't it work? Like right there, it should have bounced us off. So is it even running this stuff? If rotating, match area name. Okay, so does this say area detection sees rotation? What about that? Do you see things? Yes or no? The answer is no. What is happening? I'm actually very confused about this. I genuinely don't understand. Is it not where I think it is? I wonder if the collision isn't in the right place or something. Okay. Oh God. I see. Well, I see and I don't see. Because it should still work on the ground, but it isn't working on the ground. So one thing that's not happening is it isn't actually rotating it, so it's not looking off to the left. It's only looking below it. But I need it to look that way. But it's not doing that. But it should still work on the ground, because it's still sticking out all that far. So what the heck is that about? Area bottom has a layer and a mask. We know that it like works in general, but if I have this if rotating on, it's almost like, I mean, is the timing really off that much? I mean, okay, all right, fine. So when rotating is true, print rotating. And then here say not rotating. Okay, and then in here, let's get rid of this, get rid of that for now. And in here, I will say just print the area name, or saw area name. So what I want to see is if this timing is the rotating variable not actually active when things are visible. Okay, but now it's bouncing. Okay, don't do the bouncing. Please. Please no bouncing. These first days I'll try to plan out stuff more instead of getting right down to business. Okay, that's smart. Okay, we see rotating, not rotating. Not rotating, saw ground. Rotating, not rotating. Rotating, saw ground. So right there was the sweet spot. I mean, do I just need to move this check? Like, maybe I put it in here. Okay. Alright, yeah, I can do that. I can do that. No problem. Hey, I can do that. If rotating. Might help me organize stuff better and do stuff within the deadline instead of altering space-time continuum and adding 1 minute to the deadline. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you know, I mean, even in this game jam, you still have scope to manage. So that's important to do. You know, and don't worry about, like, completely subverting your normal process. Some of us work better if we just get going and don't worry about, you know, planning every last detail. So I think a balance can be important. Oh, okay. I actually have no idea what happened there. It's still not working? What? Why? 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 Dang. There's something going on here with, like, order of operations that's really confusing me. If y'all add a minute to the deadline, then we can remove it and work on this forever. Oh yeah. Totally, yeah. I totally would just allow that. Yeah, you know me. Total doormat. Usually in jams, I use the first idea that comes to mind. I'll think it through this time. Yeah, that's fair. A jam that lasts your entire lifetime. You can submit when you're 95 years old. You guys joke, but there's already a game jam like that. It's called the Never Ending Jam. It's real. It's right there. 74 years long. So you won't be 95 years old. Maybe you will. Actually, you might be 95. It might be exactly the age you are. But yeah, this jam already exists. It's right there. Okay, so it's obviously not seeing it, but it should be seeing it right now, right? I am clearly rotating. It knows that I'm rotating. Somehow, those are canceling each other out. I genuinely have no idea why that's happening. So I'm about to ask the other chat because I don't know if I can fit it all the code in there, but man, I'm a little stumped what the heck the deal is here. Why doesn't the area check at the bottom apply its match statements even though rotating is true? I'm sorry, I need a machine to look at this. It has a default H page. It is default, yeah. They didn't do anything to it. It is confirmed. Checked collision order. It does reset. It is at the same time. I could do that, but I don't think I need to. But I'll do it. I'll try it. I'll try that. That's a good idea. I'll try that. Verify the area bottom behavior. Ensure area bottom correctly detects collisions. It does. Confirm movement happens first. This bug is gonna take 75 years to fix. You might be right. If bottom piece isn't updating, yeah, I know. I already know. Try it, but it's not. This isn't the problem. Ensuring the movement updates first. I did check it. Yeah, I did check it. Yeah, that wasn't helpful. Thank you for nothing. Well, I will say, I could await. I still don't. Maybe that helps. I don't think it's gonna help, but it might help. It really might. But I'm dubious. It's the best idea that it had. I'll give you an entire 2 seconds. That's a long time. Still doesn't see it. Nah, man, something crazy is happening. It's almost like there's something fundamentally about either a match statement or an area check that just, like, I don't know, is ignoring things. That's okay to not know what's going on. Yeah, so basically what I'm trying to recreate right now is... I see. You're saying, hey, I'm willing to help you, but I need you to catch me up. I got you. So in Puyo Puyo, if you wouldn't mind loading, please. Okay. All right, itch.io. You know what? Take your time. I'll just load it up over here. In Puyo Puyo, when you get to the bottom, you do this, right? Or if you're on a boundary, when the top piece bumps into an edge, it pushes the bottom piece away from that edge. So that's what I'm trying to recreate. I currently have a effective way to check for the boundaries. Very effective way to check for the boundaries. It works well. I'll just comment out these. I guess I'll comment out these as well. So if I don't put in that rotation check, and you can see I am bouncing off when I run into the walls here. We're bouncing off like no tomorrow. Lots of bouncing. But I only want the bouncing to happen if we're in the middle of a rotation. I don't just want it to always be bouncing, right? I also have a very effective way to tell if we're currently rotating. And actually, you can see that down here. Well, I'm gonna get rid of that await because it didn't help. So if we look at the prints right down here, when I press the rotate key, you can see it says, "I'm rotating now, I'm not rotating. I'm rotating now, I'm not rotating. I'm rotating now, I'm not rotating." It knows that. But when I try to bring these together, it grinds to a halt. I'm not using a grid-based system. I don't know. Kind of, sort of. I don't know. Yes, no, maybe. Like, kinda. Sorta. Half and half. A little bit. So if I simply come in here, thanks, Andres. Yeah, I know. I actually appreciate that because I don't really love the way it looks, but it was the best I could get it to be without maximal effort. But for now, I don't really care. So that's just gonna have to be okay. Anyway, if I say, now I tried putting this up here as well, right? Don't even bother trying to match anything unless rotating is true. I was trying something different by putting it in a match by match basis. Neither seemed to make any difference. So again, if I combine these, again, they work great in isolation. On their own, they're each functioning. But when I bring them together, it doesn't make the match. So it's not pushing anything away, and it's not printing. It's acting like it doesn't even see it anymore. Which is just, like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. So that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Why putting an extra condition in here is so damning. I mean, maybe it has to do with the match statement. Yeah, exactly. Like, I could say, if area name is set to wall left, I could do that. Wall left and rotating. Like, maybe it's the match statement. Maybe for some reason match statements don't allow... I can't effectively add... I don't know why that would make sense, but... I'm confused enough to just be willing to try anything at this point. Yeah, something like that. But again, they work in isolation. Very important to keep in mind. They work in isolation of each other. So it's not a ground detection issue as far as I can tell. Okay. Yep, that's true. There's different ways to do things. It's very true. You are so smart. So once again, it is not detecting it, unfortunately. Which is annoying. I just don't understand why. Very confusing. Again, if I just remove this one if case, it's gonna detect the walls and bounce off of them with no issue. All good. Plenty of detection. Detection for days. We're bouncing like nobody's business. So I just want to say, don't do it all the time. Only do it while rotation is occurring. And I just seem to be struggling to make that happen. It's very frustrating. You know, it makes me think there has to be something, either something really obvious or something really bizarre. No in between. And that's why I was slapping it into ChatGPT, because I was wondering, like, what's the obvious thing I'm missing? you know? And it doesn't seem to know, so let's see if I can ask it to solve it for me. It probably will fail. Make the actions in that function only occur if rotating is true. Like, how would it approach that? Well, that's what I did. I already tried that. That didn't work. I agree with you there. Does it need to be more specific than just rotating? Your rotation state would matter, right? Does it need to be more specific than just rotating? Would matter. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. What do you mean? What's a rotation state here? I mean, there's a position, like whether it's rotated on the top, right, bottom, or left. I don't see what that has to do with anything, unfortunately. Does it need to be more specific than just rotate? I mean, even if it did, this should still be working. Like, that may be true. I don't think it is true, because it's saying if it sees the wall on the left, push it to the right. If it sees the wall on the right, push it to the left. If it sees the ground, push it up. Again, this works totally fine without the rotating check, right? So if I run into this wall, I don't know if you can tell, but it's bouncing off of it. If I move down, well, it grounds it. But if I move down, it bounces back up. So it is working on its own. It just isn't combining with that for some reason. Your thing works by colliding with the wall and detecting which wall it hits. Correct. That's correct. I mean, even here, like, it'd be interesting to see, like, what does it... Rotation is... just to see, like, what it sees in that moment when it detects the area. That might be interesting, actually. I'm gonna get rid of these prints here. It's always false! Well, yeah, because I'm not rotating. Duh. I was acting surprised, but obviously it's always false, because I'm not in the middle of rotating. Signal's only running when rotating is false. It would seem that that's the case, based on what this test that I just tried. But then again, we're bouncing. But hold on. Wait a minute. Yeah, it does turn true. Yes, exactly. But wait, hold on, wait. Before we declare that, I need to make sure it isn't bouncing, because right now it's avoiding the boundary, so it's never gonna cross it. Okay, this is the true test. All right, here we go. Oh, look, it's not running true. No, okay. So it does, first of all, the rotation does turn true. This is what's crazy to me. Like, here, I'm gonna show you on the remote tab. But this is helping me get there. I think I'm close. Yeah, it looks weird. Thank you, Andres. I appreciate your very helpful feedback. So, rotation. Right now, rotating is set to false, right? And if I click this, you can see that that is checking, right? That check is occurring just fine. But true is not appearing anywhere in here. You're telling me that at no moment in here you saw that was checked to true while it was overlapped. Maybe not. Like it's kind of hard to say. I wonder if the easing function is like part of it. Like the easing function is causing it to skip a bit. I think you need to do the collision check not in the signal. Use overlapping bodies. There's no bodies. It's all areas. So I don't think we're gonna have any overlapping to check. Yeah, I don't even think it looks that bad though. Like it doesn't look that bad. Like this isn't what I would have wanted, but it really doesn't look that bad. You know what I'm saying? Like it just looks jiggly. It just looks like juice. Like there's no assets yet, there's no animations. You have no sense of the feel of everything. Jesus. So that signal is firing when rotating is false, so we can never do check. Yeah. Clearly, I'm shocked. Yeah, I think you're right. I'm surprised that that's the case, but I think you're right. Okay, and can we check overlapping though? That's the thing. I can't check overlapping. Overlapping is only paired when left-right movement and gravity. I don't think it's an issue. I don't think it's an issue, man. How is that an issue? It doesn't look like an issue. It's just jiggles. Okay? It's not, this isn't Unreal Engine Matrix Reloaded trailer. I hear what you're saying though. Yeah, I don't think there is an overlapping. Is there? Oh, maybe you're right. Get overlap. Oh, it's a function. I see. I thought it was a signal. Thank you. Okay. Oh, I gotta give you credit. You've helped me tremendously. I know what you meant. What do I call this? Rotation, movement, collision detection. I didn't realize this was here. This is great. Returns a list of intersecting area 3Ds. This will be really interesting. Okay, so then I'm gonna say, well, but when, okay, I see. So I wouldn't even need this check. I don't even need this function here. That's pretty cool. Technically, I would need this in like the process function probably, which I don't have a process function. Well, you're gonna need one. I'm pretty sure. If rotating, get, oh, we need to look at area, bottom, get overlapping areas. I would just even love to see that printed at this moment. And then I'm just even going to disconnect this signal altogether. Okay. Oh, yeah. We have to say if rotating and not, and object is not top piece. It has to make sure it's only looking, well, actually, is not bottom piece, sorry. It needs to make sure it's only looking at the top piece, not the bottom piece. Bottom piece doesn't have that area on it. Oh, dang, it still doesn't see it! It's never even overlapping. Which is crazy because it is entering. So how can it be entering but not overlapping? Okay, well, because it's only allowed to happen while rotating. So it's not even overlapping while rotating. So if I just say, tell me whatever it's overlapping with, it's probably going to say stuff right away. Oh, we want to say if not. Oh yeah, okay. If not bottom piece. Because I think it's going to see the other areas. Yeah, it's seeing stuff all day. It sees the wall, it sees everything. So it's still not happening during rotation. I don't even believe that. How can that be? That is so weird. I mean, I guess I could increase the size of the area. So right now, that area is this big. The piece, you can imagine being that big. And then this area extends like that. I actually do need it to be bigger in general. Print out rotating directly to see when it triggers. Yeah. Yeah, so we were doing that. I'll split that back. No problem. So here rotating becomes true. Exclusion mask layers of blocks and element overlaps and everything. Yeah, but it's complicated. It's complicated in this case. It wouldn't be worth it because I need it for other things. Yeah. It doesn't help here. But it did cross my mind for like a second. It did. But the problem is that I need those for other reasons. That is to say, detecting pieces. The pieces have to be able to detect each other as well. And just the way I have it set up, I need those detections to be there. It doesn't really matter. It's not like a problem. Yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna print rotating is true or false. Come down here. Rotating is true or false. Oh, yeah. So, I mean, obviously, it is happening. But all those process prints, it's not a bottom piece. And just to make it a little more visible, I'm going to add a carriage return here. So that way that sort of stands out. And then I'm going to put one at the end here. So it sort of isolates it a little more. Okay, so I'm rotating around here. Let's pause it. See what we got. Okay. Rotating is true. Ground. Bam. Rotating is true. Ground. Rotating is false. right there. It sees the overlap. Rotating is true. It sees the overlap. Rotating is false. Rotating is true. It sees the overlap. Rotating is false. True. Overlap. False. True. Overlap. False. It's definitely happening in that time frame. True. Ground overlap. False. I don't know if we snagged any walls. There's a wall right there. True. Wall. False. Yeah, raycast, it doesn't matter. They both do the same thing at a minimum. Wouldn't make any difference here. I don't think. I could be wrong, but I don't think that would help. I could be wrong. I could be. It's possible. But, I mean, essentially it's doing the same thing, which is detecting stuff. Now, if I try to combine these, maybe I just gotta, I don't know, do it gooder. If I try to combine these, if rotating and it is the top piece, print that. See if it still prints anything. It's gonna print rotation, but it's not printing any overlaps whatsoever. It is interesting that true is being set multiple times. I guess that makes sense. If I spam rotate, that shouldn't really matter. So you see why I'm confused? Again, put these separate them. You know, maybe there's some way to detect it while we have them separated, even though they're separated. It's possible that rotate is back to false by the time collision occurs. I mean, I don't know if you have seen these prints, but they say otherwise, man. It's a rotating is true. Ground is an overlapping collision, and then it says rotating is false. So it sees the wall as well. It sees the wall, it sees the ground. Rotating would be true this entire time. And then it becomes false. This is process function. You know, unless something else is... Yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah. It's like the check is somehow canceling it out. It's voting day in Australia. Do your civic duty. That's very important. Good on you. No, that was helpful because that, you know, I'm really glad that you said what you said, because now I know something super weird is going on. Because I see very clearly it's true, it sees the ground, I actually have proof of that, which I think I can still potentially work with that. I just maybe can't combine them into one single check or something. I don't know. If it is not the bottom piece, print that. You know what else I want you to print? And here's what else I'd like you to print. If area bottom get overlapping areas is set to and I'm gonna go to globals over here. I'm gonna set up a reference to the ground. I don't know if I want to do that in globals. We can do that, here, we'll do it this way. Variable ground area 3D equals, or ground area, we'll call it. Oh, on ready, my bad. Okay. Make sure we have a reference to that. We already have a static reference to the main scene. So I will now return to here and say if the overlapping area, now that's going to be an array. So that means I would need to find a specific thing in that array. So I guess we have to run like has maybe on the array. Let's try that. If overlapping areas has not gonna autocomplete that for me. Okay, that's cool. No worries. If it has main scene ref ground area print rotating is rotating. Let me find those other prints. I'm gonna hide those. Let's see if that works. Rotating is false. That is crazy. So it sees the wall, all the rotating I'm doing, all it sees is false. Wow. It's some shonky business. It is some shonky business. I don't know what shonky means, but context clues tell me it's the right word for this. And so one thing that I did try, but didn't help, was delaying it. I mean, it must be just like, this doesn't make any sense. I don't understand. And then another way I could test it further is we could add these back in, right? Now this is only basing it on after rotating is set to true and after rotating is set to false. That's when those print. This will be weird, I bet. Okay, let's see what we got. Oh, wait, this isn't helpful. I have to, let's say overlap. That way this stand out. Otherwise, you can't tell. That code is scrungulous. It's really gringling things up. Are these like Australian words? They're fantastic. Okay. Let's see what we got now. Okay, chill. Alright, thank you. That's enough. Look at this. Look at that right there. Do you see what I see right now? Sorry. There we go. Look at that. Rotating is true. According to the overlap. I just realized what the, do you know what the problem is? Do you guys know? Wait, if you knew, someone would have chatted it already. I just realized what it is. Oh my god. Now, normally, when something is an easy fix, I'm really excited. Because, and I am excited. I'm happier. There was like one of the happiest songs I've ever put on these playlists. And it still didn't make me happy. But now I'm happy. I realized what the problem is. There's two pieces, okay? There's two pieces. There's a top piece, and there's a bottom piece. Bottom piece, that's the main piece, the primary piece. And that primary piece, tell us your secrets. That primary piece instantiates a second one above it. And that's the one that like rotates around and stuff like that. Okay. The one that is on top, that's the one that has the area that's looking for walls. Okay, so that looks for walls. That looks for the ground. Okay. This is what's looking for it. So if the piece rotates, that rotates. Okay. The rotating variable, I think, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the rotating variable is on the bottom piece. So I'm pretty sure that the top piece doesn't have a rotating that it's checking. Which means that, yeah, it's a rotating that is updating. Its rotating variable is always false. It's never being set to true. The rotating variable is only updating on the bottom one. So the top one is like, I have an overlapping area and I see that my rotating variable says false. That's because the one that's true is the one on the bottom. They share the same code, except the one on the bottom doesn't have that area. That's the problem. So what I need to do, my God, is change what rotating is being set to. Like either it's going to be the top piece whose rotating is set to true and false. Or I need to check all the conditions on the bottom piece, which is ridiculous. So no, we need to say top piece, your rotating is true or false. But even then, I don't know if that's enough because, yeah, rotating isn't on the piece, rotating is on the component. Rotating is on the component. And I think I actually misnamed the bottom component moving. Let me double check this. Configure top piece. Oh no, that is the bottom one. So I actually don't have the top piece's component movement being checked at all, as it happens. So I don't even have a reference to that. Because it's their movement component that has the rotating property. I don't even need to put it on the rotating property necessarily. But I will. So when we're setting that up, it's really just itself relative to the top piece. Right here, we add top piece, add child, component to add. And then we can just say top component movement equals component to add. Probably would be even better to do that here. And then say this is top component movement. Okay, now I come down to where we're setting the rotating and I say top component movement rotating false. Man, that is confusing. I played myself. Top component movement rotating true. Okay. Now I still have to, I'm just going to go ahead and assume that that's going to fix it. We're doing that. I'm going to get rid of these checks. I'm putting this back to a match statement. I have utmost confidence. Match area name. And add all this back in. I want what I want. I wanted this to be cleaner than a bunch of if statements. Personally, I want a wildcard case as well. I have confidence that this is gonna work. If top component movement rotating, very important. So anywhere you've got rotating being referenced, I have some concerns about whether this makes sense. Because wouldn't we have been getting rotating printing multiple times? Yeah. Maybe. No, rotating, listen, rotating, no. Yes. Wait. Yes. No, this is good. That was before, it's different now. Okay. I'm gonna comment this out, and then the other thing I need to do is add the signal back in. We'll see. I could be making a mistake somewhere. So when we configure the top piece, we have to make sure that bottom area is set up. Okay, let's see what happens. Invalid access to property or key rotating on a base object of nil. Well, yeah, it doesn't, right, okay. So if this, we only want that to happen if object is set to top piece. So it ignores it on the bottom piece. So that means I also need to do that wherever we set the rotating. So right here, if object is set to top piece, I could say if is, I could make a function for that potentially. I don't think it would save that much space to do that. But it's probably a smart thing to do. Maybe later, when it's more relevant. Okay. Let's see about that. Because it can't look for it on the bottom piece, it has to look for it on the top piece. That that did not improve functionality at all. To be fair, rotating is staying false. It's never becoming true. So let's see if we can get this right. I'm optimistic because at least I have a path forward, and I just have to get through the confusingness that is this logic. I don't even blame myself for it being confusing. I think it's just like a confusing thing to do. Okay, there's the component. We see rotating right there. Here, I'll zoom in. I don't know if that'll help because the cat is in the way. Oh no, okay, there it is. There's rotating. And you can see that's never becoming true. So I'm not setting it correctly, would be the issue. So let's set it correctly, ideally. Knows its top piece on rotation. Oh, we're also checking the wrong one. When we print it, we're checking the wrong one. Oh, okay. So let's try that. We'll want to put this in there as well. And let's see if that makes sense that was never turning false because that was the bottom piece where I stopped setting rotation. Now it's not printing at all, so it seems like my object set to top piece is a mistake. I'm not setting that up correctly. Easy. So top piece tell me, at that moment, we can just make it when we hit rotate, just for the sake of simplicity. Print self name, we can just do name. Name says object is object. top piece is... I don't think they're all gonna have a top piece set. It might be null. Object is node 3D2. The rotation is only happening on the bottom one. That's that problem. We can't do a rotation check. The top piece doesn't rotate. The bottom piece does the rotating of the top piece. Oh, it's like whack-a-mole. Oh my gosh. Alright, this is fine. This is no problem. This is totally fine. You know what isn't as fine? The fact that 39 of you are hanging out with me, potentially. I know we got a lot of lurkers, but still there's only 17 thumbs ups? What's going on? Is one of you viewbotting me? Stop it. Turn off your viewbotter right now. If you're viewbotting me, turn off your viewbotter. Or make all your bots hit the thumbs up button. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Turn off your viewbots. Hit the thumbs up button if you guys haven't liked the stream. Like the stream! Wake up! Wake up! Press the like button. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Appreciate you for that. Not that any of you did it, but I appreciate you for that. Okay, so what I'm gonna do... I told you I was gonna check it. I wasn't playing. So what I need to do is ensure that the rotation from the bottom propagates up to the top. Or we could propagate the area information from the top down to the bottom. Either would work. Right now, I'm only saying if it's the top piece, update rotating tree. I think what would make more sense is if you check rotating down below. I think that makes more sense. So I'm not going to do the top movement component thing here anymore. This code whack-a-mole is crazy. Get rid of all that. Get rid of all that. Where else did we reference that? Well, it needs to make sure it checks the bottom component movement rotating. That would have been an easier alternative way to do that. All right, come on now. Show me the functionality. Okay, all right. Yeah, you showed me. Rotating is true. Don't print all that stuff for me. Wait, stop that. When the bottom piece rotates the top piece, it sets rotating to true. And it says rotating is true. When the... Oh, here we go. Get rid of that. No more checking for which object it is. Rotating gets set to false on the bottom piece when rotating is false. And it's going to say that rotating has become false. Now, wait, I'm not even gating this behind anything. Oh, that's something else. I am gating it. Checking if it's the top piece. We don't need to check if it's the top piece. That is not necessary. Did that make a difference? Oh, it's doing it. Oh my gosh. We're juggling, baby. We're juggling. Oh man. The juggle is real. Bam. Bam. Oh my goodness. That was confusing. Okay, now if I come over here, we're bouncing off the side, baby. Yes. A little further than I would have imagined, but it's a bit of a delay there, but I know why. The reason why there's a delay on the left and right is the other problem I need to fix, which at least now fixing it will make something happen. That's good. So you might notice, this is good. I just want to punctuate this moment as the problem is resolved. And the problem was that I did not have the rotating over here. So basically what's going on now is the rotating variable up here, we're basically ignoring this. We don't even care about that. I'm making sure that the top piece is checking the rotation variable on the bottom piece, instead of checking for its own rotation variable, which wasn't getting updated. That was the issue. Now it's checking the right rotation variable. But we have a new problem that I think we can fix pretty easily. So here's bottom piece. There's top piece. Top piece currently has an area, and actually I'm gonna draw it out here. Top piece currently has an area like this. Bottom piece does not have such an area, and that area is sitting on top just like that. Now when the piece rotates around, that area sticks out there. When it rotates down here, it sticks out there. Sticks out there. But that's not where I need it to go. I need it. I don't think you can even rotate in Paint. Oh, you can flip though. Kind of. Sorta. A little bit. Not the whole thing. I need it to be sticking out that way when it rotates. So it actually like turns around. Or I make its area big enough. I feel like that could cause false positives though. Whoops. But I suppose I could make it so large. I don't know, I'm kind of curious to try that first. That's gonna be the easiest, quickest thing to try. So let's see what happens. So I would want to make it two. Actually, we need to make it a lot bigger than that. No, don't resize it. We need to. Why is that resizing it? Okay, anyway. It needs to be bigger than that, I would think. I have a feeling this is going to trigger way too often. I mean, actually, still not often enough. It's hard to do the bottom, because right now it grounds it when it touches the bottom. Oh, that did work, actually. Actually, that did work. And in fact, I think we can make it 2, maybe. And push it up like this. See what that's like. Yeah, it's still not quite banking it off the side like I want it to. Okay, go back to 3. It's interesting that it doesn't happen when it clips into it, which is the most important time. That's when I need it to do it more than any other time, is when I'm against the wall. Okay, there it worked. But then, no, that's because I went the wrong way. I need to go clockwise. Okay, if I go clockwise, see, it clips through it. It's actually only when I go counterclockwise that it sees the overlap, which is super weird. So here, I'm gonna rotate that way. When I rotate that way, it clips through. I think because it's already overlapping at that moment. I don't think it's entering it anymore. So I think overlapping bodies is going to be a lot more effective here. And I think it might mean I don't even need to have that check be so large, potentially. So we're gonna switch. I don't actually want this to be on area entered. I really wish I could have this be like a signal, but instead what we're gonna say is move this. In fact, the reason why the rotation stuff doesn't happen on the top piece is because we're saying only if I'm the bottom piece run rotational movement. In fact, I might actually want the rotational movement to fire on the top piece, so that way I know exactly when the rotate button is pressed. But you know, we could just say when the button is pressed too. Also, if button 1 or button 2 are pressed, then do the check. If object, I don't think I have an is, oh, is if object is not the top piece, then I want you to, on any input, run check top rotation or something. And this could be if input is action just pressed button 1 or button 2, get overlapping bodies, or areas, get overlapping areas. We'll say if overlapping areas has, or even match overlapping areas We still need has though, don't we? Can I do match overlapping areas? No, I don't even know how I do that. I'm gonna ask the other chat about that. How make work good? Oh, iterate through it. That's a good idea. Is that gonna work? I guess that will work. For area in that match the area name, and then we can just get this same code from before, literally grab that, kill that entire function, which we then have to disconnect here. Add the match statement back in. If its name is wall of, wall right ground, do the thing. Oh, my bad. Is bottom piece. If it's not the bottom piece. Typo. Typo's not too bad. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah! Oh, yes. Yes. Okay, now I'm gonna make bottom be a collision shape just right there in the center. Just put it right in the middle. Nice. Bam. It's perfect. I don't know how obvious it is that it's perfect. I think it's a little hard to see. So I could try to change its color depending on the piece that it is, just for debug purposes. What happens if I just modulate this? Oh, I guess I can't just modulate it. I have to like access this material, right? We could add an overlay material and make it like a little transparent or something. Or even give it like a blend mode, so that way we can still see the line. But it'll at least be kind of unique. It's a bit of extra effort, which I don't love. Okay, I'm gonna make a materials folder and call this debug material 2 debug material piece top. Clear that. It's a bit of effort, but oh well. I'm feeling like taking a victory lap of effort right now. I will definitely set this material up on globals. Debug material, top piece. Standard material 3D. See if I can remember how to do this. I don't know if it'll just let me drag and drop that like that. I think I need to like load it at least. And maybe I can come over here and say when we set up the top piece, we have to find its mesh. So I gotta say bottom piece. I think it'll just be the top child. Then I gotta remember how to set override material. I don't know if that's gonna work. Just material override? Yeah, just on like a node geometry instance. Yeah, that. Oh, so we don't need to say mesh. Just set material override, because it's not gonna be on the mesh. Globals, debug material top piece. I don't know if that's gonna work. It did work. It didn't. It didn't. It didn't. It's. It set it to the wrong one, but I actually don't give a crap. Oh, alright. I put that on bottom piece configuration. That would make sense. That would actually make perfect sense that that's where that would appear. It doesn't matter. They look different. Who cares? I guess I care. I care. I care. Still doesn't quite look like the override that I had set up before, does it? That's okay. Alright, so hopefully you can see very clearly that when it gets to the edge, it pushes it away. It works. Yes. Now it does push it away here, which is not correct. I do not want it to push it away. Heck, it might even be better if I make it a little smaller. Which is a little surprising. Actually, that makes a lot of sense too, because you can see the boundary is inset. So, in fact, I should make it even smaller, and maybe smaller than that. Okay, that's behaving. Oh, almost. Smaller still. And I think that the elastic, the jiggle that it has, is also making it stick out further. Okay, now it's not bouncing erroneously. However, if I'm here, oh, now it's too small. It doesn't see it against it anymore. Okay, all right. Kinda, sometimes. Only when it's going away, out of it, but not when it's going into it. Because it actually does depend, if you look closely, it depends on that moment right here. Because the overlap is when it's touching. That's when the overlap is happening. So if I press, we're checking the rotation, we're checking it at the moment of the rotation being pressed. I don't even think it's checking to see if rotating is true anymore. So I might be able to switch it to the rotating being true, which I'd really rather not, but I could. If I was gonna do that, I would need to put this in process. We're not quite there yet. We're so close. So I could comment this out. Reintroduce a process function. Pressbuyer has done their civic duty, and you've gotten your democracy swag. Is snag, is that another Australian word? It's going good. It's going good. So I realized what the problem was. The problem was that it's a sausage roll, but Australian. Nice. Of course, after you vote, you have to give yourself a treat. They had them at the voting place. Smart. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. I have my rotating check on the wrong place, blah, blah, blah. I made sure my rotating check was in the right place. It works good, but now there's like a new problem. And that's always fun. So now I have to deal with this new problem, but that's okay. So the new problem is, it's so close. It's so close to working. It's like that close. So the problem is, or I'll show you what isn't the problem. If I'm right up against the wall, it pushes away, exactly like it should. It adapts. Okay, I don't know what that was. Let's just ignore. I would just clip through the wall there. That was bizarre. But yes, this works good for all intents and purposes. Yes, Godot is very happy, and I'm very happy about it. Now, with that said, if I'm not quite touching it and I press it, it pushes it away, even though it's not supposed to do that. And the reason why, you can actually kind of see it, the boundary is overlapping. So this is the boundary, is that blue line right there. And this is overlapping with it. If I make that area too small, it's no longer going to see it. And the reason why it's not going to see it, so you'll see I made this smaller. So there, its overlap is that inner square. And now there's a gap. But I switched the code to be checking it at the moment that I press the rotate button. So I'm not looking at that rotate true, rotate false window anymore. I stopped looking at that. And instead, I just looked at the moment I pressed the rotate button, which isn't going to work now, because before it was depending on these already overlapping. So if I wanted to check while it's overlapping only, then I'm going to need to move that, so I'm moving it to hope that that fixes it, and stuff. It's a lot for this movement style, that's for sure. I know. Okay, So I'm going to comment out the input check and instead make a process function. So I'll put that right here. You check if both blocks are overlapping. I don't know that I would need to. If needed, we could try that. Wait. Well, that would work on the walls. That would not work on the floor. That would work on the walls, though. Ideally, I would have the same code. That's a good idea. I would just need a different solution for the floor. And I'd rather not need a different solution. Although, to be fair, is it really broken on the floor? It's kind of not a problem on the floor, though, if you think about it, right? The floor doesn't have that issue. Interesting. Okay, well, if I was gonna do that, all right, let me try that. You know what? That's a good idea. And because I'm at least trying it, oh, I gotta give Andrus a credit for at least talking through some of that with me before. I think that's how you explain it. Collision detection, Precipier, we gotta give you a few credits there. Okay. So, when we check the top rotation, it just makes sure that its own area, which, by the way, it doesn't even have to be area bottom at this point. You gotta get a high rank on the fancy new credit screen. Exactly. It's very fancy if you haven't seen it, which you have. But it is very real and it works very good. I can generate it with the press of like 2 or 3 buttons. Take that spreadsheet, drive it right in there. Bam. One of my greatest achievements. Our greatest achievements, comrade. So yes, you will have your spot on there. A high spot at that. If I went with Murfkin's idea, it would update. I could get it updating in real time too. Using like an API. That'd be crazy. We could actually put this on area main at this point. So it has to be, so it's iterating through that. Okay, so if this is iterating through area main, get overlapping areas, I would somehow need it, how would I, oh my gosh, we have to iterate through both at the same time? Actually, that seems kind of difficult. Guys, that's the way it's checking it, is at the moment of rotation. Which actually, I don't even know that it needs, I don't know why I have this. Well, I guess I do know why I have that. Andrew's still here, planning your cooking Puyo-like. If you remember correctly, Puyo are actually canonically edible. Is it safe to eat them? What if you eat 4 of the same color? Do they explode inside of you? That is disturbing. I did fix the issue, and then I found a new issue. I unlocked a new issue after fixing it. I did. So, as you can see, when I rotate into the wall, it pushes it just as it should. But there's a new problem where if I'm just right close to it, but not flipping into it, it'll push it away too far. And Precipier had the idea of checking that both the top piece and the bottom piece are touching it for that to fire. But now I gotta figure out how to make that work. If you eat 4 Puyo the same color, then you have eaten 0. But you do throw a rock at someone. It is classic game dev. I know, I know. It's always something new. That's okay. Because I iterate through one area and we match it. So I'd have to like somehow say, I'd have to almost like set a variable. I mean, it's kind of like a logic gate in a way. Like both things have to be true. It's very confusing. We do this not because it would be easy, but because we thought it would be easy. That sounds like a Futurama line if I've ever heard one. Or at least Simpsons. It's got that vibe. At least stolen, yeah. Cause I guess man, this is pretty tough because it's a variable that I have to set and unset. I think it's actually really complicated. Press fire. I actually think it's gonna be really complicated. I could be wrong. I like your idea a lot, in theory, but I think just the way things are is going to make that very difficult. The thing that makes Puyo Puyo Pop is a spell that the main character and the cast and everyone else found makes them pop and converts them to the magical energy, so I think Puyo don't naturally pop. Okay. Okay, alright. At least at least there's I'm glad you canonically are making it all make sense. Yeah, it's an option if all else fails. Completely agree. Okay, so in the process function, I'm gonna check the top rotation. Unfortunately, constantly. I mean, that's pretty much it. Except we no longer need to do the button check. Instead, we need to do the rotating check. But now I have to try to remember if the rotating... But that has to be true on both of them. It doesn't have to be true on both of them. It only has to be... Okay, no. It only has to be true on the top one. So actually, this would be if... object is... I gotta remember here. You didn't realize this game had such deep lore? I know, right? Where's the game theory video? It's probably in Japanese. This game is much more popular in Japan than anywhere else in the world. Is bottom piece. I always forget. I thought I would remember, and yet I always keep making it top piece. A spin-off game, Puyo Puyo was a spin-off game using characters from, oh yeah, from a series of RPGs from Compile. That's right, that's true. Forgot about that. There's actually, it's a cool video. I don't know, it might cover that. Puyo Puyo Trivia 2, I think it's called. No, it's not called that. Wait, I think I actually wrote it down. This is the video. A deep dive on the first game's rich history. Yeah, check that video out. It's a really good one. I really like it. I was gonna put it in the community resources, but I don't know how useful it really is. It's just interesting and fun. If object is not the top piece, check top rotation. I feel like that rotating check might be incorrect. I forgot. Oh, I did it again, is bottom piece. I should have just done return before, like Dungeon said, because apparently I can never remember what it should be. Okay, I'm doing my rotating check incorrectly. We need to say if bottom component movement rotating, right? Nice. Yes, but that's it's being overactive again. I'm actually surprised that it's being overactive. Oh, I know why. Because I set this to main. We need to set this to bottom. Yeah, with the Puyo Nexus bits of the Edward Puyo and popping spell there. Nice. Good. Better. Oh, it's still a little hyperactive. Which I'm a bit surprised by. Oh. Really? Even at that size? But it's so tiny. I think it's the jiggling. It's gotta be the jiggling. That's making it connect. Oh my goodness. Okay. Make it very tiny. Oh my goodness. Oh, but that's... Wait. Actually, I'm confused. How is that seeing it? It's really tiny. It's very small. Monogatari is where the lore is really compared to the rest of the Puyo series. Okay, now it's not seeing it. Okay, that's better. It wasn't tiny enough. Nice. Okay, now unfortunately on the ground, it's not, I mean, that's not so bad that it isn't detected it yet. We just have to make sure it doesn't like ground it. So I do have to fix that. But now it doesn't trigger a false positive. And when we're right up against it, it pushes it away. Nice. It does get a little weird sometimes. So it can apparently push it through the wall, which is not good. Because I guess it's still overlapping at that moment. which is unfortunate. And so you can you can phase the entire piece outside of the wall. That's not good. I'm surprised because it really shouldn't ever push it to the left. The only way it pushes it to the left is if it sees the wall on the right. So I'm actually not exactly sure what's going on. It seems like if you rotate it at a certain speed, I wonder if it's the await. It's the await in the input, I bet you. I bet that the await queues up ahead of time. Because the way that it works is it prevents input if you try to press moving over while you're against the wall. And so if I'm against the wall, and then the way that the holding works is it fires an await. And so that await isn't getting canceled. It's queued up early. It's hard to explain. Oh, there we go. Oh my goodness. We could use grid position checks. That's very, very, very doable. So long as it doesn't interfere with the overlap situation. It's doable, but oh man, it comes with some problems. Namely, the problem is that I would need to have different cases. So I could say if the piece is, if the bottom piece is all the way to the left, I don't know. Another option, which I don't like because I think that it still leaves room for an exploit. Another option would be to make sure you can't rotate faster than that await period. Which I hate. I kind of don't like the await. I do wonder if there isn't something else we could do, like a timer or an animation player instead. So that way it isn't something that takes ultimate priority no matter what's happening, and we can monitor it as well and say if that animation is playing, this and this can't happen and whatnot if that timer is running this and this can't happen. I don't like 08s. I don't like to use them. But one of you guys in chat gave me some code that is quite useful that uses an 08. And I believe that that is the culprit here. That's my belief. I could be wrong, but that's my belief. So, if I wanted to try to test that and implement it, I would have to so right here is where it happens. This is the delay when you hold a button down. It's the delay between skips that skips you across the screen. And so if I made that an animation, for example, and I waited for the animation, although I don't know that we don't even want to use a wait though, or a timer, it's obviously going to make this code more complicated, but I could then check to see if that timer is running or not. The animation is going to be a little easier. We could do time left to check if it's running. I think I'm going to make a timer. I think I'd rather do that. So I already have a timer, and this timer is for timer I'm going to call it timer idle move, which means I need to redefine my timer up here. Yeah, it does sound like the right way to do it. Okay, I appreciate that. I'm gonna call that a moral support. I appreciate that +1. It means more than you could ever know. Okay. So we're gonna call this timer idle move. Make a new timer. And this is timer move delay. It's a little confusing naming, but that's okay. On Reddit. This is timer idle move. Idle move. Idle move. Woo! Another masterfully crafted bout of emotional support for all that juicy credit. My devious evil plan is coming together. Not exactly sure what that plan is, but something is definitely happening. I gotta give you another moral support credit for that one. I gotta give you another. That's another moral support credit. Racking them up, baby. Racking them up. I shouldn't enable it. It was never my intention, and yet, here we are. Well, maybe at some point it became unclear whether it was my intention or not. Intentionality is a murky thing. Anyway, so I would like to set this timer, configure bottom piece. Do I want this to just have the button hold delay? Yeah, yes. So really we'll just replace the input stuff here. I gotta go on this side. That's how much nesting is going on here. timer move delay. No, stop that. Timer move delay. Start. Buttonhole delay. We also need to connect that signal though. And I only need this on the top or the bottom piece. I don't need this on the top piece, only the bottom piece. Timer, move delay, timeout. I'm a little afraid. Oh, we need to on idle move timeout, on move delay timeout, which means I need to go find this. And we need to just have that set moving left to false. Well, it depends. Depends which way we're moving. That's tricky. Oof. I mean, it kind of points to maybe I need a separate timer for every movement possibility. For left, right, and probably down. Don't love that. Yeah. I mean, you actually can move both at the same time, unfortunately. It sure does. Timer, move, left, delay. It sure does. Move right, delay. Move right, delay. Move right, delay. What do you need these delays for? Is it the animation? Okay, so this was code that someone in the chat gave me, Roger Random. Okay? So understand that. This is so when the player holds left or right down, or down, it echoes. And it suppresses the default echo that happens from our keyboards and whatnot. Because that was buggy and it wasn't working great, and I was just gonna deal with it later, but someone had a fix for it. Yeah. So that's what this is resolving. Yes, I have cat to show! Cat to show! Thank you, Travi, for joining us again. It's always a pleasure. So yeah, it works really well, but I don't like 08s for exactly this reason, assuming that's even the problem. I think it's the problem. I don't actually know that it's the problem. I'm assuming it's the problem. I guess we'll find out. So I don't want to say move delay start, because we have... Wait. Did we set them all up correct? Yeah, I think you did. Yeah, I think you did. You set them up. Move left delay start. And so we're not going to connect any timeout stuff, but we do need to... Oh, we got to declare it up here. My bad. We don't get a lot of error checking in the code when we declare these signals. Oh, we do. Great. Oh, I see. I just had an error somewhere else. Never mind. We get error checking, and Trevi is gone. His foot is still here. There's still a foot. Foot. That's still a cat cam. And a little tail too. Looks so weird. I guess I'll put this down here. And then we need one for the right side as well. Well, we want this to do moving left to become false, and this would make moving right false as well. Now, it seemed like this code was very sensitive. So I'm only a little bit afraid that it still is going to break it, because we're technically moving this moving left out of that if statement. Out of this if statement, out of that if statement. And we're almost kind of moving it into this while. That seems frightening. Which means it's going to start that timer over and over again. Which is something to think about. So I don't know. We're going to find out. Pop that in here, call that right, get rid of this. Now, I'm just gonna make sure that that even works before I start testing if we can block something. Null instance, timer move left delay is a null instance. Okay, that's not good. I need that to be an instance that is not null. Oh, because I renamed this. Left delay, right delay. Run it again? Uh-oh. Well, that didn't work. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whoa. So, interestingly, that broke the runtime completely. Oh dear. That's definitely not good. And all I did, by the way, was move left or right. So I'm just gonna press left. It just crashes. I wonder if it's that that while loop. Like, I don't know, maybe starting a timer in a while loop is quite dangerous, right? Is it obvious why creating that or starting that timer would crash the Godot runtime? I believe it's not null. While true loop continuously updates position, which could be starving Godot's main thread. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I know. No, I'm trying not to use await. flag-based approach. Await awaits you with open arms. Sounded like a Baldur's Gate line. Oh, you're connecting it in there. Wait, what? That is a fascinating option. I'm kind of sold on this. Honestly, not a bad idea. I like this idea. I'm vibe coding it. I'm vibe coding it! No, the vibes! The vibes! I do what I have to do. Why did you rename my function? Why would you do that? Why do you, who do you think you are, ChatGPT? Like, what gives you the right? So weird. Okay, then up here, so it's basically just splitting it apart, which I think is a really smart idea. And it's making sense of this code that I only kind of understand. Set it to true. Yeah, that's it. That's all we do, I think. No, because some of this code that used to be in there, we're getting rid of it. But wait a minute, buddy. You got rid of my while loop. No, this isn't gonna work. No. You can't just get rid of the while loop, man. I need the while loop. Yeah, but it is useful. Yeah, yes, thank you. The hubris. Oh, what the hell is this? In the process function? All right, I think this is gone south. This is not good. The vibes are stinky. What are you doing? Repeating moving effect while holding the key. Directional movement. Whoops are never good. I'd avoid while way more than await any day. I knew I shouldn't have taken code from some rando in chat. Roger, you're not a rando. You're not a rando. Wait, why does that produce continuous movement? This doesn't look like this would produce continuous movement. Okay, I'm dubious. I'm doubtful. But I'm interested, and I'm gonna continue the vibe. I thought it was gonna be a stinky vibe. Yeah, you didn't change the code. That's just the same code you gave me before, though. I have my doubts. But I'm inclined to give you a chance. I think it might be stinky. I think it might be stinky. It talks with such confidence. Oh, it works. Wait, that worked! Okay, it's crashing because I pressed to the right. Dude, that worked! It's not stinky! The vibe is not stinky! The vibe isn't stinky! What it will cost. Training Skynet? Have mercy on me when you're Skynet. No worries. Yeah, totally. Okay, then I'll just take this. I'll replace it with right. You gotta replace this with right. Make that right. Make that right. Make that right. Make that right. See what happens. Left worked. It worked. Oh, I did right wrong. I probably forgot a right somewhere. Maybe? Right, 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 right. Oh. Right, 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 right. Oh, I forgot to change the position to plus. That'll do it. I was looking for the words right and left. But that is not the only way it is expressed. It works for now, but it's been spookified. Spook-AI-ified. Things will go wrong for no reason. Crashes, bugs that disappear, visual glitches with no sane explanation. The cause? The vibes. Spook-AI-ified. I haven't heard that one. I like it. You are correct. That is. I don't know. You know, on the other hand, I don't know if I agree. Okay, so it moves a little slower Moves a little slower. We're racking up errors like nobody's business. Signal timeout is already connected. Oh. Yeah, I know. On the other hand, it be working. Where should I disconnect the signal? Godot doesn't like it. I'm not even gonna ask it first. I'm gonna guess myself. I wanna learn. So I'm going to try to guess where that disconnection might go. So let's look at, if I were to guess, I would say on timeout. Once, so this keeps it, if we're still pressing it, it loops it. Oh, that's smart. You're so smart, ChatGPT. Sometimes. It'll loop it if we're still pressing it when it times out. And it doesn't connect it again here. Which is good. I'm not actually sure where I would disconnect it. Do we get the error if I just hold it? We don't. It's when I press it multiple times. Yes. So I think in that else is where I would want to put it. I've never used disconnect before, but I've always wanted to. Now's my chance. And if check if it's already connected. Oh, that's smart. You also probably want that connection to never be disconnected. Just set it in ready or something. There's no reason to disconnect. Oh, really? I'm making a mistake. Can I try it though? Because I've always wanted to disconnect. I read a Reddit comment one time. All right. I read a Reddit comment one time that said that they don't trust signals that aren't disconnected. That you should disconnect them sometimes. And I was like, wow, that's so smart. So I am getting less errors, but I did get one error. Which is kind of shocking. By the way, I haven't even tested, well, it's not gonna solve my problem yet because I haven't set the case for it too. But all right, let's try what you were saying, because there's still one little error that appears for some reason, right? I don't really know why. The first time, it does do it. Oh, I think I know why. I think I know why. Because it's when I go from left to right. It's kind of like fixing a leaky pipe by attaching a brand new pipe where the leak is, instead of just sealing the leak. Okay, but actually, you know what I need to do? I need to disconnect both of them. That's why. It's because when I go from one direction to the other. Now, if it's not connected, it's probably going to be like, why am I disconnecting? Uh-oh. Okay, that actually broke it. Alright, Linky Pipe it is. Now, I don't even know how to do that. How do you even check that? Oh, it's connected. Great. I knew that. If timer move left delay, if it's not, is connected. But I already told you what the signal is. Oh, you're saying I don't even need to do that in the first place. Really? This is essentially my ready. Oh, that's why the write delay was happening, because I left that connection in there. Anyway, okay. Suddenly it all makes sense. You so smart, Pressapire. You so smart. That was the vibes. That was the spookaification. You found it. You found the spookaification. Well done. Oh my goodness. I don't know what that is. What is that? Movement? We're gonna say movement. No, that's Godot. That's a Godot consultation. You actually have the first Godot consultant credit. We're playing deodorant to the stinky code. Yes. Excellent. Okay, this is working really well. The only thing I might want to change now is that move delay feels just a little bit, how would you say, slow? For some reason with the 08, it felt faster. I don't know why. Oh. Okay. Oh. We gotta make it a little smaller than that. That was the opposite. Okay, there we go. Nice. Good. Okay, now that the timer exists, I can actually try to check if that's happening when we press rotate. Oh god, I gotta try to remember what this was even for. This was for something. When rotating and overlapping. This is for when it bumps it out, right? Sometimes it clips through the wall, and it shouldn't be able to do that. Now, it's kind of an edge thing. It doesn't always happen, right? But some players really make a thing out of running down the wall, and this would prevent that tactic from working correctly, and it would reveal an exploit very quickly. But it's basically when you spam rotate, there it is, right against the wall. So the check that I want is I want to say that if that timer is currently active, I'm starting to like the disconnect idea, because then it could also say, like, if it's not connected, don't let it happen. If the timer is running, then that, I don't think that would work. It would kind of work. It wouldn't work. If the timer, it would not work. If the timer is running, then don't allow rotate to be pressed. That might feel clunky, but it's just what I'm going to start with. Okay. So to check that, or the moment that I want that to be checked, is when the rotate button is pressed. Or in other words, when rotate piece is to occur. So I'm going to say if, and nothing else happens at that moment, just the match. I mean, really rotational movement in general. I mean, actually, I think we should probably put it sooner. in that stack. I think that would make more sense. It'd just be safer that way. It's also interesting that rotational movement runs above directional movement. I don't think that's gonna matter. Not at all. Okay. If move delay timer is running, then do that. Func move delay timer is running. Return a boolean. Coding T, nice. My coding T is in my belly. Is that where T goes? I don't want to think about it. Return. It's very important. You gotta have your coding tea or coding coffee, as it may be. Return. What is the timer called? Timer. Move left delay. Time left greater than 0, or timer move right delay time left is greater than 0. We'd actually want to say if it's not running. I don't know if that's gonna work. Okay, so far so good. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, it's broken. Yep, that didn't work. Okay, cool. Can you tell me, please? Please print what that is. I mean, I know what it's seeing. But can you actually just... Oh, even just when this runs. Can we just print it? Oh, we have all kinds of other crap running. Or printing. That needs to be dealt with. Okay. I think that's all that's printing. Sorry. Don't print that. Apologies. Print left, comma, right. Because I want to make sure that I'm actually reading that timer left data correctly. I may not be. 0 and 0, 0, 0. Oh! Floating point error. Easy. Y'all taught me how to fix that already. We have to say, okay, is equal approximate that time, comma, 0. Or this will account for floating point errors, which is just like this little difference when you're doing floats and you're trying to check like a precise number. I almost turned that to time right. When you're trying to check a precise number, sometimes there's just little slight numerical differences, and this will account for that. Okay, now let's try it. Oh! Wait. You want to say if it's greater than 0. We don't want equal. So can we... Is there an is greater approx? What kind of approxes do you have? Pray tell. Ooh. I'm not exactly sure how I do that. I think you would want to say... I don't even know. I'm not even sure how I'd word that. I need an is equal approx. For greater than. A tolerance? Oh, check if it's greater and that it's not approximately equal. Okay. It's a little more complex because I have 2 things that I'm checking in one return, so... But I guess I need to create that is greater approx thing. Okay, alright. Alright, it's a really good idea. It's a really, really good idea. ChatGPT, you made a really good point. I will create it. You are correct. You are correct. Okay. That's a good it's a good suggestion. I noticed the later it gets at night, the harder I vibe. I don't think that's a coincidence. If you think about it, at that point, it's kind of an accessibility device, right? Like, I'm like getting a little tired and it's my crutch and I'm like, oh, hold me up. Keep me from falling over. That's what Gen AI should be good for. That's it. Okay. That's equal approximately it. So where I'd want to put this, we want to get rid of all that. And I'd want to run our is greater approximate on this. Here, just put that in the trash. And then say or is greater approx. I still don't even know if this is gonna fix it. I don't. But it certainly will slow down the rotation, which alone might circumvent the problem, maybe. Okay, I can rotate, which is good. And now I'm stuck. That didn't work at all. Tolerance is never used. What? Oops. Wait, why would you do that, ChatGPT? You're not using the tolerance. You gotta keep an eye on that, man. Come on. What are you doing? Now I'm vibing bad. I'm committing crimes. I'm straight committing coding crimes. It's not working. It's not working at all. It's not working whatsoever. Here we are. We're deep in it. We're deep in. It is behaving as expected. Oh, do I need to put the tolerance up, maybe? Is my 0 the problem? What are you doing? You can't add a tolerance to that, you freak. Right, so I'm saying is A greater than B? But it is 0. What do you mean? Is it supposed to be 0? It is supposed to be 0. I think it is the tolerance. I'm actually 100% sure. Because when we printed it earlier... Look at this. Let me put that print back in here. Give me that print back. Thanks, Joshua. At least for keeping an eye out. Here. You can see how bad the rounding error gets. There. 0.04. So we need to move that tolerance over. Honestly, to like 0.1. So that's a pretty big tolerance. 0.5, 0.6, 0.06. So I kind of need like, I might as well do 0.1, which is one hell of a tolerance. Nice. Oh, yeah. Oh. I am clipping less often. For sure. Oh, it's pretty nice crawl right there. Look at that crawl. Oh, it does clip in sometimes. But it's a lot less common. It's kind of hard to reproduce. That's good. That's good. There. I did it. I reproduced it. Wait. It was just, I wonder if that's a different, that might be a different bug, actually. Because I'm able to move in and out after that, which is weird. What was happening before is the rotating piece, which is the black piece, that one, I think that's the the peach piece, or the lighter piece on top. That was the one that was clipping through previously. You can see it happen a little bit, but it corrects it. It's better. It's definitely better. It's not best. I could also do something as simple as say, hey, if the bottom piece, which is the black one, if the bottom piece is at that grid position, just push it. Just push it in for me. Just go ahead and put it back in. Because that's the only remaining issue that I see. I'm doing it. I'm sorry, but I'm doing it. I do apologize, but I'm doing it. So to do that, I probably want that on the process function. We do have a process function now. If the object is the bottom piece, check boundary break. There's a lot of little stuff for some movement. If object position X is less than 1, we need to push it. I could make a function for this. I would even say we could even not just push it, but we could actually reset its position back, you know? If it's less than 1, make its position X equivalent to 1. Match object position X. Oh, but you can't do less than 1 there. Okay, don't match it. Just do if. If object position X is greater than 6, set it back to 6. Does 3D have integer snapping? Probably. I think I need to know what integer snapping is. You can quit prototype now and see me doing all of this. It made you go straight to grid based for that grid simplicity. Yeah, do it. Do it. I mean, look, I feel like grid based, like, I don't know what that means. Like, people have been saying that and I don't know what that means. Like, I feel like I started to build this out with a grid in 3D of a such, and I was running into problems, and I pivoted to dynamic checking. So I would be interested, like, what that means, because at least in 3D, I don't see like a default grid stuff. So I find that like you still have to design your own grid of a such. 2D has snapped 2D transforms to pixel, making their position always be an integer. I don't know. I have no idea. But I bet somewhere out there an answer exists. What am I testing? Oh, the boundary break. Oh gosh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I mean, it's actually just not fundamentally working. I think I did something wrong. If object is bottom piece, check it for a boundary. It doesn't look so good. If object is bottom piece, check top rotation. Or check boundary, sorry, check boundary break. If it's a bottom piece. As a bottom piece, if its x position is less than 1, set its x back to 1. I think you can't do that. I think the problem is you're teleporting it. I mean, I don't know. I'm a little confused. I'm a little surprised that that breaks it. I mean, I could just say plus equals 1. And I could say minus equals 1. I just feel like, well, what if somehow it goes further? We wouldn't have a protection for that. Oh god, it's happening in the process function, which means it's not just running one single time. We need it to happen once and not multiple. So then I'll say I hate this. I hear you. I hear why you might look at this and just be like, "Oh gosh, why would you want to do it?" It's a prison escape game, but I don't know. I'm okay with it. I'm really curious, Precipier, like how that goes. I'm genuinely very curious, like what you come up with doing this in 3D. It is a prison escape now, which is maybe what I should. Maybe just pivot. Maybe just pivot. Oh, I don't think we're using haswall. I don't think we're using any of that anymore. I think that's all trash. Variable. Boundary adjust, boolean, false, adjusting, boundary. Adjusting boundary, true. And we're not already adjusting the boundary. And we're not already adjusting the boundary. Once it's in a good spot, adjusting boundary, false. How bad is that? What horrors have I brought? No, horse. Come on. Ah, there you are. I knew you had to have something up your sleeve. The breakdown of my way is to create a 2D array that stores a cell in each position. Then I can set those cells to whatever state they need to be. Puyo empty hazard and use neighbors for collision. Alright. Looks like you're ripping them apart with pure speed. Yeah. Let me know how that works out. Press a fire. It's a good idea. Seems to only happen on the right side, but maybe that's just a coincidence. Oh, it's not. Oh, that's a bit messy, isn't it? It might be better to find the cause of this bug than to try to patch it. I'm not a big fan of such patches that don't address the main issue. Oh, look at that. Curious, before it crashes, what is the Boolean set to? Presumably false. Just be patient, it's adjusting. Me too. Adjusting boundary is indeed false. If I tap that on, it just comes right back because it's trying to correct itself. It might actually make its way back eventually. I think I might have an idea. Because we're doing an else here. I feel like you don't want an else. I feel like you'd want to say, if it checks it, if position X is greater than or equal, because that's not going to be saying greater than or equal. If the object position, oh my god, if the object position X is greater than or equal to 1. I don't think a floating point error is relevant here. It could be, actually. We'll see. Dude, the floating point errors are killing me. They're the worst. It's almost like, maybe this is why I should make stuff in 2D instead. I guess you need that there too, but like Pressy, like you were saying, there's a way to force float positions to integers. Did you ever find an answer to that? It's like a really good question. Force position integers 3D godot. I don't know, this is asking for 3D. Right, I should just be rounding. I should be like flooring things. That would also help. Potentially. If the object position is less than or equal to 6, then stop adjusting it. The problem is, The problem with that is then this is going to be true. So that is going to override that. If you're still adjusting the boundary, and that's true, this is nuts, dude. I do feel that feeling of, sure, there should be an easier way. I feel that. Oh yeah. I haven't hit the error yet. That's not a bad sign. It's not a good sign, but it's not a bad sign. There it is. It happened. Oh, it happened. It certainly works sometimes. I think it doesn't. I think it's... Because, see, it doesn't even print, like, adjusting once. It's always an explosion. Ooh, buddy! With Frengen, that trail, when you dash, had the most complicated code on it. But when I went back, I reduced it by 100 lines because old me was dumb and new me is better. It be like that. It really be like that, though. Old you wasn't dumb, but I know you're just kidding. Yeah, this is insane. This is ridiculous. I'm surprised, like, I wonder why the teleporting didn't work. I feel like it does make sense that the teleporting wouldn't work. But, you know, I wonder if we could just, if I... Let me just think about this. So there's the bug. That's the buggy bug. That's able to get stuck out there. I think it would be interesting to understand a little bit more about what's going on there. Like at that moment. Like why is... I technically don't know why this bug is happening. Because setting the protection... Making sure that, like, replacing that await with a timer objectively made things better. There's just this one thing left over. That. And I feel like there's gotta be a reason why that happens. So I can't move right. It won't even let me move to the right. But it'll let me move back in the play area. And once I'm in the play area... Oh, that actually kind of makes sense. Because... Okay, question. A while ago... I set the boundary to be in a little bit, but I don't know if I still need that. Like, what if I put this position, this world boundary position, back up against the wall? Back on the grid. No physical, it's all... Everything's fake. It's all fake. Super, super fake. Completely not real. Oh yeah, no, we need that. Yeah, that's nope. Yep. Okay. Just thought I'd check. I couldn't remember the reason why I did that. Well, except that it fixed it. I remember that. That's easy to remember. What if I make it smaller? I know. Even if this helps it, it's still gonna be possible. Then I look at my old code and go, what a fool. To think that my own mind came up with this code is a disgrace to those who taught me. For in those 24 hours since coding this, I have gained brain. Yeah. Oh, it happened, but it kind of didn't. Oh, it did, but it's really hard to like land on now. It's interesting that that would make it better. That isn't not a clue. It's much harder to do now, and even if I do it, I don't know that I can stop. Oh! Oh no! Oh no, that's a new problem. It created a new problem. Okay. Okay. Yep, that's... No, we can't do that. Apparently that was important. Oh my god. Oh my god. I know. I know. I should be ashamed. I know I should. But I'm not. And like, it seems like it doesn't stay sucked into the wall when it goes in there at some point. I mean, we still got all kinds of problems. Another thing I wonder is if... Because it only happens if I'm rotating really fast. Hey, is that true? No. Whoa. What was that? There. Now it's happening the other way around. If I go slower. Well, that would... Oh, man. Oh, man. I don't know, man. It's so many holes to plug that it makes me think that there needs to be a wholesale refactoring. That's what I think. Like, I'm not in the business of constantly chasing these things down. And I'm not gonna do that. There's a point. Like, I will keep patching things up as things go, But if like it feels like, okay, this is never getting fully patched, I have to ask myself, should something be changed somewhere else? And basically what's happening is I'm running into the wall. Meanwhile, I'm flipping. And there are some things that I feel like where an issue could be. So let me try to prove that out. I feel like where an issue could be is that code that I got from Roger Random, a random chatter. I just feeling that like trying to not use the default echo, I think that that's worth investigating as something to adjust or throw in the garbage, for example. One or the other. Then I gotta figure out how to do that. Its own challenge. I would say consider doing a new function called horizontal movement and just switch to that function instead. Similar to the way that I was doing it before. Quite straightforwardly. I don't even remember how I was doing it before. No, just show me all the files. I mean, whatever. That's okay. No, show me this. No, show me the actual GitHub page. Oh my god, the tabs. The tabs don't even have names anymore. So I'm gonna look at an older version. Back when this was called horizontal movement. Oh, this was actually after... That was after Roger added stuff. So, we want to go even further back in time, actually. Oh man, did I never commit it before changing that? I swear to God. Actually, I might not have ever committed it before that got changed. Right, I was doing piece detection. Okay, no, I did have it. It's right here. Okay. Except, instead of all of this, we'd want to check. We want to do this. Right here. If we're not walled on the left, if we're not walled on the right. Okay, then I'm gonna comment out directional movement. And we're gonna add in horizontal movement. And I'm just curious. I don't think this is gonna have... Okay. So let's try it now. Oh, still happens. Kind of. Sorta. Now this was before we were blocking the echo. So I could still try to block the echo and see what happens. I don't know. I think it might have been... I feel like that probably was one of the most consequential moments of the day. Was me accepting that code. But, let's see. Oh, it happened. It happened. I will say, it seems to be happening less often. And even then, I wonder if I get rid of the repeating. Oh, I went way off there. So if we say, how do we do that echo check before? If falling, we need to pass the event, right? If falling, an event and not event. Wait, is that correct? I don't know if that's gonna work. Yes, so now I can't hold the key down anymore. That's what the echo is letting it repeat. So if I hold left and right, nothing happens anymore. So you have to actually tap it multiple times to go back and forth. So that means if I want to test this, oh, it still happens. So I think it's just fundamentally something else. That's very good. That's really, really good to know, because now I'm not going to be barking up the wrong tree. I can actually focus on something that is actually affecting it. So that makes me think, oh, okay, that's promising. Because that means I can look at... So we're going to bring that Roger Random code back in. Sorry, Roger Random, for besmirching your name. Besmirching your name. Instead, I'm going to focus on something else. What about that area when it was too sensitive? This one right here. If I bring this up, even here, let's make it 3. If I make that, this center is what's checking for an overlap. Okay, and I find that that bounces it too often. But even with that oversensitivity, does that prevent it from happening or not? Does it still happen even with that? Seems like it's hard to get it to clip through. So I think maybe if I make an adjustment over here, it'll be interesting. So sure, it isn't happening, but it's overly sensitive. Such that right there, it bumps it. But that's not where I want it to bump it. And you know what's causing that? Do you? I do. It's the elastic bounce. It's this. What was the next best one? Was it back? I feel like it still was pretty bad. Well, you can see that one goes really far away. So that's not good. I mean, if I just do... Let's just do some random one. Let's try cubic. It's gonna rotate very close, but it's never gonna be overly sensitive, and then it never clips through. I think it's that elastic effect that was causing it, because that's betraying the grid, if you will. It's betraying the faux grid that I've created. It's forcing the shape to go outside of the boundaries it was ever intended to be within. It just happens to look kind of stupid, if you ask me. So I was thinking the elastic was an aesthetic compromise, but you know what? It was a functionality compromise as well. You know what? I can live with the rotation looking less attractive. I can live with it. If it means the aesthetics was the stink all along, I can live with that if it means with the lack of aesthetics. If it means that this not stinky, I can live with it. Well, now I'm gonna go through... It was rotten to the core. So now I'm gonna go through that... It was, apparently. All of these, again... I don't know, linear? Which one's halfway decent? Oh god, no. Please make it stop. I think all of the ones... Assign. I think all of the ones that do any kind of jiggling are no good. And there's also like a speed issue, right? Actually, sine isn't that bad. But I might want to adjust the speed as well. I don't think spring is safe, and I don't even think it looked that good to begin with. There's also the easing to adjust as well. Oh, look how far that one goes out. You can actually see it separating from the piece. That's too much bounce. That's too much bounce. And I feel like all the rest of these are pretty much lateral, like lateral moves. Like they don't really look much better. Actually, I would say circular is probably the best. Which, if you think about it, kind of sounds like it makes sense anyway. Since we're going around in a circle. It looks fine. That looks fine. I feel like I'm not really gonna be able to tell the difference between these. Exponential. Exponential is nice and speedy. It's very snappy. It does look like it separates a little bit. Like the boundary looks like kind of thicker. And that worries me, that it's still pushing it where it doesn't belong. But maybe not. I like how snappy exponential is. But it's still kind of slow. Actually, it's not that snappy. That could be the easing that's affecting that too. The easing changes the shape entirely. Okay. I don't like that one anymore. I thought I liked it. I decided I don't. Don't like linear. Sure, show me quad. Circular or cubic so far. Sine was interesting. Very slow. I don't like it. Cortic. That's not bad. It's slow. I'm gonna want to speed it up. So I probably should just take move speed, rotate, and make it, I don't know, smaller. That might also have a negative impact as well. I mean, now there's no tween at all. Might as well just be teleporting. Which we can do, by the way. We can also just teleport it. This actually doesn't look that bad, if I'm being honest. It's kind of growing on me, this Cortic. It's a little on the fast side, though. Because the reason I like it is because it's staying around the outside. It's just awfully jumpy. Which isn't much different than a teleportation. I would like it to be much different than a teleportation. Because it's so snappy that I just might as well get rid of it. I technically don't have to interpolate it at all. There's no need to interpolate it. I just do it because I think it looks nicer. So it should be snappy, but not too snappy. I see, that feels almost not snappy enough. Oh. We kind of clipped out of it, but it did bounce us back. Cortic might be too wide. It seems like the wider it goes, the riskier it is. Yeah, the wide ones are the problem. I need it to rotate close by, even though there's something quite a bit less satisfying about that. Did we keep the area big? You know, I could also play with that. And make this larger as well. A lot of little places to make the adjustment. But it's nice to know where the problem is now. That makes me happy. Yeah, that's too... Yeah, Cortic ain't gonna cut it. It's just too far away, unfortunately. Sorry, Quart. You're the one I like, but I can't have you. Quintic! No, that's more ticks, so it's probably not better. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just assume that that one's a no-go. Oh yeah, sine. Sine was interesting. It was very like... I don't know how to explain it. It is keeping it... Nah, it's not keeping it close. And then just to confirm that I'm not crazy, what if we do quadratic? I mean, you can see it's overlapping very close. Oh dear. Oh dear. go back to circular. Oh no. Move this shape back to 0.3. Put everything back the way it was. It could also be the speed of the interpolation, too. I mean, the reality is, if I make it snap really fast, I feel like we're gonna have even more problems, potentially. If it's too fast. So I probably do need the tween to some extent. Oh no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Even the safe one. Is it not the fix I thought it was? Just tell me the truth. Don't lie to me. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna beg that you just undo this back to elastic. Whatever changes you've made, put them back right now. When you came in here and you made this like cubic, I believe we had that box at 0.3. Okay. Now it's behaving. There was just something, I don't know, there was something I set. Right? Right? It is moving very slowly. And you can see sometimes it gets funky, but it is pushing it back in. I feel like this isn't giving me a lot of comfort that this is all that it was. Oh, look at that. It's happening. It's not just that. It's something else. Does it happen less frequently? Maybe. Honestly, maybe not. I'm screwed, aren't I? Pain continues. I'm just gonna have to completely reimagine it, aren't I? I'm just gonna have to like start from scratch. Let's see if it's better when it's faster. Maybe it was too slow. But I don't like that it's just like any little fudge like this. It's not. I removed the AI stuff. Well, technically it's there, but it shouldn't be doing anything. Well, okay. All right, maybe you're okay. Maybe. 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 Yeah, I still feel like there's like a little window that it can happen in. It's rare, but it can happen. It doesn't need to run to disrupt. That is the curse placed upon this project. Is it? Is it? Oh man, dang. What have I done? What have I done to myself? Excuse me. Excuse me adjusting things. Sure, it's behaving good right now. For how long? It's behaving pretty nicely. It feels so weird to just get these settings like just so. Like tweak this, tweak that. Yes, please don't fall. It's like a house of cards, is what it is. I don't want to build my game on a house of cards. That's not the foundation you want. And to be fair, I haven't reproduced it in a while. So it might be kind of good enough for now. Build it out of sticks. Only wolves can blow those down, and they are in fairy tales, and they can't be real. That's basically what I'm telling myself. I saw it. It clipped. There it is. Still broken. I could try. Probably won't help. Could try increasing this size. Doubt it will help. This is the house of cards. So I'm just gonna be sitting here rotating a piece for the rest of my life. That's what I'm destined to experience. Oh, I think I just saw it happen. What if we make it full size again? Oh, nice. We can do this at runtime. Dope. Oversensitive. Oversensitive. Don't think that's much better. Well, this has been very interesting. In its own special way. Linear is the one I hated the most. Maybe it's the safest. Probably not. And then I have to ask myself, you know, if it's such an edge case, do I really care? Like, what's the worst that happens? The player has a piece that's that's half outside. So what? Is that really so bad? It's not like the player can predict it, you know? And I guess if it happens, we need perfection, gosh dang it. Perfection is the enemy of done, right? I think the linear might be better. I don't know anymore. I refuse to claim that I know anything at this juncture. But it feels very responsive. Linear doesn't have like a beautiful interpolation, but it interpolates. It does interpolate. And I haven't gotten it to clip through. I think this might be good enough. I think that might be good enough. I think it may have reached good enoughness. There's done, and then there's oops, my Puyo has transcended reality and broken free from the confines of space and is working on breaking time. That's right. That's right. Exactly. Dude, come on. That's not bad. Alright. I am going to choose to be happy with this. It's better than good. It's good enough. Okay. So now that I've chosen to be happy with that, I'm gonna make a commit. And I'm gonna move forward from where I was 3 hours ago, 4 hours, 5 hours ago. Jesus Christ. Movement way more gooder. Come on. You guys remember when I used to be serious about my GitHub commit descriptions? Time is illusion created by a Puyo. It's not real. Sounds like those Puyos need to be popped. Pop, 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 pop. Just an idea. Wake up! Hit the like button! Wake up! Are you sleeping? Press the like button. Why have you not pressed the like button? Press it. Get those likes up. More thumbs. Means more good. Make some good movement happen on that like button. Push it up, push it up, push it up, push it up. The same Puyo that escaped the great popping of '89 and broke through the wall. What a glorious moment in history that was. How could we forget? A triumph, really. Okay, so what's next? So something I haven't been doing is ground stuff, right? We're doing a lot of walls, but what of the grounds? Well, not much, actually, because we can actually get stuck in midair before we hit the ground, which is not good. So now I'm stuck. As you see, pushed me up and it got me stuck. This needs to not happen. So how am I gonna fix that? Well, that's a good question. It's an excellent question. The reason why it stops is because it sets falling to false. Once we're on the ground, we're back in it, baby. Let the energy come back. Now that I'm done with that goose chase. So if the object is a bottom piece and the main area touches the ground, then falling gets set to false. Okay. If the object is not a bottom piece or just, yeah, that's it. If the bottom piece, if it's like the top, basically is the top piece, right? So if it's the top piece and it sees the ground on its main area, it is going to set falling to false. So this is a problem for a couple of reasons. In Puyo Puyo, you actually have some time before it hits the ground, or because it'll be like you hit the ground and you can still move even though you've hit the ground. You still have time to loop it around to make a change before it locks in. And so I need that kind of a check before it just says we're not falling anymore. So like a bit of a delay. With that said, I don't want it to keep moving, so I actually need a different state. We need falling and, like, pre-fallen or something. A state where you can still rotate, you can still move left and right, but it's no longer idling down. So I'm gonna say there's different ways I could do this. I could say idle falling. I think I'd rather say, because I feel like a placed state. But the thing is it could start falling again, right? If it lands on a piece and it's not quite set and you move off of that piece, we then want that movement to happen again. So really it's more, if it sees the ground, it needs to be able to cancel that. We would want to set that to be true until it sees the ground again. That's interesting. It sees the ground, it says, oh, I'm about to be placed, right? I'm no longer moving. I guess I would say idle movement false. No more idle movement. Until what? Until it exits that. Then idle movement becomes true. I think that's what we're gonna say. And then in this case, bottom component, movement, idle movement becomes false. Okay. We now have to set that to true as well when it exits. So on main area exited, we actually don't even have a ground check there at all. Time to add one. If it sees the ground and it's a bottom piece, we don't actually want to mess with falling at all at this point. It's still falling. However, we want to make sure idle movement comes back. Now, this doesn't do anything with a timer, right? This doesn't give us extra time to move around yet. Actually, it would give us extra time to move around, because what I'll do is I'll say, where we have if falling, well, this I would want to say, if idle movement, have the falling, and no longer gate directional movement by falling. Well, no, we could still have that. Well, you would want to have a timer. Okay, so let's do that. Let's actually do that. We could make, let's make a special timer for it. I'm gonna do a timer, and I'm gonna call it timer fallen delay or something. I'm gonna set that timer up. Fallen delay timer equals fallen delay. We also want the idle movement boolean, which is going to be true by default. I will want to connect that timer, which in theory needs to be on both objects, which will be interesting. I don't know how I feel about that. That could introduce something funky. Well, let's find out. Timer fallen delay. Timeout. Connect on fallen delay. Timeout. Fly on down to here. Sure. On fallen delay timeout. When that occurs, I then would want to say that we're no longer falling. Only then. Wait a minute. I think you need a separate timer for top and bottom piece. I think you do. Because before we had these. I mean, do you though? Honestly, maybe. I'm gonna find out the hard way. Timer fallen delay start. Fallen delay. I have to make that. I probably do need separate timers, but I'm gonna put off that as long as possible. I've decided. Constant fallen delay float equals. Honestly, it feels like it lasts a pretty long time in Puyo Puyo, so I'm gonna set it to a full second. I'm sure something here isn't gonna work, but let's find out what and how badly. Invalid assignment of property or key falling. Bool. Oh, because it doesn't. Right. Oh, okay. Oh, that's easy. Okay, I see. We just have to say object. Perfect. We just have to do this if check. That's easy. I don't need separate timers, probably. Maybe. If it's a bottom piece, do that. If it's not a bottom piece, do that. Because that doesn't exist on the bottom piece. Okay. Okay, so I fell and I got stuck, but I forgot to test it and actually move around to see if I get some extra move time. I do not get extra move time. So I get extra rotate time. Oh, but you know what it does do? I'm no longer getting stuck. Oh wait, I am kind of. It seems like the movement has some other check. So now I'm able to like bounce off the bottom. I can do a juggle down here, which is good. That is nice. Before I was getting stuck, but I can't move left and right. So there's some other check, I believe, on the directional movement. But all it says is if falling. Let me see what happens in the remote tab. Okay, so right here, please pause it. Show me the remote tab. It says it is not falling. Okay, so that's actually not working correctly. I think my timer is not doing what I want. So let's make it do what I want. I didn't even make idle movement do anything yet. Yeah, I did. Well, yes, I did. Is this delay happening when I think it is? And does falling get set to false anywhere else? It does not. Those are the only places. So the only way falling becomes false. And where does falling become true? Wait, where does falling become true? Falling is never true. Wait, it is true. At first. Oh, we gotta set it back to true again. I guess. I said, oh, like, that was definitely it, but... What happens on the exit? When would we set it back to true? Well, it should only happen after the timer. So no, that should be done. No, actually, I'm not gonna say oh. No oh. Let me pause this. Pop open remote. Check to see what falling is at. Falling is on. Falling is on right now. Why have you made my preview so ugly, Godot? Why would you do this? Why would you do that? Okay, thank you. But wait, I want to look at this. Okay, falling is true. I think, guys, I think 1 second is a lot faster than I realized. I thought 1 second was like an eternity. This is why I have ADHD. Okay, because ADHD is a distortion of time. Okay, so I'm making it 10 seconds, which is super long. But I'm not able to move. How is that happening? Okay, show me the remote. Falling is true. If I come down here, it says falling. Still falling. Still falling, 10 seconds. And yet the moving is not happening. So something else is preventing the moving besides falling. That is the only thing I can deduce from this. What, pray tell? It's checking the bottom piece. It's checking for the key being pressed. Directional movement runs. If falling, which we do know now falling is happening, there shouldn't be a wall on the left. There shouldn't be a wall on the right. We're not trying to speed down. We still live in a wait. We might want to get rid of that. Something strange is happening. Something I'm not something I'm missing and not catching. And remind me about what idle movement is doing here. So this is what keeps it pulling down constantly. We know that that is stopping. It sees the input. Moving variables are setting. And downward movement allowed? What? I guess... if we're on the ground, downward movement isn't allowed. So that probably keeps us from being able to move left or right. But I'm pretty sure I put that downward movement check for a good reason. I feel like I was able to like clip through if I did both down and left and right at the same time. But let me just see if that even has anything to do with it. It might not even be the issue. I basically haven't touched ground stuff in a long time. Okay, get to the bottom. Yep, now I can move. Okay, good. That was it. Good. Now, did I need that check? Uh-oh. I just launched myself off screen for a second. Okay, so now I can't move left and right. Technically, I have fallen. Which is something that I need, technically, so I'm just going to put it all in there. And actually, at that point, I would want the movement component to get removed. It should just actually queue free itself. Like, when that timer is done, movement dies. Movement is dead. So I don't even know why I'm bothering with all this. Hell. You're done. When you've fallen, freaking delete it. And spawn another one. Right? So I would want to say, we could even do main scene ref. Spawn piece. And we just have to say that it's the give us a new player. I'm just saying. I think we could just spawn a new player at that point. Okay, but don't make it 10 seconds, please. Make it 3 seconds, which is very short. Okay, so we're moving around, still trying to find the right spot. Whoa! Oh, so we can't queue free, because if we queue free, it's gonna delete the top one. Ooh. Yikes. Okay. Ooh. That is... oh dear. That's not good. Oh dear. The reason why that deletes the top piece is because the top piece is a child of the movement component. Which in retrospect, not the greatest idea. But I didn't realize, it's not the worst idea, it just turns out that, oops. So the reason why that breaks it, or it deletes everything, at least the top piece, is because here is the bottom piece. This is bottom piece. This is the bottom piece's movement component. And that is the top piece right there. That's the top piece's movement component. So if I queue free the bottom piece's movement component, it's gonna delete the top piece. So it's like, okay, well, what if I reparent that or something when it solidifies? Well, it turns out there's probably a lot of code that's depending on this being here. And if it isn't there, that code is gonna be like, ah, which is not good. And so probably what would be better is, well, I don't know, because actually it being, it'd probably be better if in the first place I don't add this child to the movement component, but in the first place I add that child to the bottom piece. Problem with that is not that bad, because it means that I then need to update my references, because right now the top piece looks for the bottom piece and references stuff on the bottom piece. So I would just need to update the reference to the bottom piece, which isn't that bad. Okay. All right, I'm gonna do that. That's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. Here I go. So that piece is that reference right here. Configure top piece. So we're telling the top piece, hey, this is what the bottom piece is. But if I add it somewhere else, that's not where it's going to be anymore. So let's actually add it somewhere else. So right now we're adding the top piece as a child of the movement component. Instead, I'd want the top piece to be a child of the bottom piece, which would be object. And then that means bottom piece becomes parent. It's just parent. Literally the bottom piece is the parent of the top piece. That would be it. Just get the parent. I'm a little concerned about that, because we already have that set to something. Bottom component movement. Do I even use that reference anywhere? Oh yeah. Yes, the answer is yes, you do. Well, at that point, you might as well just say bottom piece. Do we set that to anything already when we configure the bottom piece? Top component movement. Okay. So I would say bottom piece. I don't think this is going to work. Top component movement. But I think I'm going to find out why it doesn't work quickly. Top component movement doesn't exist on Node 3D piece. What What do you mean node 3D piece? Trevi, what does it mean? Bottom piece is set to the bottom piece. So I made that up. Did I type it wrong? Top component movement. That should exist by that point. But actually it doesn't exist by that point. Which is surprising, but I guess it just comes down to like an order of operations thing. That's very surprising. That it can't find it. And you're quite sure you don't have that? Node piece, component movement. Here, go to node piece. Oh, because that's not on the node, that's on the bottom piece. That's on the component, that's why. I see. So I guess I just have to iterate through it. I mean, I could have some kind of reference, but other than that, I don't really know the best way to find this. Can you get, like, how specific can, I think get child just has to be like a number, right? Like, I can't, well, you could get node. What if you say bottom piece, get node? It's gonna be called component movement. Sorry, but like, that might work. Like, what do you want me to do? It might work. So. It did not work. Oh, it just can't find rotating. Oh, okay, so it did find the piece. It found the variable. That's good. Wait, it didn't. Wait, it didn't. Can't find rotating on it. Really? So it let me set this. Can you show me that you have found that? Remote. I wish I could have anticipated this, but I don't know that I would have known to anticipate it. It's a very specific situation. Okay, so on the top piece, on its movement component, it's set the bottom piece. Bottom component movement is empty right now. It's empty? How? How can it be empty? Okay, if I were to call this component Merry Christmas movement, would it still allow it? It would. It's just assigning it. How dare you? How dare you just allow me to do that? Okay, so that that didn't work. Cool. Oh, component underscore movement. And it also says node path, which is probably gonna be different. Oh, it was the underscore. Okay, sweet. Yes. Everything seems fine. Now I think we still have that queue free. Nice! Queue free! It worked! We got pieces, baby. We spawning pieces. We placing Puyos. Component Merry Christmas movement. I don't know, it's all I could come up with. I'm sorry. Alright. Puyos are being placed. Oh my goodness. Yippee! Now, they don't stack on top of each other. That's the next part. Hey, it's working! They do not stack. They're just gonna clip through each other. Yes! It is too long. I agree. Yeah. I agree. Yeah. Good call. Let's fix that. Fallen. Delay. Could try 2 seconds. 1 second I feel like was too short, but maybe not. Alright. That actually is still a bit long. You might be right. Maybe it should be 1. Yes, good. It's good. It's nice to see like pieces going down and new ones coming out. Yeah, maybe it's 1 second. Maybe it felt too short before because things were problematic. Okay. I even wonder if 1 second is too long. Okay, let me go see what it feels like over here. On the game itself. I must know. Are you being like that right now, Retro Game in Bed? We're not being like that? Okay, good. Thank you. Guys, for the next Game Like Jam, I'm pretty sure I know what the game is. The embed is gonna be crazy. I wish I could tell you how insane it's gonna be, but it would spoil it. It's gonna be so interesting to see how you plan to detect connections. The way I plan to detect connections is going to be raycasts. I know y'all want me to use raycasts. I'm gonna use raycasts, and they are gonna be shooting out to the right and down below. Maybe all around, but probably just right and below. And they're gonna keep track of what they see and what they see sees. 1, 2. It's like maybe 0.8 seconds or something, if I were to guess. I don't know. I'm also not sure what it. I agree that it'll be interesting to see. I'm also looking forward to finding out what I do. but generally, I want it to be dynamic. It doesn't have to. And here's the thing: I can bail out of that because once this is placed, it's on a grid. We got grid right now. So that means that I can. Oops. That means that I can check what's your position. Well, that obviously this one is not on the grid. So I need to fix that. But in theory, alternatively, I could observe the grid in those moments once it locks in. Why did I clip through the wall? Why am I clipping through the wall? So I do want to say, I think that changing the inheritance had some consequences. Okay, so I do think that has introduced some problems. Yay, the Puyos get placed and new ones spawn, but because I changed that position, right, before, it was knowing itself to be a child of the component, but it is no longer a child of the component. So I think there's still a few more things to fix, so that works, right? So once I do that, yeah, once I get those connection checks, when I'm at that part, yeah. So it literally, the detection doesn't even work on that piece anymore because I moved it apparently. But yeah, we'll see. It's either gonna be grid check, or I would love, ideally, and I don't know why, but this is what I want. Ideally, I want them to dynamically look around at each other, because it's what I want. Alright, I need to fix what I've broken, apparently. Oh, I was gonna adjust this to like 0.8 or something. So what have I broken by reparenting it somewhere else? I'm actually gonna run it because I think that what might be nice just to see what the tree looks like. It might illuminate the issue here. Wait a minute. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that looks right. So this is the bottom piece. That's the top piece right there. So then I have to wonder, why would its areas no longer be able to detect things? What about moving its position would change its ability to detect things? It could also be the reference. Let's see what happens when it detects the ground. When the main area is entered, it checks if the object is a bottom piece. Let me see if this is happening. If not object is bottom piece, are there any areas being detected by it? So I want to say print top piece sees area. What kind of things? What's your visibility like? It sees everything. It is totally able to look at things. That is not the issue. So what is the issue? This is what should keep it from moving. So let me see if that happens. Print top piece halted idle movement. Let me see if that works. Apparently, it halted idle movement. Wow, and actually, it started spawning it. Okay. It seems that what's not working... I have no idea. No, I actually have no idea. Nope, I'm confused. Okay, so that is all running. Are we sure this is correct? I mean, it has to. That ran. You got one Puyo into existence in your game? Nice. What does Puyo mean in this situation? Does it move? Does it rotate? Does it land? Sounds like an accomplishment, though. I wanna appreciate your accomplishment fully. It does absolutely nothing. Nice. Dude, that's something, though. It may do nothing, but it is something, you see? You can be something and do nothing. Facts. That's my motivational speech for you. You may do nothing, but damn it, you are something. It has a texture, color, connection point, mapping system in place. Sounds like a lot of theoreticalism. You got this, you got this. Generates them randomly for spawning. Oh, nice. Oh, so you went with some of the aesthetic stuff, but that's important too. And you figured out like how some of the components will. That's good. This is good. This is good. This is good progress. I'm interested when you get to the hard stuff. I'm so glad you're making something, Press of Fire. That makes me really happy. Wherever you go with it, you know, wherever you go with it. I'm excited that you're at least tooling around. Okay, so why would the idle movement not actually stop? Yeah, it may not get finished. That is actually boggling my mind. How could this be? How could this be? Idle movement stopped. But will it be stopped? I know that it stops because it stops moving, but if it doesn't stop moving, I have questions. Oh, I forgot to flip it upside down. Okay, flip it upside down. Oh, it actually isn't running idle movement stopped. That's interesting. Now you are defining idle movement by object position Y, but why? Wait, what? Remind me what starts the idle move timer? It only starts on the bottom piece. So it... What? Huh? I'm so confused. That makes sense, because the bottom piece is kind of like the engine of the Puyo. Or the pair. This is strange indeed. It sucks because I've like kind of broken the entire game by doing this. Or at the progress in many ways. So I really need to figure this out. Timer fallen delay start. It's interesting that is... I wonder... I guess I'm surprised that worked before, though. We connect the timer fallen delay on both of them. We start it on both of them. But no, sorry, it's not the fallen delay. My mistake. It's the idle movement. Sorry. Dang. Idle movement that wasn't it. That was the wrong lead. Idle move, sorry. That's the timer I wanted to look at. It's a lot of timers. Can't come back. I know. He gets too hot. He sits in front of the fireplace. He gets too hot, and he has to like cool off. I guess I should really place the camera in a way that captures where they go to cool off. Maybe I'll move the cam. I might be able to work that out, actually. Not tonight, but I just need an extra long cable for the camera. I'll need to get like a USB extension. There's a chance that could work. Idle move timer starts only on the bottom piece. It only starts on the bottom piece. It only times out on the bottom piece. Dang, I'm really confused why moving it would do this if it even sees all the collisions. And what isn't happening is it's not seeing idle movement false when... Okay, alright, idle movement set to false. You're setting the bottom component idle move. I wonder if this reference is incorrect. Maybe even though I got it working, the bottom movement component reference is still not sound. That would explain a lot. It explains too much to not be true, actually. So... this is the bottom piece. That's the bottom piece. That's the top piece. But I need to be looking at the movement component on it. On the movement component, it thinks the bottom movement component is this. Well, what is that? What is that? It just is. I mean, it is it. I mean, that's correct. That is correct. That is the right thing. Right? Or wait, that's itself. Wait a minute. Does it think the bottom movement component is itself? That actually would make sense. It would make sense that that would be causing the problem, but why would you think that that's what I want you to be? Because I told you to be that? Not a good enough reason. So I'm saying get the node component movement on the bottom piece. This is the bottom piece. This is the node component movement. I don't... Whoa. It doesn't know what the top component movement is, which is interesting. But that doesn't really, that's not really useful, so it doesn't particularly matter. 304 ending in 6853. Oh, whoa, this is crazy. Okay, so that's when we're switching between them. When I click on top component, we're now on the top component, which doesn't keep track of itself. Top component doesn't check itself. Yeah, when I click on this, it's not switching back to the bottom. It's definitely not setting it to the right thing. 304 ending in 6853. It actually should be 299 ending in 3648. So it has the wrong node. 100% has the wrong node. Definitely. Okay, so I need to come up with a different way to find the correct node. I'm quite surprised, but this could help give me a clue. So I need to somehow find 299 in there. Well, if you just go to the parent, you could probably get the node that is a child, right? Like if I give it, well, I can't just give it a unique name. Okay, so if I were to just drag this in here, what would you say? You would say all of that mess. Yeah, okay. I mean, it will be that. Okay, you know what? I'll do it. What if, but is that gonna be relative though? And that name could always change, obviously. That's what I don't like about this. I always say, hey, sometimes you gotta use names to reference things. Even for me, this is a little too specific. I am not comfortable with that, and it's probably not gonna work, but what happens if I do it? Yeah, no, it didn't like that. Okay. I kinda figured. Well, I think you also need to be more specific. Like, what was that relative to? You know, is that relative to, like, the scene tree? When you were doing get node, like, get tree, get current scene? Yeah, like grid, totally. Okay, alright. Alright. Oh, it still doesn't see it. So what does it think it sees now, though? Out of curiosity. Before, it seemed to just be referencing itself, which I frankly barely understand. Okay, he's back. He's cooled off. He has returned. See, he just has to cool off real fast. I'll turn it off to see if, like, the warmth is still strong enough that he'll stay, but then it won't get too hot. Okay. This is the bottom piece. That's the movement component. This is the top piece. Wait, what? Oh, that's not true. Okay, I'm confused that they both have bottom piece checked. But it's confusing because you'll see this member's bottom piece is checked differently than this piece, so I'm not gonna worry about that. Okay. Movement component. This is the top piece. The top piece is movement component. Sees the bottom piece. Oh, because I didn't... Wait, did I? Component movement. What? bottom component movement. Actually, it seems to be finding the right thing. Bottom component movement, if I click it, it takes me there, and it has rotating. So, what gives? No errors, but also no detection. Oh wait, some detection. No, that was wrong. Okay, here, this way. Oh, I was faked out. Why would you fake me out? How could you do that to me? Oh, look, we're moving. Whoa. Whoa. Weird things are happening. So the first one kind of works. But then after that, you can see it doesn't work. Dude, changing the inheritance has ruined everything. Okay. New plan. Instead of changing the inheritance, I feel I need to do something different. Like perhaps I could revisit the reparenting. I didn't like the reparenting idea because I was afraid that reparenting would cause all kinds of errors along the way. But I don't even know how to find the component script, and even if I do find it, things have gotten very strange. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna close this. We're gonna open up GitHub, and we're gonna approach this a little different. I don't particularly want to lose everything that I changed. Right, we took out the downward movement allowed check. We added like the spawn piece stuff. Right? Maybe? Yeah. We added that on timeout, so it gives us a new piece when it lands. There are some nice things that we put in here. So I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna commit this as node reparenting, node top piece spawns elsewhere, but it's bad. I'm gonna commit that, and then I'm gonna revert that commit. Which is unfortunate, but I think I need to approach this differently. Unfortunately, I don't really have time to work on it much more. I am just basically out of time at this point, which means that I'm not really gonna get to do any substantive work on it until Monday, maybe even next Friday. So at this point, the movement was great, the best it's ever been, right? Behaving very well, but I didn't fix up my ground behavior to be nice and clean. That was some stuff that I had introduced in the most recent version. And I sort of made some mistakes. What else did we change in here? We added this ground check. We adjusted how the idle movement. I think a lot of that is good. Hey, what's up? Thank you for peeking in. All right, honestly, I can't keep working on it. I don't have time. I genuinely have to stop. I wish I could keep working on it. I really, really do. The main problem that I have to resolve at this point is, unfortunately, reconfiguring how where the top piece spawns in the first place. It cannot be out here spawning on I'm gonna get a little bigger. It can't be out here spawning on the movement component. That was a mistake. I should not have put it on there. So that's okay. It's something to think about. I would love to keep doing my night owl thing. Kai Guy, I'm glad you came through. Thanks for supporting the channel. If you want to become a supporter, press the join button under the video on the channel page. It would mean a lot to me. It would help a lot. Maybe I'll have to start doing member songs again. I don't know. If you're watching this after the stream, tap or click right behind me there to see the last time that I was working on this project. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next time I work on this project. I really hope I see you there. I'm sorry to leave, but I gotta go. I gotta go. I'll be back on Monday for the member stream. I hope I see some members there. And then, yeah, I'm proud of my progress. All right, we can move things around really nicely. And sure, there were some ways about it that were kind of funky to get there. As you saw, it's not too hard to add in the spawning and the deleting. All of that is very possible, but it still needs more work. So Monday, I'm not just gonna straight up code on Monday. I'm gonna start doing art assets. We're gonna start doing art. I'm gonna start planning out the whole game. So I hope I can see you guys there. Come on through. And yeah, I appreciate you. Don't forget to hit the like button. Press the like button. I'm a Terminator jam rat. I will